It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find the round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plunder.
And I think he might just find it.
Welcome back, viewers, here to Latam League. It's stage 2 of 2024, our third play day here in Latam. So excited to be here. I'm Corbeck. Alongside me is Gibson, and a change of face. It's Gibson and Flynn starting us off today. Whippet, unfortunately, not with us here today on the broadcast, so you're going to be seeing all sorts of moving parts of those casters. I know Gibson's so sad. He doesn't know what to do. He doesn't know what to do with himself, but we'll muddle through. We'll make it, I promise. But before we can dive into the present, let's take a look back, as you often do, at the past and see what things were like on play day 2. Now, Gibson, I don't think that there was anything particularly shocking in play day 2. It was pretty solid performances from all of the winning teams.
Yeah, I think so. The only real question was what the result in that Alpha team game was going to be, and they were beaten by the better team on the play day. So I think for them it's just a matter of getting onto winning ways again going forward to today. But I think the previous play day was a lot more akin to what we're used to in Latam South. None of that overtime carry on or full, 8-7s. This is the league of 7-2s and 7-3s.
Yeah, it is the league of 7-2s and 7-3s, but I mean, it's been remarkably probably more competitive this season, or stage, I should say, so far. I mean, Flynn, we talked about it in the north. It applies to the south as well. Teams all seem to have improved since stage 1.
Definitely, and I think, you're talking about Latam South being the land of 7-2s and 7-3s. There's been one game so far that fits that category, which is 1-7-2 at a 6. Everything else has gone at least the distance in regulation or into overtime. We are not getting there in Latam North right now. It seems to be a bit of a roles reversal where we're in the middle of a slugfest in the south, and in the north, we might actually already have 2 games in, a pretty clear picture of what's going on.
Yeah, and the schedule here from day 2, I think, kind of revealing that. I mean, Gibson, you got to be happy there. Revan E-Club taking their 7-5 over Centenegra, kind of putting Centenegra down a peg.
Well, I think obviously I'm going to have a little bias towards Revan, considering that I casted a lot of these players all the way up through, the bottom of the barrel of the tiers in Europe, and now they're competing inside of tier 1. But I think for me, looking inside of the north, Cruelty are the team to beat. They were strong in stage 1. And they've only gotten better by adding the best player from Latam South to the north. And I feel like it's going to be tough for anybody in this entire region to knock them off their peg.
Well, certainly a mark for a lot of these LATAM South teams. Our standings in LATAM South, maybe giving you an idea of some of the teams that are going to be in a position to challenge them. I mean, really, the standout, of course, Flynn, is Knights, who continue to just be a very consistent professional team here in LATAM.
Definitely. I mean, we saw their performance in Stage 2 last year. Their performance in Stage 1 this year kind of got overshadowed by Vasco. Vasco became far and away the favorite in LATAM South in Stage number 1 this year, and you know, sans Dante, all of a sudden we're seeing Knights reemerge as maybe a potential 1 seed. Vasco getting back on track on Wednesday last week, but man, it just seems much more wide open now in LATAM South than it has been in the past. And I'm looking forward to today's game to see if we can get a better idea of where the teams stack up. Because for right now, I mean, 1 through 5th place, it's wide open. It's separated by 2 points from top to bottom.
I think you've got to put a lot of scrutiny onto the Maycam Evolve game today, because when you consider they took Knights all the way to overtime in Playday 1, and then in Playday 2, they looked great when they got that win. So is it a false dawn for this side? We kind of get a better idea at the end of today's matchup, but it is good to see Maycam Evolve. They basically kept the same roster from the previous stage. They've gotten better, and it kind of goes to show in regions like this, if you have that consistent 5 and you keep practicing, you know, during the off season, you are going to get better.
Yeah, well, speaking of today's matchups, we can go ahead and take a look at the schedule, what we have coming up. And I mean, you already kind of highlighted that Maycam Evolve game there for Vasco Gibson, but I think the other really impactful match in LATAM South is Alpha Team versus 7 Rex, because that's a rematch of the qualifier final.
Yeah, that's a game that I'm really looking forward to. And again, it's very similar to all the matchups that we get in the north involving Revan. This is a team from that region taking on a team from Brazil, so I feel like most of the viewers at home will be backing Alpha, and I think it's really important for them that not only do they bounce back from that defeat in the qualifiers, but they bounce back after their defeat in the previous week.
Well, let's kind of get started here on our first game, because it is going to be, I think, a very interesting one. Obviously, like I said, a rematch of the qualifiers. As you said, both these teams, I think, with something a little bit to prove here today in week 2, or I guess I should say Playday 3. I mean, you look at Alpha Team. Flynn, this is a team that I think has kind of captured a lot of people's imaginations or their hearts, I guess, in LATAM. Kind of came out of nowhere in Stage 1, looking good in Stage 2. But how good are they really, do you think?
I mean, that is the question. I like the roster, and I think, I'm going to be honest, I think them and Cruelty, since whenever GasPro got subbed in as a player, might have the most wins in LATAM totally on the calendar. And I think right now for Alpha Team, this is a team that did not look like it was going in the right direction before GasPro came in. And I think now this is a team that has turned a corner. And I think now this is a team that could be potentially, with Vasco slipping up, Knights, you know, going the distance against Maycam Evolve, there's an opening now at that one spot. I think everyone can kind of sense that there isn't a preset order like there was in Stage 1. Everything is wide open. I think Alpha Team, at least from what they've shown since they put GasPro in the starting lineup, they have shown that they might actually have what it takes to get all the way to the top in LATAM South.
Oh, 100%. And they've got, in my opinion, the star of LATAM South so far has been Martin, who, you know, is my little, you know, whispers in my ear week to week and Playday to Playday, giving me tons of information. So I feel like they have improved, and excited to see if they can bounce back after that loss in the last Playday.
Well, they have a tough opponent here today, because 7 Rex, they're a Brazilian import team. They actually beat Alpha Team 2-1 in a best-of-3 series in the qualifiers, then lost to them in a best-of-1 final. You know, they want to do kind of the 6 karma thing here, Flynn. They want to come in, they want to show that like a mid-low tier Brazilian team is going to be better than any LATAM team. How successful do you think they're going to be with that mission, just based off their week 1 performance?
Honestly, I didn't really know what we were going to get at a 7 Rex coming out of the qualifiers, and I think their week 1 performance, it was impressive. I think, again, when you're talking about the comparisons to 6 Karma from stage number 1, that's probably not a comparison you want. I mean, that team from stage 1
True.
fell flat of expectations at just about every turn this year. So I think for 7 Rex, the bar is hopefully a little bit higher, but I do think their level of play demonstrated in week number 1 is indicative of a team that can at least bang. They can at least swing inside this region, yes, and they can play up to the level of their competition, which, you know, there have been qualifier teams in both North and South in past stages that could not say the same.
look, they're definitely not the worst Brazilian import team we saw internationally. Let's not forget what happened in NAL last stage with LUS. They were probably the worst Brazilian team in their specific region. But look, lots of love for those guys. I think for 7rex, it is simple. Come in, get a solid footing. You're not competing in your own region. You've come into Latam to try get that spot, and I know that they definitely have the talent to do it. Keep an eye, if you are at home, on Bazooka. Bazooka's been a really fun player to watch so far for them.
Well, all this talk of regions has got me thinking geographically, so let's look at some maps here, gentlemen, and figure out where we're gonna go. You'll be happy to see Skyscraper taken off the board right away there, Flynn.
Oh, 100%. The Skyscraper was everyone's favorite map in stage number 1 for some godforsaken reason, but thankfully we end up on Border. 7rex starting on the defense, Alpha Team starting on the attack. Honestly, I kind of like this because both of these teams have demonstrated an immense ability to play gunfights. The depth of map pool and the depth of the strategy, still very much up in the air. We've seen Alpha Team from their beginning stages of subbing in Gas Pro get very active, very aggressive, and very in your face when it comes to gunplay. I haven't seen as much depth when it comes to strategy and at least mid-round adaptation from Alpha Team. So we'll see what both of these teams can do on a map that's going to exemplify their greatest skill, which has been their gunplay, which has been their ability to get in your opponent's face and challenge and force a 1v1 to try and get as much progress done on the map as possible within like the first 30 seconds.
These are two of the best mechanical teams in the Latam South, and it's no surprise to see that it was a toss-up between Cafe and Border for these two teams to go head-to-head. No real plan on depth of strategy in this one. I think it'll be a fun one to watch, and it'll be back to what we expect from Latam South.
Well, here's the thing, Gibson, and I'll kind of follow up on what you're saying. Though mechanically very skilled, we saw high-tempo play from both of them. Does Alpha Team, I think, let's put it in this framing, does Alpha Team have kind of the wherewithal, the tactical ability to sort of slow down the fast pace that 7rex likes to play?
I think they definitely do. Like, when you bring a former coach into your team in Gas Pro who has the ability he has, you've got the chance to be a bit more strategic in rounds. You've got the opportunity to talk to the team. The big thing for them is getting Slaters going. I've been told he's, best player in Latam South. We need him to step up. Play day 1, play day 2 were definitely ones to forget for Slaters. Let's see if he can get involved. And I think if he does, they'll be able to play a bit more technical as well.
It's a solid observation there, I would say. And I mean, just, to touch on the 7rex one more time here, Flynn, what do they have to do, I think, today to show you that they're a serious contender for that number 1 spot here in Latam South specifically, but Latam as a whole?
Again, I don't think their stage hinges on today, but I do think someone coming away. We got 3 games for 6 teams in Latam South. Somebody breaking away from the pack is going to boost their confidence immensely, especially towards the end of the week. We come back on Wednesday to see again someone could stack another 3 points on the board and really add some separation, give themselves some breathing room. Because if it's going to be a slugfest all the way down to the finish line at the end of play day 10, you want as much breathing room as possible. So for 7rex, for Alpha Team, for anyone else who's playing today, it's about making sure you're stacking points where you can. And these two teams on paper, they look very similar. The storyline looks very similar. Their strengths and weaknesses look very similar. So it's about being able to overcome a team that matches up against you very well in a lot of the same columns.
There you go. One of these teams walking away with a confidence boost, so I will confidently hand you over to our lovely casters here for the first map of Play Day 3.
Thank you, Corbic and Flynn. It is a pleasure to take the mic alongside someone who knows the game for a change. Much love to Whippet, who's enjoying his holidays. But Alpha Team and 7rex, it's your first taste of Latam South since playoffs last stage. So what are you expecting? Are you looking forward to this one?
I am. Like I said, these two teams have both impressed me when it comes to their gun skill so far. Both of these teams have left me wanting more when it comes to strategic depth, and when it comes to map pool as well. We get an Ash and a Montaigne band, so we're going 2 different ends of the spectrum immediately on attacking bands on Border, which I do kind of like. I do like the ability for both teams to have to kind of squish into the middle and maybe play a few operators they're not inclined to. The Valkyrie gets taken away. I think for both of these teams right now, between whether it's 7rex, whether it's Alpha Team, getting off to a good start here on Border is going to be the difference maker. This is, again, going to be a battle of wills when it comes to the gun skill, when it comes to being able to trade off of one another and play as a team. Individual hero plays, they aren't going to get you across the finish line.
it's one of those leagues, right? I agree with you, but we've seen it happen the other way in the past as well. The ban phase for me, though, Flynn, it's not really the operators that are banned that's the interesting one. It's the ones that have been left through. You know, you talk about those global operators like the fact that Dokkaebi hasn't been banned. Ying hasn't been banned. On the defensive side, you've not banned Azami, who can have a massive impact when you're trying to control that security CCTV side of the map. Mira being left open as well, so it's going to be a fun game for sure, but the Ashe ban surely is a target ban. There's no other reason why you would ban Ashe early on.
No, especially if you're taking away the castle. I mean, your best option at that point is to stick the Azami and say, listen, we have more things that you need to soft breach and you don't have enough answers for that, but there are still plenty of answers you can employ, like a Flores, like a Zofia, you could bring Gon 6s, you know, there's plenty of answers to the Azamis. I mean, she's not even being brought at the moment for 7 Rex on the defense. I think right now, the interesting part for me, at least for the bans, is that we're losing the castle, we're losing the Montaigne, 2 operators that are very much about isolating parts of the map and sectioning teams off and sectioning individuals off to try and isolate for a pick. And then on the other side, you got the Valkyrie and the Ashe, which are going to allow you to make aggressive plays, to make explosive plays off of intel and speed. They're very polar opposite ideologies on the bans.
You know what? I genuinely think that the reason Ashe was banned, now that I think about it, is they wanted to force the Mira pick. It's a lot more difficult to get rid of those Miras whenever there's no Ashe on the board. So I think that's a pretty good ban. Early stages, you see Alpha Team doing what they did very well in Stage 1, playing aggressive at those points of entry. You've got the rotating the CCTV, it's an open floor plan in and around Fountain. Basically, Flynn, they're trying to be mobile in the early stages and give themselves options to rotate from fight to fight.
You see Clutch Drone operating around CCTV and actually making its way into CCTV just to be destroyed. There was an attempted hack onto the Banshee outside of the CC doorway. Not quite sure if that one went off without a hitch or not. We're pinging that Banshee like crazy, and it does appear to be hacked. So that's one more piece of utility that the defense will not have as at its disposal. And like you said, no Ashe in play means that Armory Wall Mirror gets to stand the test of time. A drop down below from the Mozzie. Django able to pick up Slaters downstairs. So we wanted to see have a good start. Bastion, though, on the trade onto Django, running up the metal stairs. We go 1 for 1 early on, but Ragnar dropped down to about 3 HP, trying to push his way into CC.
Yeah, you've lost the buck as well. That's the ability to clear positions from below, lost on the map, meaning that these positions by the Mira window, you know, over behind half wall, if they elect to fall back, will all be safe as we get later into the map. Now, the Grim, they've got a lock on that Mira, but for now, you just need to stay. Hold your ground. Don't take on that gunfight and force them to clear you, you know, using the guns and not using utility. 1:07 left to go here, Flynn. The pace is pretty slow so far.
It is. We were ramping up for that CC execute. We were ready to go, and all of a sudden we have slammed on the brakes. We got a death mark coming out on Dini's. The Melusi will be fleeing into Fountain, and this is Gasper out towards the AC balcony, who carries the diffuser. That's the big thing here. We've been setting up towards Armory. The flashes come flooding in. Martin with a 2K as he floods into office and into Fountain up against the mirror window, punches it away from the availability of the remaining defenders, and Bach taking a lot of damage as well. They'll have to back off from the engagement, leave Bazooka alone now inside of Archives, swinging out onto the balcony. Deathmark again now establishing the track onto Bazooka. He's taking damage from down below, he's taking damage from up front, and now the drop from Bach. He'll take out Bastion to level it up to a 2v2.
Yeah, but now you know there's only one defender left on site, but that Melusi going off gives the information. It's Ragnar, 3 HP and a dream. They've got information, and Bazooka will win the round out, but that round almost swung the other way. The fact that Martin was able to walk in office and get a double on Fountain when there's a Mira there, it's absolutely criminal, but it's good aggression. But you got to give 7 Rex credit. They stayed aggressive the whole way through the round. Even in that 2v2 scenario, Flynn, they didn't stay passive. They wanted to stay on the front foot on defense.
Definitely, and I think that was why we saw Alpha Team kind of slow down a little bit on the attack. We were setting up to go for a CC push. All of a sudden, we've lost an attacker down below who's supposed to provide vertical pressure, supposed to aid in the CCTV clear. Once that part's gone, now we've got to readjust and readdress the situation. I think as well for Alpha Team, not really sure of their ability to clear Armory Wall after they weren't able to initially get into CCTV, and making a rotation on the fly okay, now we're going to flood in towards Archives. Now we're going to get Archives back. Now we're going to walk Fountain. Now we're going to walk into Archives and try and get a plant down. It's good adaptation. Took a little minute to get there, but at the end of the day, they made the right choice because just trying to walk headlong into that mirror window armory wall was going to be a death sentence either way. Comes down to a 1v1. You don't win it. You don't feel too bad. Martin had a good round there. Again, being able to be explosive even without an Ash or an R4C in his hand. But we see 7Rex winning on the defense, and we are going for a spawn peak C4 outside of detention.
Oh, come on, hit it, hit it. I've not seen this one in a while. C4 is going to be thrown, and down goes the Deimos, and that's a great operator to clear. Not only do you get rid of Deimos, you've got rid of Martin, the most explosive player on Alpha. And you look at the setup that they had. The whole point of bringing Grim and Deimos was to get as much information on where those defenders and where those roamers were playing. Now it's just down to the Grim. You've lost Martin. It's a big loss early stages. And 7Rex, it's risk versus reward. They definitely hit the jackpot with that one.
We said 7Rex, they're going to want to try and establish the control in terms of gunfights early on. We've seen them do this in maps previous, against opponents previous last week. This is kind of their MO, get in your face as much as possible. And for a team like Alpha Team, again, we have an opening hurdle to deal with, and we're going to have to make an adaptation on the fly. Angels is going to get the hell out of dodge from CCTV. Instead of holding it for the length of the round, he'll get out. We got the Cali being brought from Slater as well in response to the Ash ban. So these mirror windows, they will not stand indefinitely. Django going for a bit of a walk downstairs, trying to clear anyone else out for Alpha Team on the downstairs clear. But for the time being, everyone has returned their attention upstairs to try and clear out Office to facilitate a top down.
Still can't believe that you've had to force Alpha Team to take the Cali to deal with those mirror windows. Like, Cali's primary gun is worse than the Boss G. I've said this for a while. Like, Cali is a worse sniper than Vigil and Dokkaebi, but at least you can deal with those mirrors. Now, good thing about Cali is if you did bring the secondary SMG, pretty good one to have in the back pocket. As it stands, Alpha Team starting to take control of the top floor, but there is still roamer inside a fountain, and what a shot from Bazooka on the drive-by. Almost gets a second on the Ragnar, but it's a 5v3, and 7Rex have all the answers.
Bastion will get one back onto Bach, so problems now for 7Rex as Gaspro continues to try and push his way in through Archives. The Grimbee's finally identifying Dinny's inside on Fountain on his mirror, and Slater will collect the kill. It's another one as the kill feed all floods blue in favor of Alpha Team. Suddenly it's just Bazooka and Angels left alone on 7Rex to try and hold out in a 2v3. Drones descending in towards Tellers, identifying the last two remaining defenders off the bomb site. Nobody able to play directly in the objective because of the top control that was held by Alpha Team. But one of the remaining attackers is Slater on the Cali. That's not necessarily a gun you'd want to take in a heads-up gunfight. You can see all three remaining attackers for Alpha Team starting to drop down the hatch into bathroom.
You have to remember the case goes down, but Malusi's an armor. Oh, Bazooka almost catching one as the case was going down. The retake from Angels is good. 2 versus 2. Angle Gather gets the down onto the other one. Slaters will get the trade, but we're down to a 1v1, and Slaters, welcome to Latam at least. At long last, drops the hatch, gets the kills, but you know what? Alpha Team very lucky there, Flynn. That was a bit of a throw whatever you can against the wall and see what sticks at the end.
that was something upstairs. We heard the Cali shot miss, and then the panic for Slater to then turn around and whip out the SMG9 and say, okay, we have made a critical error. We are going to correct it immediately. And thankfully, he does drop the hatch and pick up the kill. It was ugly, but we did say this is probably going to be, yeah, you hear the Cali shot, and now here comes the SMG9 to try and save it. We said it was going to be a slugfest. We're definitely getting a slugfest. 7Rex, even though that flank was probably the right answer, and in a different world probably works out for you a little bit better, they're not going to run it back Bathroom Tellers. Instead, they're going to opt to go to Vent Workshop, try and get back on the board on the defense.
The funny thing is that was Malusi, the 3 armor. So even if that Cali shot didn't hit, hit the chest, Malusi would have been fine because of how little damage it does to those 3 armor operators. Now, we're moving on to round 3. Site change once more. You can see they're planning to extend in towards Bathroom. The whole point of this is you can rotate in and out of Workshop. What you don't want to do if you're 7Rex is play on site. The whole point of the setup is to extend around the map, not play on site, use the verticality and horizontal aspects of border on the ground floor, and, you know, basically don't give up any picks to attackers if they do take the top floor.
Well, we're going to continue to see the Mira as much as possible, which will aid with top floor control. You know, ban away an Ashe, you're definitely going to try and utilize the Mira as much as possible. We got early engagements this time around. Ragnar in the middle of a gunfight with Angel, who's been Deimos tracked, being descended upon by every member of Alpha Team, but Django reemerges in the middle of 90 to trade out Gas Pro. The Blitz technically goes 1 for 1, but if I'm trading out a Malusi for a Blitz, I'm feeling damn good if I'm the defensive side of 7-Rex.
Oh, 100%. That's a trade you'll take every day. You've still got control on the top floor as Bok. Just turn up the aggression that little bit. Give these attackers inside of CCTV something to think about. Still, essentially, all the vertical control being held by 7-Rex team as Alpha Team are just playing into the setup they have. This time, no Kali, so this Mira can hold the position a little bit safer. That Dokkaebi call will ring out, but we're halfway through the round. You've already lost one of your attackers, and you can see steps into the corner. Will Sledge get the kill?
Oh, it's an ugly one. Bastion walks away with it nonetheless. Onto Bazooka, walks away with 17 HP. Turning his attention as he's actually being flanked. Catches the flank. I believe this is Dinny's on the Legion. Turning around the corner, playing Ring Around the Rosie. Django gets one off screen onto Slater. But Bastion wins out with the headshot on the L85. The Legion was 100 HP and he gets felled by a single shot. Now it's Bok alone inside a bathroom trying to rotate back towards the bomb site. As the progression for Alpha Team has given them the map control, it's given them the man advantage. They still have Martine alive, who will initiate a death mark track onto Django topside. Knowing that last two defenders are separated will be crucial here, but no, we wander to the bomb site with the diffuser. We surrender it to the floor, and now the drop coming out from Django to join Bok, who gets down in the process, revolver in hand for Martine as he pushes his way into the bomb site. They do need to recover the diffuser outside of the blue hallway door. Pre-fires there, unsuccessful. It leaves Django in a bit of a health advantage in this 1v2. The plant going down from Bastion in the flank from the hallway. Well read here from Martine, but no, the headshot from both! Django shuts him down the flank to the blue hallway, and it's 7-Rex back on the board.
Oh, but Flynn, you knew that the bandit was over by metal stairs. You have a great operator in Deimos, who if you just wait a couple more seconds can send out a death mark. You don't try the execute there. The best thing that Alpha Team could have done was to just hold where they were playing, keep both angles, watching, you know, the doors for the death mark to come out, and then play for your win condition. But no, they tried to execute too soon, and that sees them lose the round. I want to give credit to Bastion, though. He got some great kills. This one onto the Legion, it was barely a pixel. Look! Like he was on the screen for a fraction of a second.
My guy was 17 HP, playing Ring Around the Rosie with a 100 HP Legion, and he hits the perfect headshot to stop the flank. And that facilitated this flood in towards bathroom. I do not agree with not assessing where the other defender is and just strolling into the bomb site with the diffuser. That was definitely a choice of all time, but it did get corrected up until the very end when Django had to save it in the 1v2. I do agree with you. Playing that as a plant, probably not the ideal situation. You probably want to play that as a trade. At the end of the day, if you're Alpha Team, lessons learned, we're still in the middle of a game that is hotly contested. We've had a lot of close endings to rounds that didn't look like they were going to be all that close. 7-Rex, they do pick up 2 defenses on their first rotation. They're going to head back topside to armor.
I gotta agree with you. You know, you're not even trying to say anything. It's not even a hot take. Just don't walk into sight with diffuser when you don't know where the defenders are. Well,
it's a choice.
Look, it certainly was, but we'll move on to round 4, 5v5. 30 seconds gone. You can see that a lot of those attackers are now getting on their drones. Drone economy looking really good right now with 9 of 10. Make that 8 of 10 active as they try to win the top 4 once more. Lineup, you've got the OSA, you've got the Grim again. You'll be able to get a ton of information off the back of it, but Twitch takes on a more valuable role with that Mira, right, Flynn? Twitch is really the only operator they have that can deal with it.
Yeah, it's the Twitch and the integral piece for the Alpha Team attack that wasn't present the last time they attacked this bomb site, at least not for very long. It's Slater down below on the skeleton key, on the Buck, trying to get downstairs control, trying to apply vertical pressure into the bomb site. He'll take a gunfight here with the Mirror of Bazooka, and he does walk away with a headshot. Not sure he really knew where Bazooka was by the end of it, but all it takes is one from the C8. Battling up against the Vector, Gaspro collects again. High rate of fire weapons collecting headshots here for the Alpha Team attackers. That's a two-man advantage all of a sudden turned on its head as 7rex, they're having a plant come down against them inside of Archives. And Gaspro, while he's getting the plant down, the flank is successful for Django.
Denny's, what a shot through the window, but the case is down. This is very difficult now for the defending team to win. One player, DBNO, as well as Bastion, gets the kill from inside 90. Ragnar not reading the kill feed or understanding where those shots from will give up his life. You can see Denny's trying to just pad the stats a little bit, but with essentially, what's that, 14, 15 seconds to get 2 kills and get to the diffuser. It ain't going to happen. Ragnar gets another one from inside CCTV, and Alpha Team bounced back beautifully after the previous round.
Definitely, and you gotta put it on Slater there, being able to actually have a presence and have a role in the round instead of getting flanked as the opening pick within the first minute. Definitely changes the approach there for Alpha Team, and as well, not really focusing CCTV as the primary entry point this time. I think they've noticed that with Armory Wall having a mirror window on it, and maybe Ragnar wasn't able to get a Twitch drone in to affect the mirror window, they don't want to bring smoke grenades for it because it's still pretty risky, you can still get shot through. They're just saying, okay, we're going to completely ignore Armory Wall. We're going to say, like, have that mirror all you want. We're going to be focusing Archives, and with that vertical pressure, they're able to attract the attention of a couple defenders in the bomb site and facilitate the push from Gaspro in through the Archives balcony with really no resistance. Everyone else for 7rex had a different mission and a different obstacle to try and overcome that round, and it was not Gaspro.
Yeah, the funny thing is 7rex had the lineup to deal with that attack. They had 3 C4s, which they could have used to stop the plant at any time. But you lose the mirror to verticality, and I think that Gaspro was able to get another one of those before he went with the execute. So this is round 5. We're nearly there on the first half of this game. 7rex, the lineup, we're seeing Azami for what is essentially the first time. Fenrir, you know, Whippet's not here to cast with it, so at least it's nice of him to show up inside the map for a little bit. But on the you've known that already, right? It's all the all the people in chat say is calling Fenrir.
That's all they say.
Well, let's see, you know, the main thing for me is they've kept Martin alive early. Slayers is now taking on the Deimos as he's getting a little bit of confidence on the back of this one. Once more, Flynn, looking at the way 7rex are playing the site, you need to take the verticality away.
Yeah, you gotta take the verticality away, and I think 7rex as well, we're gonna be putting these mirror windows basically exact same positions as before. Sandwich wall inside of office, and fountain wall looking into archives. This is an Alpha team that hasn't really been caught off guard too many times by running the same strategy back. Django goes flying out the detention breach, and he gets shut down in his tracks. So another opening kill acquired for the side of Alpha team on the attacking side. Bazooka's going to get droned out. This is kind of where the separation problem begins for 7rex on the defense. Everyone is isolated and playing a bit of a 1v1 right now, which is good for maintaining your top control, but you worry about your horizontal control down below on the first floor. And all of a sudden, a few Alpha Team attackers have made their way into Customs. They're starting to choke down on towards Workshop.
Yes, Slaters has the ability to spot out, the reworked Recruit and Striker to see if they can spot out where that defender is. You've also got the logic bombs in the back pocket of Dokkaebi to help work out where these defenders are, but you're starting to slow down, starting to, maybe use a little bit too much time in this roam clear as you force Angels back downstairs, back towards site. This could be a problem. Bazooka's still playing inside of Workshop, still making a lot of noise. But, Lynn, are you as easily distracted by the lights in the background of that 7rex room as I?
Oh yeah, I've been watching that all week. I really would love to get a comment from anyone on the team what that's about, why are we having a rave in the middle of game day, but if it helps them win games, whatever works, boys. Angels waiting inside of waiting room right now. He is aware of Bastion's position inside of Passport. He's going to turn and take this engagement. C8 rings out up against the wall. That'll be the Skeleton Key fashioning himself a rotate, but the Dokkaebi logic bomb. It rings out, and Bastion waiting to pre-fire this. Angel sitting on the pixel, but Bastion with a perfect shot. Bazooka lays in wait inside a Workshop for 2.5 minutes, but it reaps some rewards now. As he goes swinging into the hallway, he'll collect one, but he has to evacuate even further, leaving Denny's up next with the Vector to take aim towards Bastion. There goes Martine at the bottom of East Stairs, and all of a sudden Bazooka and Bach, they're locked off of the bomb site as the plant is going down. Bach still topside, and Bazooka trying to make his retreat through Passport.
Yeah, making a lot of noise, but might be able to spot another head, and he does. We're back to a 2 versus 2. Footsteps above, so you know that one defender's in square, one's above the hatch. There's your drop. Rotate to the window is occurring at the same time, and the swing will be there. Slaters will win his 1v1, and the C4 will get wasted as well. Bazooka, one player on the window, one playing inside of Shires. The window player, Ragnar, gets the kill, and Alpha Team win another round. And we're starting to see the Slaters that I was hoping to see at the start of the season. And you know what? I'll say this. He is a new player. This is our first glimpse of him inside of Tier 1. Maybe it was just nerves and, you know, Playday 1, Playday 2. It is tough to go into a team like Alpha, a team that expects to be there for the playoffs, and maybe get on to hit the ground running in Playday 1.
Definitely. I think the storyline for Latam North last week was very much newcomers making a big difference. I think for Latam South, newcomers, they're taking a second. Taking a second to warm up and get into the feeling of game day. But that's kind of the benefit with Latam, is you have so many game days, and you have an opportunity to run back your mistakes against your opponents in a double round robin. So it's just going to afford the development of some of these new guys the option to make a few mistakes earlier on and not have it cost you your whole stage. You can still run it back later on, correct your mistakes from days past, and put yourself in a good position in those playoff standings. Like you say, Alpha Team are a team that expect to be there. I think 7rex wouldn't have made the transition from Brazil to Latam South if they didn't think they were capable of acquiring a playoff spot and capable of contending for that major spot. So we got two teams with high hopes and high expectations heading into the final round of the first half, and there's been barely a whisper between the two in terms of being able to come away with some of these rounds.
You brought up a really good point as well about the double round robin, and something that Whippet and I have always been adamant of is when you have two teams that are around the similar skill level, the team that loses the first game usually, you know, wins the second, wins the rematch when they're around that same skill level. Obviously, inside Latam North and Latam South, there is always going to be teams that are just not quite as good as the others, but I love the setup that 7rex are using. So basically, Denny's is going to work with Box. So Box playing on the mirror window, he's going to feed the information to Denny's when to swing outside of that security door, the CCTV door. It's team play. It works as long as Alpha Team, or, you know, don't as long as Alpha Team be a little bit reckless, a little bit careless about pushing on that balcony.
Once again, we get Slater in down below on the buck, trying to provide that vertical disruption that we saw be so effective against 7rex defenders. Anchors on the bomb site, especially towards Fountain, especially towards the mirror windows on the office side. Gaspro making his early approach to the Archives balcony door as well, taking that down with the assist from the Talon Shield. And we're really looking to run back the same strategy we did the last time around for Alpha Team. There go the Grim Bees, there goes to the Skeleton Key, making sure that no one can launch Nitro Cells or smoke grenades over the top onto Gaspro as he tries to get the plant down. And everyone else for 7rex right now, not taking the bait of taking the gunfight up against Slater, but they are still pretty uncomfortable in their positions, having to find new safe havens within their own bomb site.
But do you see that silhouette below? There is one of those defenders roaming on the ground floor that might just push towards the site. Now, the Osta Shield will be placed. Here's that first C4. It's going to get thrown out the window, and it's going to catch Martin. The cover will fall. Buck is not able to trade. And let's see if Kaid Angels is able to do something with that TCSG. Now, you know that one of the C4s are gone. Make that two. That means that really 7rex can do nothing about it other than use their guns. Bazooka will catch Slaters, and here comes the swing. Look at the aggression. Gaspro will find one. The smoke's no good. Bastion gets another. We're back to a 3v3, and Gaspro's going to try stick the kiss.
Yeah, the plant's going down. Gaspro has to get off now and re-engage with the assist from the Talon Shield. And Bastion, does he hear the relocation of Denny's? The Fenrir of the flashbang comes out. It seems that Bastion is aware once again, rotating in towards Workshop and trying to keep down below, clear away, so that Gaspro can take his gunfights in the middle of the bomb site. Takes some damage, but is getting the plant down. Has to pull off for what feels like the 15th time so far in this round. But the wandering Ragnar inside of 90 collects onto Angel. Flashbangs are coming up, soaring through the hatches, and Gaspro is getting the plant down. Ragnar remains in his position in 90. And Alpha Team, they weather the early storm. They surge back, and they have a 2-round lead heading into the side swap.
And you know what, Flynn? Holding 90 corridor when you're trying to get a plant off, once you know that Fountain is clear, is so important. If Fountain is clear and you hold 90, there is no way those defenders can cross. It's a very, very losable gunfight for them if they try to do so. That round was won as soon as they took control of 90. And Alpha Team take a very strong lead on attack. Now, this is Border, a map inside of Latam where, let's just say, it doesn't really follow convention when it comes to attacker favored or defender favored. Usually it's just the more aggressive team will win most of the rounds on border. But for 7rex, that body language, Flynn, ain't looking the best.
Not the best, no. And I do think a lot of their aggression for 7rex in the defense got rebuffed. It got read very well by Alpha Team when they were on the attack, sitting and waiting for some of those aggressive plays to come out, whether it be a flank down below or a defender flying out of a breach or jumping out of a window, going for an early peek. There was a lot of aggression that 7rex were willing to bring. Not a lot of it converting into success. So now they transition on the attacking side where they can kind of be those instigators, or they're more positioned to be instigators in the rounds as the attackers. Alpha Team, the way they're playing those attacking rounds leads me to believe they might feel pretty comfortable on the defense here. Even though it is border, like you say, it's a wild map to try and defend, but Alpha Team, they seem to be very calm and composed in this matchup, and they don't seem like they're going to get taken aback or kind of taken off guard by 7rex, even if they are going to be speeding up the tempo a little bit on their attacking side.
And the defense that we're seeing is obviously very different straight off the bat from what 7rex did. They're not using the Mira. You'll still see that kind of 1-2 punch of Martin working inside of CCTV, getting information from Gaspro on half wall. But the real, ace in the hole for them is the fact that you've got Bastion playing inside of Backroom. Now, an extended roam like this does tell you that this other site is a little bit exposed if they elect to push from that east balcony side of the map. However, they've got the right row defenders to go and work the other side. The Flores pick for me is a curious one because you look at the utility the defenders are bringing. Flores isn't going to get the most value you've ever seen. There's that bit of information. Gaspro swings on east. He will get traded back by Django, but Django takes a little damage back the other way, and you've still got to deal with Break Room.
Yeah, Gaspro getting the opener on smoke. Clearly a design strategy to hold east stairs for as long as possible. He kind of had to make a tough decision there as he's being flashed out and converged on by 2 attackers. But at the end of the day, if you're 7rex, I mean, you were feeling pretty good up until about 3 seconds ago. Martin absolutely decapitating Bach outside of the break room door. And now we've got a bit of a problem for 7rex in the terms of stalling, in the terms of map control being acquired. We've got another peek coming, and Bastion reading it well, but good counter there from Django. He's able to push up the long hallway from the top of each stairs. Martin continues to decapitate foes from the depths of CCTV. Angels will fall, and now it's just Django and Dinny's left alive to try and salvage this round.
I'm telling you, he's next up. Martin is that guy. Martin manages to get out of dodge as well with his life intact, and he can rotate safely back up the site. Now, 7rex, they've got control of security. They've got control of 90. But what they don't control is the numbers game up until there now. Django wins his one against Martin. Takes a lot of damage. Manages to find another onto Ragnar. It's a quad on the round. And if he gets his cover, it could be the first ace of Latam South. Denny is going to go to try to get the case down. Slaters, though, will prevent the ace. It's a 1 versus 1. C4 ripped, C4 thrown, C4 blown, but it don't matter. He gets the kill on the Denny's. He'll get the defuse. Alpha Team 5-2 up.
My God, what a play from Slater. Like you said, newcomer to the team, had a bit of a slow week number 1. We're hearing teammates and we're hearing others in the region sing his praises. We haven't seen it on game day as of yet. We're seeing it right now. That was a very impressive 1v2. To know to pull off of the Nitro Cell and take the engagement against a heating up Django with an F2. It's a tough proposition as a discount recruit, as the new Sentry, taking with a Commando 9 up against an F2 with an ACOG. That's not the funnest engagement to take, especially when your position is known, but he wins with supreme talent, and then he forces the Nitro Cell to the far side of the mini office to force the vault out the window towards top metal. Expertly played there. Very, very impressive play in the 2v1 for Slater, and that's going to force a tack timeout from 7rex, as they've now suddenly dropped 4 rounds in a row. They have been close. They have come down to the wire. But all of a sudden, it's Alpha Team generating a lot of momentum and 2 rounds away from securing just the second 7-2 scoreline of the stage. And if I'm not mistaken, it was Alpha Team who got the first one.
Yeah, you know what? I think that Alpha Team are just showing that they're that level above. And when you think about the fact that when you look at the preseason and the qualifiers for Latam, 7rex did beat them in the best of 3, but Alpha Team did win on border. And, Corbeck, he gets a lot of things right. He did let us know that the last 2 times these 2 teams did play on border, Alpha Team won 8-6. But they look like they're going to do it a little bit more comfortably than that this time around. I think what I always say about timeouts is it's imperative that you win the next round after you've called the timeout. If 7rex don't win this round after calling that timeout, I think it's over. I think at that point it's over.
Well, I think the stark contrast between these two teams is 7rex clearly coming in with a game plan, which was, okay, we're going to ban away the Ashe, we're going to ban away the Castle, we're going to play the mirror defense to our advantage on the defensive side, and yet we're getting over-aggressive, we're getting caught on swings, we're going for spawn peaks, and we're not playing the mirror windows to our advantage. It's Alpha Team who have the better execution. It doesn't look like Alpha Team came in with the better game plan overall, or really heavily stratted their bans to one specific direction. It's that 7rex did, and yet they didn't quite follow it, and now they're in a bit of a deficit that they need to fall back from. And for Alpha Team here, this is a team that I said, they've been looking very patient, very composed. They don't feel very worried, at least from what we're seeing on their body language and in the way they're playing. Martin looks like a man who just wants to take some fights from inside of CCTV and never give this position up.
Yeah, zooming around, Lion Scan will go off, getting that information, but nobody there to really take advantage. Oh, there's the peak. But Denny's not able to hit the shots at this time of asking. Attacking lineup again. I think the one thing you want to be careful of is if those Kapkan traps do get stolen away by the Brava, but usually, Flynn, they're used more so for cameras and information than they are for Kapkans. But if any defender was to step into a Kapkan that's been stolen, who would it be?
I don't think it's going to be Martin the way he's playing right now, because he's either going to wipe everyone off the server or meet his maker. And we're looking more likely that he's going to wipe a lot of people at the very least off the server. Another quick 2K with a T5 coming from inside of CCTV. Bastion tags in as well to reestablish the 2-man advantage for Alpha Team. And Eastairs is refusing to be lost for Alpha Team as well. Gaspro, he was there with Smoke in the previous round. He went 1 for 1. This time around, he's on the mute. Nonetheless, he's got an SMG-11. That's his home. Martin made CCTV his home for at least the first half of the round. It leaves Angels and Bazooka as the last two remaining attackers. Gaspro hits one. An attempted fadeaway there from Slater as well to put an exclamation point on the round. The Nitrocell will head into the floorboards. Angels is down to 10 HP, taking shots to the floor from down below. He'll take the engagement up against Ragnar. He'll get 1 for his trouble, but we are staring down the barrel of match point up against 7rex, unfortunately for them. And it seems like you said, Gibson, the tack timeout didn't quite pay off the way they would have wanted.
Oh, I didn't. I thought for a second Angels was going to get the kill under the prone and mute, but not going to happen. But yeah, the tack timeout. It's not really had an impact on this one. The Clutch drone will be thrown. It gets shot instantly, but as you can see, the defenders, they're just falling back. They know all they've got to do is hold their cover. There's a 3-way peek, and Bastion will get the kill to see off the round. You know, this was billed as, you know, a matchup between two teams fighting for that second playoff spot, you know, alongside the likes of Maycam Evolve and Knights, but in reality, Alpha Team have been a class above, and now they find themselves on match point.
Yeah, like I said on the desk before we started this game, I don't have the exact numbers because I'm not Jesse and I don't keep a spreadsheet of micro stats that don't really mean anything. But I don't think Alpha Team has really lost maybe any, if maybe a couple games, not including their playoff loss that ended their stage. But since subbing in Gaspro, they've just been on a meteoric tear. That includes this stage so far as well. They have been a step above their opponents so far in Stage 2 in the South. They continue to be a step above their opponents in this matchup. 7rex put up against the wall for the first time so far in this stage. This is, again, a newer team coming into a region that they're not as familiar with as they would be at home. But at the same time, their first 2 games last week remained very competitive, as opposed to this one where Alpha Team, like you said, the rematch from the qualifier seems to be heavily going in Alpha Team's direction.
Yeah, just 1 round away now. 7rex need to be perfect from this point on, just to force overtime. So I think it's just a matter of when and not if Alpha Team close this game out. One thing about Martin, I've noticed every single time he's on Latam, he's got a different camera angle. He's showing off a different thing. He had a chair on his... You know, his chair broke in the middle of a game on the first play day of the season, and they still won, and he still popped off.
That's amazing.
You know, if my chair broke in the middle of a game, I'd be shook. I'd be gone. At my age, it could break a hip.
Yeah, same.
Are we the oldest, like, outside of Ace and Dez, is this the oldest, like, broadcast crew we could have gotten in all of CG Sports?
Yeah, we're up there, brother. we are ready for the retirement home. That's for sure.
Jonah and Whippet, they've got it easy. They've, like, what, 5 years ahead of them before they're washed like us? It'll be fine.
Yeah, they got time to slum it out in ranked. And I think for right now, Martin has some expertise slumming it out in ranked in terms of the shots he's hitting, because he'd be collecting quite a lot of elo if he's hitting shots like he is today. He's not gonna take any damage, actually. He's running outside and being exposed, because of course he is. He wants to bait in some more gunfights. Everyone for 7rex right now, we are hesitant. We are not making any forward progress. We are not walking in the building.
They're actually, you can tell by the way they're playing, they're mentally terrified to take on Martin. Now, he will eventually get taken down as Angels gets the kill, and looking for the trade as Bastion again. So you can see they're playing a 1-2. Another player falls as Bach on the main door will find Gaspro, and all of a sudden, there's a glimmer of light for 7rex. It's a 5 versus 3. You've still got plenty of information. Oh, but yeah, never mind. 3v2, Ragnar and Bastion will find some. There's another DBNO found as the peak comes around the corner. What has just happened?
I think we, on Alpha Team, noticed that we may have been trolling a little bit in the round. We were seeing the round differential that we need at the end of the stage to secure our spot in the standings start to slip away, and we locked in and we said, you know what? No, this is going to be a 7-2. We're making it a 7-2, just like we did last week. We got 47 seconds on the clock in a 2v2 with a health advantage that was a 5v2 man advantage for 7rex that is suddenly health favoring Alpha Team. We got a boss G as well from Slater that can rip through opponents at virtually unlimited range. A smoke grenade comes out into ventilation. A plant will be attempted here from Dinny's at the ventilation window, and it doesn't look like anyone for Alpha Team is going to stop it.
Oxera will fall at the hands of Ragnar, so it's a tough ass now. Yeah, GG's. GG's. Game 1. Never mind the... Had those stats, Slaters. Get that extra kill. But it was an inevitability that they were going to win. I just didn't think they were going to win that round whenever it was a 5 versus 3. But it just seems they brute forced it. You know, we were talking about how we didn't expect this game to be a tactical masterclass. It really wasn't. It was just Alpha Team imposing their will on the 7rex.
Yeah, I really do believe that 7rex came in with a game plan. They had an idea of what they wanted to do. Bring Core back in to wrap up on this conversation as well. But man, 7rex just didn't quite execute the way they wanted. Alpha Team reading them at seemingly every single turn.
Yeah, I would say that's a fair assessment there, Flynn, as I join my fellow old heads here. We're just a couple old guys chit-chatting. I'm bringing that average up, I'll tell you that for real. But anyway, oh man, it's not what it used to be, I tell you. But no, it's true. I think 7rex did have a plan. I think Alpha Team just had the answer for it. I mean, the thing that stood out to me, Gibson, Alpha Team just winning their ones, just consistently displaying stronger gun skill than 7rex in pretty much every matchup where they went head-to-head.
They weren't just winning their ones, they were winning their twos. Like, Martin was a one-man army in CCTV, and when you think about Border, particularly controlling the top floor, you have to secure CCTV, and Alpha Team controlled it from essentially the first round to the last.
Yeah, you never really saw, I think, a position where you felt like Alpha Team was being particularly pushed, especially on the defense, maybe a little bit more so on the attack. I mean, Lynn, what do you think 7rex takes away from this? Because this has got to be a little upsetting because they beat them on this map in quals, admittedly in overtime, but to lose to them in such a decisive fashion here today is scuppering the dreams a little bit.
A little bit. Like we said, again, these are newer teams or newer variations of the team. There's a lot of time left. There's a lot of games left for both of these teams to make changes towards the end. I think if you're 7rex, what you take away from this game is that maybe Border is not a game day map for us. And number 2, that patience is a virtue. And then getting ahead of yourself when you have a strategy and not sticking to it, it's kind of doing a disservice to the practice that you ran all week and to the coaches that put that game plan up for grabs. So I think for 7rex, it's a learning experience. No one likes to lose 7-2. Nobody looks good when they lose 7-2. You're going to walk away from this and say, okay, we got a game in 48 hours. Let's see if we can make some changes that were directly impacting us in this game in 48 hours on Wednesday.
Well, resiliency is certainly key here in the lands of, what was it, 7-2s and 7-3s. I mean, looking at it from the Alpha team perspective here, Gibson, how much of a confidence boost you think? We talked about that before we went in. How much of a confidence boost do you think this is for the Alpha team side?
I think they're going to feel great about it. You know, 7rex was a team that they were afraid of, or not afraid of, but they were wary of what they were going to bring to the region. So the fact that they were able to win them at the first time of asking, yes, you got to play them in the second half of the season, but it really puts them into that mix, I think, with Knights, and it kind of underlines the fact that I think they're in the top 2 inside of Latam South.
And I think for Alpha Team as well, being the only team with 2 7-2s, let alone 1, I asked for some separation. I asked for someone to make a name for themselves today, be able to push some distance between you and the leading pack.
Yeah.
This is what they're doing, man. They are putting a defiant exclamation point on the round differential. They are tagging up some pretty good opponents in this region in a landscape that looks so wide open. I think that Alpha Team right now, through 3 maps, it's still early days, don't get me wrong, but through 3 maps, they are looking like they want to take charge in Latam South and fill the void that maybe Vasco and Knights are leaving for them to occupy.
100%. I think it's a definitive statement game here from Alpha Team, but it's just our first match of the day. Our next game also critical for both teams that involved. That'll be Vasco versus Maycam Evolve right after this break. Welcome back here, ladies and gentlemen. We have fun, don't we, guys? We have fun here on the Latam desk. We hope you're having fun as well, viewers, as we get ready for our next match here in Latam South. And it's an important one for both these squads. It's going to be Vasco versus Maycam Evolve here. Both these teams kind of a rocky start, a little bit weird in where they are overall in Latam South. But obviously, Vasco, probably the bigger topic of discussion here. Here was a team, Gibson, that was dominant, right, in Latam South in Stage 1. And now, much like the city of Florence in Italy, they're adapting to a Dante-less world, and it's not going so well.
You went there? Really? Okay. No, I think it's not that they've lost Dante, who was the best player in the South, but it's not just the loss of Dante that's impacted the team. It's the fact that you lost the amazing duo that you had with Luca, and not only that, you bring in a player in the Chodo who is a talented player, but they play a very different role than Dante. So there's been a whole little shuffle. There's glimpses of the magic, but the Vasco that encapsulated us in Stage 1, we're still yet to see them.
Yeah, I think for Vasco, it's about getting back on track. And I think right now, there hasn't, other than Alpha Team, there hasn't really been another contender emerging saying, you better speed up. They've got some time. They got some games. They got some runway to kind of ease back into things and make these role changes and make these chemistry swaps like you're talking about, Gibson. Like, it's tough when you have to make a change, but at the end of the day, Cruelty comes knocking. That's an opportunity that Dante's not going to pass up. You got to adapt. You're still in Latam South with the rest of your team, 4/5 of the team that was utterly, stupidly dominant for Stage 1 this year in Latam South. Just ripping teams apart 7-1, 7-0, 7-2 at every turn. That team is still in there somewhere. They just got to find it.
Yeah, they definitely do. And maybe depending on the results of this game and our post game, we might have to have a conversation about why we should be worried about Vasco. But let's worry a little bit about Maycam Evolve first. So this is a real chance in my mind, Gibson, for Maycam Evolve to show that they deserve to be in the conversation as a top Latam South Sea team this stage.
Yeah, it's actually, I'm so impressed by the way that they've improved from Stage 1 to Stage 2. But I think today we're going to find out whether it is just a upturn in form and kind of a momentary bit of brilliance that we'll not see again, or whether this is the real version of Maycam Evolve and this is the real version of Vasco. So this is a massive chance for them to solidify their name as challengers. Redder and Fame, we know what those two are able to do on the entry, but Dirty's a player to keep an eye on.
100%. I think for Maycam, this is a team that has been honestly pretty impressive in terms of talent level, but again, much like an Alpha Team situation, at least before this stage began, question marks about depth of strategy, question marks about depth of map pool. We've seen them be very comfortable on Chalet, but not always victorious on Chalet. There's a couple other maps that they favor, but the win rate doesn't speak to any significant advantage. I'm waiting for Maycam to kind of find their identity, because they definitely have the talent to be a top team in Latam South. I think right now it's just about finding out who you are and how you want to play the game.
Definitely. And it's also about finding out what map they're going to go to here today as we pull up the map veto and take a look, Gibson. I mean, nothing perhaps too surprising going here early on.
Yeah, Chalet gets kept in pretty late. Labs will be the map, and we've seen a little bit more of it this stage across all the regions, and I think it's because people have an idea how it works. Vasco did go here last stage. They played. It was good. Sometimes maybe good. Sometimes maybe can't say it on broadcast. But I think that it's a good map to go to. I think Maycam Evolve, when you have the choice between Lair and Labs, you're going to go to Labs, right? You're not going to go to Lair this early.
No, I think that for both of these teams, the teams that are trying to sort out who they are and how they want to play, going to a brand new map like Lair, that might be asking just a little bit too much. So you go to the second most recent map. Okay, fair enough. We go to Nighthaven Labs. We try to wrap things up there and kind of put a bow on the map, especially for Vasco, like you said. Iffy map in Stage 1, not their favorite. We talked about domination for Vasco. That was not a map that they dominated on, at least not frequently. And I think right now for Maycam Evolve, you're in a position where, again, you might have caught Vasco, maybe not paying too much attention in the ban rates about where they are most comfortable and maybe focusing on you a little bit too much. Maybe there's an opportunity to take advantage here if you're Maycam.
Maybe there is. I mean, really quick before we jump into the game, just from each of you, starting Gibson, what's one thing that Maycam Evolve can do to really throw Vasco off their game and get a win here today?
I think Redder's got to call the game right. He's the second entry for the team. Very easy sometimes to enable yourself instead of the team as a shot caller on entry. So I think get the balance right between aggression and making sure every single person on your team is doing what they need to do.
Blaine?
For Maycam, I really want to see instant, not necessarily like a turnaround, but some aggression. I've seen this team kind of just languish outside some windows and languish outside some doorways for an extended period of time on some maps, on some games. So if they're going to be the one pushing the tempo and taking charge against a Vasco that seems a little wounded, I think that's a team that could become away with a victory. If you're going to continue to play a little more timid and on your heels, Vasco, this is a perfect get-right game for them, so you don't want to give them any opportunity.
Well, I hope you guys brought your white coats and safety goggles. Have fun over there in lab.
I forgot mine, Flynn. I'm not going to lie, so maybe I could get burnt inside of labs, but last time I casted this map, we saw Monty and Blitz banned, and I was like, this is this is not the real version of labs that you're going to see. I watched Europe the next day, and it was the exact same thing. Please tell me it's not going to be Monty and Blitz again, right?
I doubt it.
Oh, thank you.
We get a Maverick taken off the board. I think the big thing with those shield operators on a map like Labs, the easiest way, I have some friends who played this game way back in the eons before dinosaurs with me, who stepped away from the game for a very long time. And I tried to explain to them what Nighthaven Labs was, and basically the best comparison I can make for them was, what if Bank and Clubhouse had a baby? There's a lot of real estate. There's a lot of map control that you need to either drone out for intel or take control as the attacking team. And Montaigne and Blitz, they help you get that map control very early with very little risk. So we're going to see the Montaigne ban reappear once again. We had some yapping going on in all chat during the ban phase as well. Whippet, he made an appearance in map number 1. He will not make an appearance in map number 2, unfortunately. So it's Vasco starting on the defense. No Fenrir, no Cade to their availability. It's Maycam starting on the attacking side. No Maverick and no Montaigne on their side.
It's actually really rude of Whippet to go off on a lad's holiday to play golf in Portugal, isn't it? When Latam is on, like, what's that about?
Yeah.
Part-timer. Absolute part-timer. Well, you talk about this map, and it's funny that you said it's like a mix of Bank and, Clubhouse, because I've said basically the same thing, but with a sprinkle of Consulate. That basement on Consulate plays very similar to the basement here on Labs. So they've taken a lot of the good things from other maps and put them together. I think we're still not seeing exactly the way this map will play out, but I do like what they've done conceptually with it. But early stages, Flynn, the defensive lineup has been set. A Mute, a Rooney, we're seeing smoke, so what it tells you straight away is you want to deny intel, you want to slow down the push as long as possible. If you are playing a Warden, chances are that Warden's either going to play Rafters or over by Connector. The only two logical places you'd expect a Warden to be in this setup.
Got a lot of barbed wire coming out. At least a little bit more than we usually see. 4 pieces, which, could be nice in terms of slowing people down, especially if the Blitz does come out. Maycam Evolve in round number 1 not opting to bring the shield operator that wasn't banned from play. Instead, we're going to see a Ying, we're going to see a Nomad, we're going to see a Zofia, so we're still bringing some soft breach, but the Ying is most likely going to be the moment, or the momentary indicator of where the push is going to be, and every one of the defense for Vasco is going to have to react. The Warden, like you talked about, Pano is going to have to react to those Candelas coming in. I think right now the keep barricades from Luca inside of Rafters, they're going to continue to stay, because really all you've got right now on the attacking side for soft breach is VJ's Zofia. I think I just heard a lifeline impact off in the distance. And we've got the Aruni gates, we got the Kiba barricades. There's a lot to work through. These Kiba barricades, they're probably going to stay up for the next 2 minutes at least.
It's literally the setup that you get on Clubhouse when you're defending top floor and defending Rafters. There's the Candelas, that'll signal maybe a vault in through the window, but with there being an Aruni gate, with there being barbed wire, you're just using a lot of intel. Redder, that second entry, that IGL we spoke about, just trying to bait kills in the window, similar to what you would see on Clubhouse. Maybe an opportunity missed to catch the Azami, but she will close off that line of sight to the window. So, job looking pretty good. Another Candela will be set sail as Luca will get the opener onto Infame. There's the vaulting, but there's nowhere to go, Flynn.
No, nowhere to go. Luca's kind of trapped, though, and he'll hit the deck into safety. He's got Nachoto trying to swing out from his server door as well. And IT breach. Not sure if that's been facilitated as of yet, but Redder finally collects onto Luca. The Azami was on about 20 HP, finally meets her maker inside of Rafters. Smoke comes out in response from Scarp, so Vasco trying to continue to play the time denial. The walk into IT will be rejected on site by Nitro with a Nitro cell from down below, tagging him with an SMG-11. He'll get caught on the rotation by VJ, but not before the damage was done. Dirty now pushing his way to the top of Aqua Stairs, meeting up with VJ at the base of the stairwell. Toxic gas will come out and do a little bit more damage. We've got a deployable shield to worry about. The impact comes out in response from VJ, but so much damage has been done with these toxic babes, and it's just VJ and Dirty trying to funnel their way 2 by 2 in through the top of the Aqua Stairs, up against the deployable shield, up against the shotgun. There goes the shield, but the shotgun wins once. It can't win twice. VJ on the trade, but he's down to 26 HP. There's 2 full health defenders in the bomb site. No diffuser control. This thing is lights out for VJ as he walks to his awaiting grave. Pano puts him to sleep, and it's Vasco on the board on their first defense.
And it's just pure chaos, as you tend to always see. The Ying gets one, but isn't able to have a huge impact in the round. But you just see Vasco set out to slow the round down, to use as much time as possible, and you could say mission accomplished. I feel like the big opportunity was that 2 versus 1 against the smoke behind the shield, and that's a timing issue, right? You know the players behind the shield. You have 1 player on the left of the door, 1 player on the right. What you're supposed to do is, as the Ying, or as the Zofia is setting off one of those charges, you swing from the other side. You make it a 2v1. But look at the timing, right? It's all wrong. You've got to be cleaner on that. You maybe potentially win the round from there. Well, let's take nothing away. Vasco played that round very well. And you know what? A glimmer of the old aggression we used to see from them in Stage 1.
Certainly for Vasco, and I think for Maycam Evolve, unfortunately, shades of Stage 1 for them as well. Lingering, stagnating outside of doors and windows for an extended period of time. And I think even kind of worse than that for Maycam Evolve is just pushing very individually. We're having a Ying solo push into Rafters. We don't have help from the IT breach or the Rafters door. We've got 1 person walking in down below to try and clear out the flank, and we lose 2 people from that bottom floor player before we can catch the flank. It's just a lot of individual play for Maycam, and it doesn't seem like we had a clear direction on the round in terms of where we wanted to attack. We were just going to flood every single angle on a 1v1 and try and win as many of them as possible. And it didn't go Maycam's way. So, we enter into round number 2 with Vasco changing up the location of the defense, but also changing up the operator rotation, bringing out the castle that we didn't get to see in map number 1 on border because it was banned. And we might even see a return for the aggression in back-to-back rounds for Vasco. Pano takes aim outside of the storage window, and he will collect onto Infame.
And that's a big loss. That's, you know, standout player for Maycam Evolve. Last stage gone. VJ will get picked up from above as well, using the opportunity to bandit trick on the top floor, and that's 2 attackers gone. You've got Ram, Habana, and Ash left alive. Might get a chance to get a kill, but Redder's going to miss the opportunity. That R4C, it just bounces a little bit more than it used to. And the timing, he hops on a cam, Scarp vaults out. This is the Vasco that I wanted to see in Stage 2. They're finally showing up. They've got tons of information. 4 versus 2. This is a losing battle here for Maycam.
Definitely, and I think for Vasco, this is kind of, like you say, the Vasco from Stage 1 that we wanted to see in Stage number 2. This is also shades of the Vasco that did absolutely dismantle Maycam Evolve in Stage 1 in the group play. 7-0, 7-2 were the final score lines in those. Weren't really close competitions, and here we stand in round number 2. Again, not very much of a close competition. Dirty and Curves will try to work their way out of hell as they try to descend onto the rafters inside of Garage. We will punch away a mirror to block the visibility of the defenders, but still so many crossfires established, and this is not the bomb site. This is top control to hold into the bomb site. Lucas swings for 1. Dirty on the trade. He'll correct his aim with the R4C this time around, and he'll stare down the barrel of storage doorway, but now does not have the availability of the diffuser in his hands either. And looks like everyone for Vasco has said, okay, it's 3v1. We're going to get out of dodge. We're going to take our picks. We're going to rotate back down towards the bomb site. Dirty foregoing the diffuser, even though he is working with some boogie drones to open up floorboards in towards the bomb site, taking a lot of damage from the top of the cargo stairs, and he can't hit a single return fire shot. It's Scarf to lock it out, and quickly, Vasco are going to need a pause, but they are up 2-0.
Yeah, a little pause, but you just think about the aggression, right? You hear the Redder get on a cam, vault straight out the window. You know there's a player on rafters if you're looking, you swing through electrical. They basically made it so that Maycam always had to look over their shoulder, stalled them out, got those early kills, and being real, it was probably the worst two operators that you could have of your Maycam for trying to win that 5v2. Because the only way that Ram's useful is if you get vertical control, which you weren't able to get. And Habana, again, is only useful if you're going direct to site, but you're on the top floor. So they found themselves really swimming against the current or rowing without a paddle trying to get uphill. Oh, we got the technical pause. Vasco 2-0 up. Is this what we expected? Or is this just Maycam not adjusting correctly? Remember, you pointed it out. How many rounds did Maycam win against Vasco last stage?
2.
And how many did they play? What was it, 16? 2 out of 16?
Yes, sir.
And now make that 2 out of 18.
Yep. Listen, I think for Vasco, it's hard because expectations kind of got watered down a little bit based on week number 1, at least in our books. I think for them internally, they still expect to be a top team. They still expect to be a dominant team. I think for Vasco coming in and kind of, like you say, getting back to the roots of Vasco Esports, getting back to the play style that gave them so many dominating victories in stage number 1. It's good to see. I think for Maycam, the unfortunate factor for them is that things have really just kind of, again, stalled out against a Vasco that seems to be finding its form. But in the meantime, we're going to toss to a quick break here as we need a little bit more time to figure out what's going on with Vasco Esports. At the time, they're up 2-0. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone, and sorry for that technical pause, but it's Latam. It's what you get. What you get. What you pay for when you come to watch Latam. But Flynn, there was a massive debate in chat about pineapple and pizza, and somebody has told me that your opinion is null and void on food because apparently you're forced to like poutine because you're Canadian.
I mean, okay, I didn't realize the conversation went that direction.
Why did it have to get personal? Why bring up the fact that you're Canadian at all?
I don't. I like being Canadian, but I also like pineapple on pizza. So that may just not ingratiate me to anyone in the chat in terms of my opinion on food, and I might still get locked out from having any food opinions. I do have many siege opinions though, and my siege opinion right now is that Vasco, they're looking pretty good. We've had 2 defenses so far, top floor and cargo storage. Both very successful for Vasco. We're going to see if they can continue the trend for a clean sweep of defensive objectives as they head downstairs towards tank and assembly and try and wrap up a nice little 3-0 first start.
And you can tell they're keeping the aggression. This is what they did so well in stage 1. What they like to do is get really active at the points of entry on the map where the attackers usually enter from, and it slows down the tempo, and it's become more feast and famine since they've lost Dantes. You've lost that player who's able to turn 1v2s into 1v1s. However, I love this. Keep the mute jammer in pocket every time a logic bomb's deployed. You just pop it down. Look at how close he is to that buck. The silhouette is so close. They're getting tons of information. Can you win your one, though? That's the important thing here for those defenders.
A lot of intel and a bit of a different clear than we've seen in the past from teams attacking towards this bomb site, which is mostly foregoing the top floor and trying to work their way in on a kitchen side clear, but it's not going to work even a little bit. That's 3 quick kills for Vasco. Bringing the flank is cursed, or at least pick up Luca, who remained top floor for the majority of that round, who everyone on Maycam said, okay, we're going to let him sit up there. We're going to try and get some main floor control. Doesn't go their way. It's once again a 2vx. Curzon and Infame this time around, sticking around past the midway point of the round to try and work their way out of a sticky situation.
Yeah, Buck's going to throw the stun, but the player's on the wrong side of the boxes. Second stun thrown, but it doesn't matter. Pano will find his one. Now the last player alive is Kurz, trying to hold the angle, but knowing Vasco, they're probably going to try to get this round over sooner rather than later. You know, they got places to be, they got things to do. Cares, he's a lot to do. 1 versus 4. Scarps is down to 15 HP, but as he gets close, look at the crossfire. You have 2 players holding if he tries to push from that angle. You have Bandit holding at the other. Nobody on site. Cares can do nothing here.
Absolutely nothing. Hey, look at that. It's Vasco. Getting aggressive, standing their ground, being dominant in a server in which they have, at least last week, not looked as dominant on. I think right now they're feeling pretty good about the decision to go to Nighthaven Labs, especially starting on the defensive side. This is a clean sweep of objectives. You can run this rotation back just as you did the first time, and we might be staring down the barrel of quite a hefty lead heading into the side swap. If Maycam Evolve are unable to make some mid-round and mid-game adaptations, they had a tech pause there for a little while to regroup, and it doesn't seem to have done them much good in being able to formulate a game plan that is capable of toppling this Vasco defense. And for the time being, Vasco looking well in control of gunfights, of map control, of pacing. There doesn't seem to be a flaw right now for the Vasco defense on Nighthaven Labs. We're 3 rounds in. Let's see if they can replicate it and do it all over again.
3-0 start. It's exactly what they'd want. So we go back to the first site. Let's see if there's any wrinkles to it. This time they're bringing a Mira. We've got the Warden again. The only difference is they haven't brought the Azami. This time they're bringing the Wamai based on the amount of utility that had been used by Maycam as they tried to push the other round. So nothing too crazy on the defense. What you're going to do is try to slow down the attack once more. And the attacking lineup. Big thing to point out, VJ on the Blitz. Are Maycam Evolve going to try to up the aggression? I want to see how they utilize that Blitz. You'd think maybe Flynn, they're going to use it to clear... Do you think they'd clear Rafters, but maybe a position change?
Yeah, Rafters would be my first thought, but we might be going meeting clear with the Blitz to try and facilitate IT connector breach. It is an idea. The first EOD being sent out from the Lion, but at the very least, we are seeing a change here for Maycam. Foregoing the Ying, foregoing the Rafters only clear, we've got a lot of intention to go other directions on the map with different operators leading the charge. VJ on the Blitz, he's going to have to run into someone, as every single entry for Vasco's defense is being guarded by a man for the time being. Exothermic sounds like it's going out onto the IT wall, either that or onto the connector wall, but nonetheless, the meeting site hasn't been cleared out yet. The Blitz has yet to make an entry. Everyone for Vasco, while everyone for Maycam circles around, still looking pretty comfortable.
I think the big thing is keeping the Blitz hidden and alive as long as possible while you get everybody else in the position you need for the execute. You'd assume the next time the final Lion scan goes off is when that Blitz will start to push a little more aggressively, but they're using their drones. They're getting information. Now, the only problem they have is they've only got 3 drones left, and now the jig is up. They know there is a Blitz, and they don't have the utility to clear... I was going to say they didn't have the utility to clear the shield. They will use the nade to do so, and that'll just force them back. Nachodo will find one onto Redder as they push in through E-Box. Warden will swing now too, but Blitz is going to get caught. Great off angle from Luca.
Man, everybody getting decimated, going through the meat grinder that is IT and Aqua Stairs, and everyone holding firm right now for Vasco. Point blank with an M590. Scarpa waits in fame on the pre-fire, and he is victorious yet again. It's Dirty, trying to solo push his way up through into Aqua. The pre-fire again gets ripped apart by the crossfire. It's just Curves alone. 38 HP. He's trying to bail outside of IT. Maybe he'll get his. He got his one. Nitro wraps it up. It's Vasco. Nice and neatly up 4-0.
Looks like they're trying to make up for lost time with that tech pause with how quickly those last 2 rounds went past. And this is something sacrilegious there, by the way. One of the Vasco players is drinking out of a Boca Juniors cup. You probably did no clue why that's sacrilegious, but basically it's another... They're playing for one famous football team, and he's drinking out of a cup from another very famous football team.
Oh.
Yeah. That's yeah. That'd be a fine if that was in any other sport, right? You'd be like, yeah, it's a fine.
Yeah, I think I would have understood if you put it in any other sport terms. Unfortunately, soccer is the one sport that I am not in tune with. The one thing I am in tune with, though, is understanding that when you're getting the brakes beat off of you, it might be nice to slow down and have a chat about why we're getting the brakes beaten off of us. Maycam Evolve, they're gonna need to refocus here. Good news is, you're starting on the attacking side. You can kind of pull this one back and swap to the defense and have a better shot at pulling this in the direction of overtime. But attack timeout is required for Maycam to regroup and reassess the situation, understand what the next 2 attacks are going to look like for them. Top floor be locked out. Judging by the rotation that Vasco went to, they're probably going to be running it back cargo storage for round number 5, and then leaving tank assembly for round number 6. So that's your objective, but in that round previous, again, not a lot getting done in terms of progression towards the bomb site.
What are you even saying in that tech pause? Because Vasco Esports are winning at the points of entry. They're winning whenever they try to play to slow down the attack. Like, are you going to say, right, guys, we know that they're going to be aggressive. Do you start trying to trade it out? Do you put 2 players towards each entry point and be in the mindset of, oh, well, if one player falls, we'll trade it back instantly? Or do you take, maybe the approach of what VP would do, or, maybe the older versions of DZ where you play it slowly, and what you do is wait for the other team to make a mistake? Because Vasco are the sort of team, Flynn, where if you don't do anything for a while on attack, one of their defenders is going to peek or overstep a mark.
Yeah, we've seen that be a trend. We saw it earlier on with 7rex. We've seen it with Vasco. We've seen it with Cruelty. Man, sometimes they're just anxious. They're giddy to try and get up into a gunfight and take aim. If you just make them wait a little bit longer than they're anticipating, they might walk into your crosshairs for you. I think right now for Vasco, though, the slow start to the week last week and the slow start to the stage as a whole has given them a newfound focus, because this just seems like a very dialed-in Vasco. The lifeline comes out from VJ onto the storage floor, ceiling, whatever you want to call it, towards IT, to try and facilitate the breach upstairs, and we've got Pano. playing directly up against the storage window. The Nitro Cell, it did get exhausted in that fray, but it didn't do a single hit point of damage. And the good news for Maycam is we've got progression towards an IT breach. We're breaking down some of these castle barricades towards the bottom of garage. We're making progress, and we're not suffering casualties for it.
It's so much better. This is where we saw Scarp get that kill on the Redder last time, where once that castle had been opened, he vaulted out and got the kill. Now this time, it does look like they're not being as silly. Now the vaulting through the window will be the blitz. First shot will be fired, no damage found. Dirty is holding the cross from the window, and all of a sudden there's a chance on the round. Now Nitro will trade it back, but VJ was in position with the Zofia, and the case is going to go down. This is a much better attack from Maycam Evolve. VJ will find another on the round, and Blitz will get spotted again. Player will go blind, but look at this. Nachoto going for the retake. Manages to find one. It's a 2 versus 1 though. That'll be the... What has happened? The whole round is falling apart, and it's all down to Zofia. BJ, big round so far. Oh, the Kiba barrier, and he drops through the hatch. This is a terrible situation. He's going... Oh my god, he gets one with the impact. But is there going to be an angle? Another charge will be set, but this time no damage found. We'll take him off the defuse. He might have one more. 9 seconds now. You time this right. You do it one more time. It should be round over. Where is he? There he is. No! Flynn. What is...
Homie.
Oh.
Brother.
We'll be okay. We'll get through this together. Right? We'll get...
I was so ready. We saw the laughs coming out in all chat from Vasco after VJ dropped the hatch. And I was so ready once he used the impact on the floor and got the kill, like, oh no, he's got this. Oh, they laughed too soon. Look at this moment. Luca and Scarpa are laughing at all chat, and they immediately stop because they go, oh, no, he's actually giga-brained. It's 600 IQ. We're going to lose this round. And he doesn't have the angle. And he doesn't have the angle at the very end. And, oh, I think counter defuse was initiated the final time with 8 point something on the timer. 1 second away. 1 second away from clutching up that round. VJ almost made music out of a disaster. And it falls just a little bit short. And Vasco's up 5-0.
The two things, right, is I'd love to know what went through his mind when he dropped the hatch. And then I'd love to know what went through his mind when he got the kill with the impact charge. He was like, oh, okay, this is winnable. Yeah. And then it wasn't.
And then it was not.
I think the key is, Flynn, every round is winnable until it's not, though.
Someone's got to make an inspirational poster of that. Hang it up on the wall, just in case you ever lose faith in your ranked games, guys. Every round is winnable until it isn't.
Vasco have won every single game that they've gotten more rounds than the other team. It's just a fact.
True. Jesse J. Chick, the math major, can confirm that.
No caster, by the way.
I know.
You gotta be careful about what we say on broadcast now about stats, because Jesse knows everything. Like, he genuinely is like big. And I knew where Luca was.
It's a good start here for Maycam Evolve. Again, getting the top control that we've asked for, not suffering the casualties, much like the beginning of the previous round, towards cargo and towards storage. It was a really good start to the round for Maycam. I don't want to take the end or use the ending to take away from the beginning for Maycam. It's a tragic comedy that was the final 30 seconds of that round, but the first 2 minutes and 30 seconds were very strong. This flank, though, for Nitro should not happen in a vacuum. We've got a flank drone on it. We've got a human on the drone coming up Akko stairs. But Nitro says, I can hit the better shot. I have the better rate of fire. He wins the gunfight. And all of a sudden, an advantage that was in the favor of Maycam Evolve, with a man advantage and a health advantage, suddenly turns to a disadvantage. We are shoulder checking, and VJ is just kind of confirming, after doing a double take, that is actually a defender staring at the top of the stairs. We still come down to a 3v3, though, with another flank coming from Nitro.
On Nitro, you can't let him do this. He almost gets another one, but Dirty will find the kill, but now we're in a 2 versus 3. Cares has taken a lot of damage. Dirty and VJ have been in gunfights as well, so essentially, you've got no attackers on full health. Pano playing pretty close. But the thing is, this is a bottom floor tech. You look at the attackers, they've got an ace. They can get the breach open, but they seem a lot more focused on taking the top floor. And Mr. Oh no. Oh, It's a mist drone. Check your corners. Nacho will fall back towards site. The two attackers can do nothing now. 30 seconds left to go. Oh, you just gotta feel bad for them sometimes. It's just a comedy of errors.
It's a tough one for Maycam. Down to the 2v2, it is still salvageable. Somehow, all of these rounds at the end, at least in this second running of defensive objectives, have been salvageable. The Selma will come out from VJ onto the EXO wall in towards assembly, and for the time being, the push into the bomb site, read by Nachoto and Pano, as they hold station, not trying to over-aggress, and actually, Kurz is wandering through the bomb site. Nachoto on the swing, he will shut down Kurz, and the coverage is unable to protect the planter. It's a clean sweep from Vasco on the defense, up 6-0.
Did you see where the castle was prone, by the way?
Yep.
Maycam Evolve were not winning that round.
No.
All. Oh my god, it's 6-0. This is the Latam South that the people deserve. The only problem with these 6 and 7-0s that we get in, like, you know, very one-sided games is that they are over so soon, because they are fun to watch. But Vasco, this has been the perfect reply from last week. They've clearly fixed a lot of the problems they had. Maycam Evolve were sitting in second. They took Knights all the way to full overtime. But they've just got no answer for Vasco whatsoever. And we go to the final round. It's going to be top floor. And we're seeing a lot of the similarities to what they want to do. You've obviously got the fact that on this floor, they're putting the shield maybe somewhere different, a little bit different inside of Aqua. You've still got the Warden. You're still going to bring the Azami to try hold rafters. So it's similar to what Vasco were doing with just a couple of slight changes.
I see the operators coming out for Vasco. Big focus on soft reach, but also big focus on aggression. We're trying to utilize Skeleton Key, make people feel very uncomfortable. Then we've got the Striker, the Grim, the Ace, the Zofia, all to try and flood it down a corridor. Redder's doing 360s, try and organize the sensitivity on the mouse, I presume. Try and play this very precarious situation, which is the top of the Aqua stairs. We used to see a lot of people try to run their face into the brick wall that was the exterior door when the map first came into the competitive rotation, but we have since learned that stairwells go both ways, and now we've seen a lot of people losing gunfights as defenders at the top of those stairs. Attackers winning out on that peak. Luca, though, is the first one down through the floorboards. Kurz with a vert angle will pick up the buck. That'll at least limit the amount of discomfort that Maycam defenders will feel inside the box site.
And just what you got to do is stay calm. Don't panic. Don't be feeling like you need to do anything more now that you have the number advantage. Just force Vasco to make the mistakes. You know that on attack they have to come towards you. So a lot of pressure over on this meeting side of the map. Is that it's Vasco in there? For a second I thought we'd seen another crazy mistron, but Nitro, he's going to hold this angle. The problem is, even though Maycam have the numbers, they've already given up so much ground to the side of Vasco Esports. They can't get this wall reinforced. Oh, Dirty finds a beautiful shot, and maybe, oh no, gets traded back, but it's still a 4v3.
Still a 4v3, and the IT wall isn't even opened up yet. We're going to have Pano now going for a bit of a swing outside of the electrical window as well. Nitro working his way in through connector. And this rotate that was fashioned by the defense of Maycam Evolve now may play aid to the side of Vasco. You see the remaining attackers for Vasco swarming as they push their way in. Nice shot there from Nitro. Nachoto tags in for a second one on the round now. 4 onto Kurz. And now it's just Redder and Infame. Again, a man advantage evaporating into thin air on the side of Maycam. Another Selma comes out onto the wall, but it will be muted away, leaving the pillar player stuck to his Kiba barricade. But Nitro on a rampage with an AK-12. It's Redder against the world to try and stop this from being a 7-0, pre-firing towards the rotation. But Nitro cleans up with a 4K, and vamos Vasco. They come away with a 7-0 win.
Yeah, Vasco, vamos Vasco, they take it. That is the team that we saw in stage 1, and it was so much better from them. From Maycam Evolve, a lot of the flaws that they had inside of stage 1 were there. A lot of the issues that they had were taken advantage of, and You know what? It's what you keep saying though, Flynn. There is a lot of Siege still to be played before the end of the stage, but they need to fix it quick with another playdate on Wednesday. We also need to fix the broadcast. Let's bring someone with some common sense back in. Corbeck, how you doing?
Oh, you flatter me. I don't know about that. But anyway, don't ask my parents. But anyway, honestly, I'm a bit surprised. I genuinely thought we were going to see a Maycam Evolve that looked, a little bit better than that. But they came on in the same old way, and they were shown off in the same old way by Vasco. I mean, it's got to be a confidence booster for Vasco, Flynn. They've got to love that just crushing Maycam Evolved here tonight.
Yeah, and I think it's less about the opponent and more just about how they feel and about getting back onto a page that looks like the book we were reading in stage number 1, which was Vasco does not allow games to go beyond 9-10 rounds. That's just not what they do. They're allergic to round 11, and they're going to walk away with a lot of victories. We're seeing a return to form here for Vasco. Again, big changes. Losing Dante, you've got operator rotations and role changes for a team that's trying to get back into the swing of things. It's a tough week 1, but again, you've got so many games and so much runway that if you can bounce back and kind of use this game as a stepping stone to convert into more victories and more performances where you feel like yourselves, no one's going to remember that first week when it comes to playoff time.
I mean, here's my thing, I guess, is, Gibson, you look at Maycam Evolve, there's no more kind of guaranteed decider spot for them, because last stage there were 2 teams that were notoriously worse than everybody else. I don't think that Latam exists anymore. Where do they go from here? I mean, they've got 48 hours to try and fix something before their next match. What is something that they could fix in that kind of a time frame?
I think they need to fix their mid to late game decision making. We saw them kind of resolve the early stages at the end of that game where they weren't throwing away players, but it just seems like they panic, or when one player falls, it's like, oh, what do we do next? Oh, we've lost that 6th map. Everybody fall back and play within ourselves. They need to stay calm. It's like the best teams in the world, whenever they lose a player, everybody knows exactly what the next steps are. So Maycam need to do that. They need to realize, what do you do whenever you do lose a player or two, particularly on defense?
I mean, let me kind of take that and put it from the other perspective here, Flynn. I mean, what does Vasco do now to capitalize on kind of a dominant win here against a team that very well could have been a contender, and as we said, could still be a contender in the future?
Well, I think for Vasco, it's about understanding the differences between week 1 and today. Understanding, again, remove the opponent from the equation. Understand what we were doing, whether it's in warm-up, whether it's in communications, whether it's in teamwork and execution. Figure out what the difference was between executions and games in week 1 that looked fine, but not Vasco-esque, and compare them to the order of operations today, and understand where those benefits are and continue to apply those benefits for the rest of the stage. Because that's the Vasco we expect to see. I know that's the Vasco they expect to see of themselves. We'll see if we do see that Vasco for the remainder of the stage.
Well, Vasco comes roaring back into week 2 here, reminding us all that they are to be taken seriously. I'd like to say that our next match isn't going to be quite as lopsided, but unfortunately it might be. We'll be right back with Malvinas Gaming versus Knights in just a few minutes. Well, welcome back here to Latam Playday 3 and a new face joining us on the desk and forecasting the game. That's right, it's a new duo, Gibson and Jonah. Now stepping up here to the plate, we are playing musical chairs right now to fill in for Whippet. That's how big of an impact he is. We got to bring in everybody we can, everyone in the kitchen sink. But anyway, let's not let that absence and replacement distract us too much from the matter at hand, which is, of course, the game here we have between Malvinas Gaming and Knights. Now, Jonah, I'll let you start here because you're just joining us. MVG, they have not had the best start to the season here. Week 1 was relatively dismal.
Well, right. They did not have, well, the wins they were looking for. 0-2 to start compared to their opponents 2-0 to start. Great place for Knights to begin, not as much for Malvinas. Now, obviously, they're looking to remedy that here. I think this is a team who has what it takes to improve as the stage goes along, but today is a big test because their opponents in the Knights are no team to mess around with.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one for Malvinas. Basically a full roster change from last stage as well, with Farby kind of being the only hang-on. And it's pretty funny, right? Because you got one team that's essentially changed the whole roster, taking on the one team in Latam South that's essentially kept the same roster. So even without looking at the league table in previous form, you would have to favor the Knights going into this game.
Yeah, I mean, what can we really say about Knights, right? Like, you hit the big point there. There's no changes in this Knights roster. It is essentially the same guys that has always been. They carry themselves in the same way that they always did, Gibson. And I think they're looking at this probably as their stage. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think that with the change to Vasco and with, them getting that win over Alpha in the previous playday, they've got to be favorites to top the South at this point. They play really well together. They're the strongest team. When you think about team play inside of Latam South, And I genuinely think that every single one of these players knows their role. Atlas in particular, Jonah, Atlas is probably, as much as I love Tom Hagen's name, Atlas has been so important for this team.
Well, right, you've seen a lot of these guys have their moments and step up over the course of the last 2 stages. As we said, the only team, not just in the South, but in the North as well, that did not touch their roster between Stage 1 and Stage 2. Now, that is saying something. We see guys like Atlas, who has been a menace so far, but one thing that I want to see from the rest of this team, and I think it's the thing that sets them apart, chemistry, right? You're going to have that when you play back-to-back stages together. Seems like that shouldn't be a shocking thing, but here in LATAM, it just happens to be the only team who did not make a change. I think that puts them in a significant advantage right off the bat. They showed us to that week 1. Want to see more of that here week 2.
And I couldn't agree more. I think that is just such a big takeaway. I know we're emphasizing it a lot, but like you said, Jonah, in a world of LATAM where everything's changing, it's really important. But speaking of things changing, let's see if we'll change up the map we're going to play on here, Gibson. Unfortunately, Lair going off early, we won't see that.
Yeah, no Lair. We'll have to wait just that little bit longer to see it in LATAM. A map that we get plenty of, though, is Chalet. So Knights will start off on attack on this map. It was a choice between Bank and Chalet, 2 maps that see a lot of play inside of this region. I feel like Chalet is a little bit more condensed and maybe gives Malvinas a better chance of causing one of the biggest upsets that we could see in the South.
Well, I think it will be a big upset, but maybe I'll throw this hot take into the mix. I think this could be a very competitive game, and not just because taking a look at the standings, you look at it on paper, first place team, last place team. That looks scary for Malvinas, I get it, but when you look at the results so far, it was an 8-7 win that Knights squeaked out in that very first game against Maycam Evolve. They then come back week 2 and get a victory, but the game that I'm most interested in is Maycam Malvinas. Yes, it was Maycam who won, but it was a slim margin of victory, 7-5. So if you kind of put all the pieces together and try to relate all these puzzles, right? In theory, if they had a close game against the same opponent, this should be a close game as well. Knights, I still think they're favored here, but I would say Malvinas still have a shot.
Well, we'll see if the transitive property carries over to our first Chalet of the day. Enjoy yourselves, gentlemen.
Torbeck, thank you. As always, a lot of fun on the desk. And Gibson, my guy, first time on the mic together, I think, unless I'm going crazy. This is gonna be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I've been looking forward to this for a while. You and I, we've worked on broadcasts together for what, 2 years now? But it's always been you've been hosting for me, or I've been hosting for you, or, you know, we've been on different parts of the same broadcast. So it's good to work with you. I know that you're only filling in because Lynn casted 2 maps with him, was like, nah, I'm out. Cannot deal with it.
Yeah, he just wanted nothing to do with you, I guess.
Yeah. But this should be fun, right? We know what Chalet's like in the region. This is essentially David versus the Goliath inside the region. But in a best of 1, there's always a chance of an upset.
And like I said, who knows? Their past results indicate that this could be a close game. Chalet, we've seen it 3 times. Our 4th play already here in LATAM. Bank is the only map played more than this. So we've seen a good few repetitions on this map. We have a good idea how it's been going so far, defensive, attacking wise. But one thing that every team seems to keep us on our toes, Gibson, they change up these operator bans on us here. We have the Grim taken off the board. One of those more rarer banned operators, only banned once thus far, his 2nd time now gone here. The Monty as well, removed here.
Yeah, I actually love the fact that Grim's being removed when you think about how effective Grim can be on the attack, particularly for a team like Knights that thrive on team play. So when you get rid of that operator who can clear space and work out the movements of defenders and areas you want to take, really good idea to get rid of him. And Monty being removed is not a bad idea. But the Tuberal ban in particular, we know how effective Tuberal can be on this map, particularly when you're defending top floor and bottom floor, Jonah.
Well, right, with Tuberal, your ability to really delay time, really just throw those Zoto canisters up, just get the attackers stuck in a certain position. Sure, it's not going to destroy utility and delay forever, but already through the first 2 days of this stage, we have seen plenty of teams being able to waste time, being able to slow those attacking teams down. And Gibson, I mean, we know this well. Time is the most important asset for attacking teams, but as a result, it is the greatest weapon for defensive teams to wield against attacking teams if they want to slow them down, put them into a bind, and just make their job so much more difficult.
Oh, 100%. And the funny thing is, even though rounds go by in the blink of an eye, 3 minutes is a long time. Like, if you were to sit in quiet for 3 minutes and just count the seconds, that's a lot of time for those attackers to work with. And sometimes you'll see teams maybe just use up a little too much of it. Now, early stages, you're seeing an extension here from Malvinas on the top floor. What they want Knights to do is clear the map from top to bottom. But interesting wrinkle, Jonah. The shield that we normally see on library stairs is being put on the piano double.
Yeah, changing it up a little bit. Still not the most uncommon position, but you're not seeing a library stairs shield. It does indicate that, well, we might be seeing this Malvinas team trying to play a bit more forward, a bit more aggressive on the defense, but I don't know. You'd think Creeves would want that protection. Without it, he's the first to go down. Atlas and Jerry back-to-back kills. Soko, another one. Atlas, he goes for 2. Oh my goodness, Knights. They pummel their way into the site, and they already now have the diffuser on the floor. You've got one man left. It is Yorks against the world. Diffuser down, and what can he do? Oh my goodness. He gets himself a nice little hip-fire headshot onto Soko, but now he still has to find 3 more. He's got a blitz in his face. He can drop down, but with 20 seconds ticking away, I mean, the time we talked about now turned against the defense. He's flashed, and Tuku will finish him off. What a start for the Knights.
Yeah, unbelievable start for them, and it all kind of fell into place after they got rid of that first domino. The first domino to fall was the player in Coffin Corner. And look at this position, right? The only way you can play that position in this game is if you've got a Wamai or a Jaeger there to catch those fire darts. Capitao clears that position for fun. You lose that position, all of a sudden you can't play inside of Ivy anymore, you can't play on library stairs. You have to have a lot more resources to take that position on the map. Well, can I just draw your attention again, Jonah, to the lineup that Knights took? Remember how we spoke about they're big on team play? Every single operator they brought enabled other people to do specific tasks.
And it wasn't just the operator selection as well. I'd also add it was just the cleanest positioning and coordinated entry that you're ever going to see. Often, right, you see somebody hop into library, get the kill in Coffin Corner, but then you find yourself maybe slowing things down a little bit, waiting for the rest of your team to get off their drones, hop in the building after you've cleared that position. Instead, it was a blitz into the site. Well, you had blitz, but quite literally, it was a blitzkrieg, right? Everybody moved their way into the site instantly. They said, all right, we've got this first kill. The door is now cracked open. Let's burst that door down. They did, immediately got 4 kills, and there was nothing that Malvinas could do. So it was just that one domino to fall. As you said, Gimson, a fantastic analogy. When that domino fell, the rest of the defense instantly crumbled. Wish there was a Wamai, wish there was a Jaeger or something to maybe give Malvinas a fighting chance, but that one ended before it could really begin for the defense.
And this defense starting maybe a little bit better for Malvinas as they elect to extend all the way through the map. They've got Kitchen Hatch open, which means that it's so important that you're able to hold on to Kitchen, because if Kitchen falls, it opens up all the cellar, all the wine pushes. Now, Kaid somehow didn't hear that drone sitting inside of Kitchen. Full information on this position, but if I'm not wrong, there is still a defender on that top floor, likely playing on that hatch, giving Santos a little bit of security. But how long do you hold this position? How long do you feel you can stand here before you need to give it up?
Risky, right? As a defender, you're always playing that game. When do you back off? Do you force the fight? Do you take the fight? Or do you play more passive and play for your life? Santos has not moved yet. Still here, being droned out, and now that he let a bullet fly, you know he's been spotted. Now, he has some support. He's got Yorks around the other side on that staircase, but he is going to have to step up as well. Yorks will get his. Santos will not. Atlas, oh man, he's going crazy. A double kill again. in this round 2. Great work for him. And now, look at this, Jerry, the diffuser's going down.
It's exactly what you would expect on the site. You get control of the hatch, you've got boiler wall open. There's nothing the defenders can do again. You've got AKA inside a blue. 4B falls. He manages to get one on the flank, but it's round over. Knights take a 2-0 lead. But much like Coffin Corner in that first round, again, if you're going to try to play the site with that hatch open, you have to control kitchen hatch. The minute you lose kitchen hatch, you can't play inside a pillar. There's no way you can stop them from just walking into boiler and getting the case down. It is so important if you're going to play there, you have the ability, A, to hold on to it for longer, and B, you need the player playing it with you to be closer, to be able to trade out any potential kill. But Knights, great job at just spotting holes in the defense.
Looking at that replay here, it was Atlas, the key player for the Knights attack, right? Not necessarily the spearhead on the site, getting the diffuser down, but equally important, if not more important, getting the kill onto Santos, getting the kill onto Yorks. Had he gone down, all of a sudden, there's one, if not two defenders still up top, able to play vertical against that plant, able to then rotate around and flank you even after the diffuser's gone down, right? There's so many options for the defense to remain fluid, but Atlas on that clear. Some clutch kills, and he ended up having to do that alone. He lost the teammate there with him. Yorks was able to get at least one kill, but after Atlas got them both, once again, the Malvinas defense just crumbled. I'm not loving my prediction here, Gibson, of maybe I said this one would be close, because these first 2 rounds have been fairly dominant for Knights.
I'm gonna defend you. You didn't say that it was going to be close. You said it could be close. So it's not
Thank
a bad prediction. What you were hoping it would be a close game, but it is still early stages. And I'm liking the fact that Malvinas have changed it up. They've reinforced kitchen hatch this time. Kaid's going to try to keep it open or closed a little bit longer. And they've brought the Clash to try stop the push through boiler. Again, Clash can only play inside of boiler for as long as they could hold control of that kitchen side of the map. And Knights are being forced to drone it out here too. So all in all, they're doing a better job of maybe stalling out Knights.
But I haven't loved that they've been forcing this. Right, we had that discussion last round with Santos overstaying his welcome and dying as a result. He put himself literally into a corner. We gotta see Malvinas remedy that here. That won't be the case though for Aka, for AKA. He is gonna go down first again. It's the opening kill for Knights. Make it 2. Jerry had a perfect read on Yorks and the flank and shuts him down as well. Santos on the Clash wants to be an impact here, but considering that both of these gunfights happened away from the objective, there is nothing he can do to stop this.
Oh, it's a 5v2 of guns here as well. Clash has only got the shield, meaning you've got 2 defenders using their guns on site. They're inside of blue, they're on the other side of the map, the breach is being opened, and now Cade has been spotted as well. So everything going to plan, everything going to schedule so far for Knights. The question is, can they get in and start to get that case down? Keeping an eye inside of blue, still holding breach is the Cade, and Tuku is able to find another kill. This is all going wrong. There's going to be the stun. Clash is forced back into box. This is another round that should be won, but maybe I spoke too soon.
Well, I don't know. 4B's got a lot of work to do because Santos, well, he's going to pick up the gun now. Not a Clash, just wielding an SMG, and it is quickly going to end with the Knights taking 3 in a row here. Gibson, Malvinas, they are just not making this happen just yet.
No, but Knights certainly are. And you could talk about maybe mistakes that Malvinas are making, but I'm the type of person who always likes to focus on the positives that we're seeing. Knights are reading Malvinas so well. And the thing I want to point out is they droned out the defender that was inside of Piano. You know they're there. So what do? You keep a player on top floor by library stairs, holding the rotate back to site. There's only 2 real ways that that defender could rotate from there. One was to go through trophy and drop through that hatch. The other option was to push it and go try to get back through blue. They held it. One player held it for about 20-30 seconds, and they're able to cut off that rotate. It's a free kill, and it's just really good game sense from the Knights. So, a change of location, and the strange thing is, every time they go to a site for the second time, so this is now the second time we're seeing, second time we're seeing a ground floor defense, not necessarily bar games, but they're bringing a completely different lineup again, Jonah. It seems like they're not sure what to do against Knights.
Well, I like that they are making adjustments here, at least in terms of the lineup, but I'd like to see some adjustments in terms of their strategy as well. We've seen 3 rounds in a row where they have been playing pretty substantially for a roam. A 2-man roam or a 3-man roam. That's generally been the split. That last round in particular, they're playing the Clash. You're playing to lock down some choke points on the site, but you're still playing a fairly heavy roam. And guess what? The 2 roamers went down first. Clearly, that's not working for Malvinas. The entry game for Knights has been rock solid. We need to see Malvinas get off the roam. Just try to do a 5-man anchor on the site if they want to make this work. Everyone right now, though, is upstairs. They're trying to play this extension, and look at this. The Knights have dismantled this again, simultaneously pushing below, pushing up top, and again the diffuser is down.
Oh, it's a mismatch. It's an absolute mismatch. It's a 2 versus 5. You've got still top control. AKA is going to try to get a flank off, but it's being held. Jerry will get a second on the round, leaving it all down to the Kaid. They know where he is too. He's getting flashed. He's getting stunned. They're going to peek. You know, this is what my friend likes to call troll time. You know that you've got enough defenders alive that you can send a couple to get the kill. Another for Santos, but Jerry gets the triple. And it's another round 1. 4-0. Is this speedrun Chalet any percentage?
It really feels like it, Gibson, because this is flying by. This is flying by. Chalet, of course, right? I feel like when it was first released, it did get a little crazy. It was this kind of aggressive, kind of like we see Border now, a map that both teams are going to be so aggressive. They're going to get up in your face. They're going to do whatever they can. The attacking team winning initially. But it's really cooled down since then. Chalet has reached a nice equilibrium. It's a good, balanced map. We see defensive teams succeeding here just as much as attacking teams. So far, this stage, this map has gone 60-40 in favor of the defense. 20 defensive round wins, 13 attacking round wins. Malvinas should not be having this much trouble, but Knights are just steamrolling them consistently, almost the identical pattern to the round, 4 rounds in a row. Knights clearly have identified something that's working, and they're just going to keep doing it until Malvinas can change it up.
Yeah, and Malvinas electing to take the time out with just 2 rounds left on the defense, because they know if this is a 5-1 or 6-0 half, which it could easily be, it's game over. They're not going to win all those rounds on attack against Knights, so they needed that timeout. This was the only real opportunity. They could have taken it a bit earlier, maybe after round 3, but they need to do it. You spoke about this map as well. Chalet is a map that should not be this attacker favorite. In fact, I'm going to give you my hot take. As a caster, my 2 favorite maps to cast were Chalet and Oregon. Rest in peace, Oregon. I was one of the few. I'm one of the few that loved it because it was a litmus test.
But why though?
Because it's a litmus test. Like, it's that one map that if you want to be considered a good team at the basics of Siege, you had to be able to win Oregon.
That's fair. You know, and fundamentally, I agree with that. Like, it's great to have a map that every team should be exactly equal on, in theory, right? Everyone should be evenly matched because they've seen it so many times. But the problem with Oregon, right, is it is heavily defensive-sided and has always been one of the most defender-sided maps in the game. It was the most defender-sided map in Stage 1. And so you like to see those maps, honestly, like Chalet, that do give those attacking teams a little more opening and a little more chance to get a little crazy. Now, I'm not saying it gives them this much opportunity to get a little crazy. Knights have just decided to go crazy regardless of the circumstance, regardless of the site. Clearly, it's working for them. They're feeling incredibly confident, and that's why they're just continuing to be able to put on this pressure and to go with this same strategy. Again, we're going to have to see them start off this round strong, and finally, we see things change a little bit. This time it is Santos who gets the first kill before being eventually traded out by Tom. But a major difference here, Gibson. The opening kill, it went the way of the defense this time.
Yeah, but, you know, like that old South Park meme, he was like, and it's gone. The advantage was gone literally a few seconds later. But I agree, this is a little bit better. They're getting more in the face of Knights. They don't have a player in Coffin Corner. But here goes Soko. Creeves is able to trade back Tom, who maybe just decided to walk into sight. Atlas will find AKA as well. And Yorks is going to try to retake the top floor once more. So you've got a Malusi on site, and you've got Yorks on the roam. There's a minute and 25 to go. The attackers do have 4 drones. As you can see, they're up. They're already out of the pocket. The question is, what do they know? We've got ourselves a little bit of a standoff as Atlas will rotate and make his way around. Position revealed of the player behind bar as Creeves opens up the line of sight. But this is tough. Yeah, there's the Cantelas going off. There's your 3-2-1 goal, but the hatch, Jonah, it could have a huge impact, and it does.
Oh my. They haven't taken care of Yorks, and now he can just sit here and lock this down. He has no trouble whatsoever. Creeves, with that intel, he'll step up and take care of Jerry. Soko, he's got to do it all himself, and he cannot. Against the final 2 Malvinas defenders, they take advantage of that top floor, and lo and behold, they're able to close out their very first round of the map.
And it was just better from the whole way through that round. Every aspect of their game was better. They got a bit more aggressive with Knights in the early stages. They got the opening pick. Yes, it was traded back instantly, but there was no holes. You saw that Tom tried to just walk on into sight 30 seconds into the round, which they had success doing in 3 of the other 4 rounds, but they had someone covering that angle. So much better from Malvinas. Let's hope they can do the same on this final round of their defensive half. But even more importantly, it's not going to be a 7-0. And you know what? That's good, because we already had a 7-0 on EU on this map earlier. You know, G2 took VP to the cleaners.
It was rough. It was rough.
You know what? It's like sometimes, Flynn, a 7-0 is a good thing, because you're like, you know what? We don't have to endure it anymore if you're the losing team. Like, sometimes it's just over.
Did you just call me Flynn?
I did. It's
Crazy, dude. All of the non-Irish people are the same to you. Is that the way it works?
You know what? Flynn's one of the biggest names that we had, and like, you think back to CG's cast some of the big events.
It's true. It's a compliment for me, I guess. Yeah, I'll take it.
But he wishes he was your age and as handsome as you, though.
I'll take that. Thank you, Gibson. We move into round 6. The final chance here for Malvinas to showcase a little bit more of that defensive prowess, right? They have a chance now to come away with their second round. It's certainly possible, but Knights have shown that it is not all that likely when Knights are playing just this good. Malvinas, they did a good job of establishing, honestly, even more early defensive pressure in that last round. I didn't think that would be the adjustment that won them the round, but the opening kill, which was found by Santos, was him actually running out the double door of the fireplace hall. More aggression got them the first kill. Now, it was quickly traded out. Knights quickly brought it back to even, but Malvinas were able to just trade it all the way home. Can they do that again? Knights are starting things off a little slower here. Maybe this will benefit Malvinas in the long run, but Knights are going to take that extra time, get that extra bit of information before they clear out the rest of this top floor.
Yeah, Yorks with the pocket mute jammer as well, just stopped the Deimos from tracking him and allows him to move whenever that EE1D was going off as well. Well, it rotates back to sight. We could see those silhouettes of Knights just on the top floor. They've given Knights just something to think about. Potential gun fight here by Fireplace double door, as AKA will hold the angle with the Fenrir. Active FNAP, but droned out. Gonna have to fall back now. Not gonna be able to play as aggressive, but it slows down Knights. There's only a minute left to go on the round, and we've not had an engagement yet.
Long angle here, held by AKA. Just using these holes to see if he can pressure any of these attackers as they work their way over, but we crossed that minute mark, and well, no one for Knights has moved up. As you said, Gibson, no fight just yet. everyone in this lobby full HP until just now. The first swing successful for the Knights attack. It is AKA who goes down and not in a position where it looks like he's going to get recovered. But a quick response. A C4 goes up and takes care of Atlas. You're seeing a little bit of a defensive rotation as well. Yorks maybe trying to revive AKA. Not going to be possible here as Jerry will secure the kill on the swing, but 20 seconds. Knights still have some work to do.
There's no way. Surely he doesn't know that the player's in top west main, and he doesn't. He's going to force it down blue as Knights now being forced to go for an execute. Tuku will find one as the case will now go down. They've got a safe cover to cover. There's a drop from the hatch. Santos gets his kill, but doesn't see the case. Does! He got the kill just about the 000s.
Wow. That one was not supposed to happen, but it did. I feel like both teams got away with something there. That's a little bit unusual, where it seemed like Knights had waited far too long to make their push. And when they did, it was a little bit all over the place. They didn't have great coverage on the player going down, and apparently they did not have good coverage of what was going on upstairs. How Santos dropped the hatch onto an attacker there in closet, I've got no idea. How he was, one, unseen, but most of all, unheard. But that play single-handedly won the round for Malvinas because he could take care of the player covering that angle, and then the only attacker he was looking at that point was the player facing the ground, typing away at his little diffuser. Easy win for Santos, but he got away with one right after Knights went for a last-second execute and somehow found an opening.
I would love to see the end of that round back to know how long was left on the plant whenever that kill came through. Well, 4-2, they win both of the rounds on their defense after taking that timeout, so whatever they spoke about certainly did work. But now is the more difficult thing in Siege. Yes, we see a lot more 3-3s than ever before, but attacking is a real, I want to say, exercise in how good you work as a team, how well you can execute your pushes. And looking at the attacking lineup, nothing revolutionary here, Jonah. You've got your Ash, you've got your Thermite, you've got your Thatcher. They're playing for the breach.
Yeah, very standard, almost old-fashioned lineup. You take out the Flores and you've got a lineup that you might see in year 2, season 1, right? Or what is it? I guess Buck was introduced very first operators added to the game very early on. You could have gone with this lineup, thrown the Flores in there to spice it up, but not the same thing we saw from Knights on their attack. We've seen a lot more versatility on that Knights attack. Here, Malvinas are sticking to, well, that good old-fashioned Siege stuff. EMPs, exothermics, the breaching rounds from the Ash, the skeleton key from the Buck. Let's see what they can pull off here. My main interest is how aggressive Knights are going to play on the roam, especially compared to that Malvinas defense. Tom, very eager to take this first fight. Ends up coming out on top by just a hair, but still, AKA alive until Atlas joins the fight. Tom then turns around and takes care of Creeves, who is trying to support that from the other side. So Knights, a little duo roam here, ends up getting that opening kill.
Tom just stayed alive long enough for Atlas to come in with a cover. Malvinas do eventually get a trade, but it was at the cost of 2 of their attackers. So it's a 3 versus 4. You've still got the Thatcher, you've still got the Thermite, so you can still get the breach open. Oh, there's another important fight here on Library Stairs. Atlas will pre-fire around the corner, but the player has gone down, but Yorks needs to win this one. More information being gathered, and Atlas will find another one. Now he can turn his attention back to the attacker that's playing below. Inside of Library, though, Santos will find a kill. 2 versus 3, and York's taking a ton of damage. But look at Soko, 5 HP as well.
Very low, but still a gun for Malvinas to worry about. So still a 2v3 as far as they're concerned. Not an impossible situation considering their HP. They have the diffuser in pocket. They've got the breach open. But the tough part is they only have 20 seconds. They don't have time to get that information, and a frost mat. Devastating timing, the bear trap. Now that will pretty much lock this one down. Now it's just one player with just 5 seconds, and now with a bullet in his face by Tuku. So Tuku with the baiter in all chat, and, well, the first defensive win for the Knights.
I absolutely love that there's just some words that don't actually get translated, right? Like baiter doesn't get translated. You'll be, you know, I watched some of the broadcasts in MENA, and you'd hear Arabic, and then they would throw like spawn peak in there, the broadcast. I love it. And, you know, I heard you and Flynn actually talking about it a little bit last week, and Whip and I were talking about it too. We need to learn more Spanish for covering this league. We're slowly getting to know all of the standard insults in chat in Spanish, right?
Yeah, that's really the most important thing. Like over time, I know I've taken enough Spanish and through school and stuff that I know enough words to know where the site is going to be, what like loosely what's going on. But my favorite moment last week was actually we saw somebody do some trash talk in chat, and I knew what it said. It was, thankfully, the word was quieres ganar, which means first word is quieres, second word ganar. That means, do you want to win or no, is what he was asking. An absolute, just right out of the gate, just going straight for the trash talk. I believe that was Revan who was chirping there. Classic Revan stuff. After, I think it was a round where somebody just did not push into the site and the time expired. But that's the kind of thing that you just love to see. You know, and maybe we gotta have like a translator on hand. We gotta have Google Translate open, or we just, maybe we all have to learn Spanish so that we're up to date with the trash talk and with the banter.
Yeah, and obviously some of these teams will, you know, we've got blow-in teams now from other regions that'll speak some Portuguese as well. Honestly, my favorite thing about Portuguese is the fact that like a timeout is like an interrupto or something, but we just call it an entero timeout because it comes up in the middle of your screen. Well, Let's get back to the game, right? Knights win their first round on attack after the side swap. They get back to maybe what you expect the format of this game was going to be, 5-2. If you're Malvinas, how do you claw your way back into this game? Because the big thing they changed on their final 2 defensive rounds was they were more efficient with forcing the Knights to use the clock. Now, on attack, you can't really do that anymore. You're the team that needs to use the clock wisely. Do you see any holes in that first defensive Knights that maybe Malvinas could take advantage of?
Well, the one thing I'd say that Knights presented Malvinas with was the ability to get those early frags, right? Knights did not shy away from the roam, you know, as we saw from Malvinas on this map. They did not shy away from getting in the face of the attack and being aggressive. Sure, that in the end result of round number 7 was that Knights were able to get those kills, but the opportunity to get those kills were there for the attack. In fact, they were very close. We saw a good swing by the Buck in games, landed a shot or two, had an opportunity, had he hit the head, to get the kill and open up the round with one there. We saw then Yorks coming in from Fireplace Hall. He eventually did get a kill because it was a double roam, but an example of how a couple inches moving your mouse further, or a split-second difference in reaction time, could have put Malvinas in a nice advantage at the start of that round. We're not seeing Knights just buckle down and lock on the site, allowing Malvinas to roam free. So the answer, I think, to your question, Gibson, is that Malvinas, especially here in round 8, need to prevent Knights from getting the match point. But what they need to do to get that done is to have a clean entry. Just tidy it up a little bit more. Knights are going to give you the chance, so you gotta take advantage. Get 2 or 3 people moving in with somebody droning at their feet. Isolate those defenders, and if they're gonna give themselves up to you and give that opportunity to get the kill, and start off the round hot.
Yeah, but they got to do it with a little more tempo as well, because they had Tom isolated, but they just waited so long. Oh, Jerry, he's going to get the kill on the Yorks, but they had Tom isolated in bar, but they waited too long that Atlas was able to sport, even though they had a player on Fireplace Door and they had a player on bottom main window. So, up the tempo. No trade will be found by the attacking side this time around, as Jerry is essentially able to get one for free. Down goes the Dokkaebi, down goes your global ability to drop the Logic Bomb and work out where all those defenders are playing. And it just goes to show not every entry pick is as equal. Dokkaebi is such a huge pick for Knights to get early on.
Well, I can barely hear what you're saying, Gibson, because that, well, the boogie drone is booging its way over the top of the site there, rather the top floor, not the site. That's 2 floors up. As Malvinas tried to rambunctiously make their way in and actually clear out this map. It seems that now that Jerry had that opening kill, Knights with the clash, and smartly so, are fairly comfortable to back on off. That was a nice Valk cam, by the way. No, that wasn't a Valk cam. What was that? Bulletproof?
Was it the key? Was the
that was the Electro Claw.
Yeah,
it was the I was like, what? I was like, what did I see in that? There's no Valkyrie. Valkyrie's banned. Either way, you're seeing Knights now regroup and back off. Only one of those defenders now remains in any capacity on that first floor to pressure this attack. Malvinas, they now have the ability, Gibson, you pointed this out, to up the tempo, to get a bit more active. They just now have to transition the control they now have of this west side of the map into an actual execute, and it's going to be much more difficult with a clash in their face.
Yeah, but Soko's trying to retake the top floor as well. If you can see, Tuku will find a kill. The smoke will force him to come off the plant. Now, Forby will find a kill. We're back to a 3 versus 4 with Clash being one of the operators alive. You can see that defender silhouette as well on top blue. But the Clash is just preventing any opportunity to go for the plant just yet. Tom finds another AKA, does get the trade, but there's Jerry. And it's all down to the Capitao. He smokes off the hatch, but there's the drop. Oh, he's got timing. He was reloading when the hatch drop came through, and there was, honestly, nothing he could do, but he was pretty hidden there. I'm not going to lie, I didn't see him.
As much analysis as we could give in the early round about, all right, here's what Malvinas have to clean it up. It's crazy how quickly that all went out the window when Jerry just starts off the round with a kill. He just says, I don't really care what strategy you're bringing. My gun beats your gun. I win. And he gets the opening kill, right? And obviously it was an uphill battle for Malvinas for the rest of the way. But the craziest part there at the end was that it looked like Atlas was completely alone on the site. And for all intents and purposes, he was. Once Tuku went down, Atlas was alone because the rest of the defenders, 2, maybe 3 of them, were instead going for a retake on the top floor. They weren't immediately around Atlas to support it, and Gibson, I initially was quite concerned. It looked like Knights had left Atlas out to dry, had said, you know what, you handle it, you're the Clash, we don't need to be around you. I think normally that's the wrong call, but instead, Knights were playing a little bit more of that deep strategy game. They were actually using the time that Atlas was wasting to go for a full flank, top floor, and close it out, and they were able to win the gunfights, find the trade up above, and win the round as a result.
I genuinely do think that it is just trust. They had full trust that Atlas was able to just feed them information and stay alive. And they realized, remember how we spoke about on the Knights attacks, how important holding Kitchen Hatch was. They knew what Malvinas were trying to do. So we go to the final, what could be the final round of this matchup. Malvinas bringing Blitz, they're bringing a Maru, they're bringing Sens, so it is going to be an explosive tech, not a rush. Remember, there's always a difference in that. There's a difference in a rush and explosive tech. Basically, once they give the signal, it's going to happen. There's the flames, there's... See that? That's exactly what Malvinas should have done in the first round when that first fire dart was sent.
Right, they did not sit in the corner and wait to... I mean, it's coffin corner. They didn't sit there and wait to die. Got out as quick as possible and made their escape. A little bit easier when you have the support of 2 other defenders up above. You've got Soko and Tuku watching that position. Atlas able to get away. Still, that position held by the defense. But watch out for this. It's Forby looking to make an explosive move. He'll then look to swing around, maybe go straight into the site. You've got the Sens projectors up, and it looks like they're ready to go. Nope. Doesn't matter. Knights absolutely destroy them. Oh my goodness. Knights. I guess Malvinas were trying to play a little bit of their game, and boy, oh boy, did it not work. It's a flawless round to close out the map. Tom's just looking confused as Knights will take the win.
You know the old saying from the A-Team where you go, I love it when a plan comes together. That was literally the exact opposite of that. It was 3, 2, 1, no.
Plan did not come together.
It did not. But you know what? I love it when a broadcast comes together and we bring our host back in. Corbett.
What a transition. Seamless as always, Gibson.
It's a good one. I like
Corbett.
that was smooth. Hey, go for that. We should have called attention to it. It ruins it, makes it a little bit sandpapery, but that's okay. You know, that round ended so fast, I was still in the middle of eating my snacks, so...
That's on you. That's on you. You just didn't know.
I should have underestimated nights like that. You have my apologies, Knights. I mean, I don't think anything particularly shocking happens here, right? Knights kind of come in, they wipe the floor with Malvinas. I don't think any of us are going to walk away from this being particularly surprised. I mean, kind of what is this signpost for Malvinas here, though, Jonah, now that, you know, you kind of got drubbed by arguably the best team in Latam South?
Well, Ron, I think this was the first real test where I wanted to see if maybe day one, day two were a bit of a flub, right? Bit of a fluke. Clearly, that was not the case. In fact, looking at day one and day two, those were even stronger performances for Malvinas than we saw today. Yeah. This one was just not it. They just never woke up. They just never adapted. And when you saw at least how those first few rounds progressed, I would have wished to see a bit of that change a little bit sooner. Now, to their credit, they won those last two defensive rounds, so they did make some tweaks, and it did pay off. But when you switch the half, you make those adjustments fairly late. There's only so much you can do.
Yeah, I know. I agree. I mean, it's hard, I think, probably for Malvinas to draw too many lessons from this. And I mean, I think, Gibson, the same thing could probably be said of Knights, right? I don't think they had to do anything particularly innovative here on this chalet in order to get this win.
No, they really didn't. I think they just showed really good team play, really good understanding of what way the other team is going to move, particularly on their attacks. Like, they were able to find the holes in the defense very easily, and they were able to execute off the back of that. I did say on, I think, play day one before their first game that if they were going to lose a game, that might be the day it happens, because they'd be getting the rust off after the stage. They went to overtime, but since then, they've not done anything to dispel the belief that they are the best team inside of Latam South at this moment in time.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, you know, and I was going to ask this of both of you. Do you think it's a fair assessment to say that they are the best team in Latam South right now? I mean, Gibson just gave us his answer, Jonah, but would you agree with that as well?
Oh, you have to. You have to agree, especially after what we just saw. Knights maybe surprised us by not winning that first game against Maycam Evolve all that cleanly, right? 8-7. They didn't get the full points from that. But I think very clearly today, showcasing that they are the ones to beat. Not saying they're standalone, well clear of the field. I think Maycam Evolve are putting up quite a fight. You see them as that number 2 team. But, man, Knights, they looked just so good today on both sides of the coin. So comfortable, so confident. Watch out.
Well, definitely, I would say watch out is the least the teams should be doing here in preparation for having to face the Knights. But let's take a broad look at the schedule here and see how our matches are standing so far here on the day. And I'll be honest with you, it's quite funny, Gibson, because you and Flynn were talking, and I were talking about how it didn't feel like Latam South of stage 1. It felt a lot more competitive, and then, well, today happened.
Yeah, we're so back. Latam South is so back. 7-2s and a 7-0. And honestly, looking forward to the rest of the matchups, other than Cruelty Revan, that trend could continue. But, you know, realistically, every single favorite won in Latam South today. So I don't think there was a lot of upsets when it came to prediction elo inside of the chat.
No, I think everybody's banks were relatively safe on this one, unless you were really swinging for the fences on some of the games. I will say, for a while there was a lot of points on Maycam Evolve, and I think those people are a little disappointed. But, you know, the standings, they're going to be a little disappointing here for some of these teams, Jonah. Knights firmly on top of the table. I mean, Alpha Team, I think that's the one that I like to pull out here, because they are firmly in that second place spot, and they look like they earned it, Jonah.
Well, there's just so much going on here that it's just so hard to piece apart at this moment, because we're only 3 days in here in South competition, right? After day one, Maycam goes toe-to-toe with Knights. I'm thinking, hey, they're going to be a great team. Alpha Team, day one, they destroy Vasco. I'm thinking, hey, that's going to be the best team in the league. But then Knights beat them. Now Vasco beats Maycam. I just don't know what to think, Corbeck. It's just, there's a lot going on. And right now, could this be the way the entire stage ends? This order? Possible. But also, just what we've seen from some of these teams. Depends on the day. You never know what to expect, especially with those 2, 3, 4. Alpha Team, Vasco, Maycam. They keep you on their toes. They really do.
Yeah, I think for Alpha Team now in second place, they've already played Knights in the first, round of the round robin. So for them now, it's just about solidifying that second place, getting as many wins as they can on the board before they play Knights again. Oh, all in all, Latam South was exceptional tonight, and I think the leaderboard looks exactly the way I expected to after today's mixed matchups.
Well, we can hope that Latam North is going to live up to that exceptionalism. We've got all 3 of the games in the top of the region coming up right after this break, and we're going to start with True Synergy Gaming versus LUS Empire, a battle of the 0-2s. It's not one you're going to want to miss. Those teams are scrappy, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find the round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood. The wave.
And I think he might just find it!
Oh no! I shrunk during the break, viewers. I don't know what happened. There we go. Welcome back to Latam North. Everyone, so excited to have you here as we jump into some more intense matches here, because the North tends to have some real powerhouse teams. There's going to be a lot of talent on display. I'm Corbeck. Speaking of talent, alongside me here, Gibson and Jonah. Gibson joining us for one more game, but before we jump into that game, let's take a look at our standings for the North overall here. I mean, Jonah, Team Cruelty on top. I don't think that shocks anyone. They are really the team to beat.
Well, they're the reigning LATAM champions, the only team of the group who went to the major between stages. So yeah, not too much of a surprise to see them on top. But it's the next three teams that really are, well, I'd call them the bubble teams. That's where my focus has been, and I think will continue to be for the rest of the stage between Six Karma, Revan, and Cintra, three teams who are capable of so much and have the ability to climb that leaderboard. I think it's just a matter of time before they do. Can they get past Cruelty? That's another question, but they just want to be in those top few spots and set themselves up nicely for the playoffs.
Yeah, Cruelty, the best team in the region. They qualified for the last two international events. And what did they do? They went and took the best player from LATAM South. So they have only gotten stronger. All in all, I think Cruelty are 100% set to get into the playoffs. But whether or not they actually qualify for another event is yet to be seen.
Well, two teams that maybe have a longer road to the playoffs ahead of them are the two teams in our first matchup here. It's going to be True Synergy Gaming and LUS Empire, our Quals teams coming into this Latam North stage. And I mean, starting with True Synergy Gaming, right? This is a team that I have some faith in them still, Jonah, but certainly they had a very rough first week. But when you look at their schedule, have we even really given them time to breathe here in Latam North?
That's the question. Week 1, they play Cruelty. Day 2, they play Six Karma, the two top teams in the region. That is a brutal opening schedule. This is a team full of talent, full of fan favorites. You got Alan Durf, the man himself, back in LATAM and ready to perform. This is a team that, yes, they're a qualifier team and they are 0-2. Doesn't look good, but strength of schedule is a very significant factor to consider given the two opponents they've already faced.
And they'll hope that their O will go in today's matchup. And look, I gotta kind of back up what Jonah said. We all know Alan Durf. I think Caden's a player with experience in the region too. This is an opportunity for them to get that first one of the stage.
I think they have a decent chance here tonight because they are going against the other 0-0 team. That's LUS Empire. Now, LUS, they also had a bit of a rough start here, Gibson. I think that maybe as a roster, we weren't entirely sure to what to expect of them, but they are just functionally orgless from last stage, and it looks like they haven't really banished the demons that team suffered from.
It's funny because when you watched them last stage, it would look incredible for 3 rounds, and then you'd be going, what just happened? Because they were so hot and cold. I think that they brought in a new coach. Obviously, they brought in a guy from Europe, Velocity, who was a caster analyst. I spoke to him like a year or two ago, and he was asking the right questions about the game. But he's only been with the team, a week and a half now? So whether or not he can get his say on how the team plays is yet to be seen. But another team with experience in the region, let's see if they can banish their past demons and maybe they could get the first one. At the end of the day, someone's always got to go.
Well, a lot of demons to banish if we're talking about
Legion
problems to resolve here for LUS. They were the worst team. Other than Hawks, they were, I believe, 1 win to their name in all of Stage 1, and it was not a stage they would like to remember. 0-2 so far is a tough place to begin, especially with that thought looming in the back of your mind that it's going to be another tough stage. So there is no better opponent to fix that problem against. This is the other qualifier team. And yes, they could be stronger than their record, but they are still winless. This is the best opportunity LUS will get to get back on their feet and to recover the momentum, the vibes for stage 2.
Indeed it is. And remember, folks, with all this talk of demons, don't forget to pay your exorcist or you'll get repossessed. And as a non sequitur, let's take a look at our map vetoes here for the night. Obviously, some of the maps that we'd like to see here going quickly, Gibson, but it will be a chalet there as our map to go to again here.
Yeah, we didn't get enough of chalet in the last one, so hopefully we'll get a few more rounds this time on the map. I think that it's probably a best case scenario map for both of these two teams. It's been, tread upon by both of these teams a lot of times in the past, so they know exactly how to play here. It's a great opportunity for both of these teams.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about this for either team. I think this is a great place to go to kind of allow yourself to get a little crazy. We saw the kind of map that Chalet can become. Maybe one of these teams will lean into that too.
Well, I won't keep you guys from it. Enjoy your second chalet of the evening.
Orbeck, we will. Thank you. 2 chalets back to back. Nothing like it. We've seen a lot of bank. Seen a lot of chalet. That pattern here continuing. I feel like, Gibson, that's been so typical of LATAM to just latch onto a map and play it so much for the rest of the stage. We saw this last stage with Skyscraper, especially in the north. We did not see almost any labs last stage. Thankfully, we are seeing that a little bit this stage, but I doubt we're going to see Lair. I doubt we're going to see too much of maps like Consulate, right? This is a region that has the maps they like to play, and they are going to play them until the end.
Oh, just don't stop. Can't stop, won't stop playing on some of these maps. And you're right, last stage, it seemed like all you and Flynn did was cast on on Skyscraper, and all Whip and I did was cast on Chalet. So it's a bit more Chalet. Again, I'm going to favor LUS Empire on this one just because, A, you know, I know the coach and I've got high expectations for him in the future. And B, LUS Empire told me last week that I'm not allowed to go to any more of their parties because I voted against them last play day. So maybe that'll turn around. Well, you saw the bans, you saw them getting called boring bans, L bans. It's pretty much what you'd expect to ban here on Chalet.
Yeah, and it's not L bans or W bans, it's just bans. That's just how it goes here on Chalet. A little different than what we saw, of course, in our first iteration of Chalet just a moment ago. But you have the Blitz ban, which is the one I think I'm going to focus on here. We saw how much that Blitz was utilized by Knights in that last game. We will not see that here. An operator that really allows you to get so explosive and really take advantage of any opening you see in the defense. Of course, without him, that will be stifled a bit. But the difference is the Monty is on the board compared to the last time we saw this map where the Monty was banned. So a slight variation, but still shield play is more than viable. And we'll see if LUS Empire want to lean into that or not. For now, it seems that they will not. Sticking with that same attacking lineup you see below. The Ashe, the Yana, the Ace, the Deimos, and their Aphex will switch over to the Monty. So you are seeing a bit of that siege play, rather that shield play in siege. It is siege play from Aphex, who honestly, I think it's an interesting choice to have him on the Monty, considering Gibson how much success he's had on his gun so far this stage.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you on that, but you know, he still brings an aggressive style, so maybe he will be able to take space very aggressively for the team. Keeping an eye on how they set up as well. They brought a castle, they've put a rotate in towards office. It's a very different top floor defense than we're used to normally seeing. I think a big thing for this setup is the fact that there's no Capitao as well, meaning that the player can play Coffin Corner that little bit longer. But big thing for me is how can they use Deimos? How can they use the Ashen? You know, if you want to play Coffin Corner, well, my helps, but at the same time, Mute's going to get out of dodge without taking any damage.
You see the pressure now starting to build for LUS Empire, but nothing just yet. You're not seeing anybody actually take much of a gunfight. Finally, it will be Aphex, the spearhead of this attack. He's going to go for this. Unfixed is able to get the kill onto Cuervo as he exposes himself. Ronnie picks up the kill onto Royce. Unfixed gets another. What is this? Aphex gets very active on the Monty, and it works until Alan Durf gets a double. He's got something to say about this one. Finally, he'll step all the way up into games. Hungry for a kill. He'll get his triple, but it will be a 1-for-1 trade. Now it is a 1v1. It is Caden and Owen squaring off with a diffuser on the ground. Caden sticking this. Owen needs to go. He waited a little long, but now he'll back off as that sound cue forced Owen to get that opportunity to take that kill. What an effort there in the end by the TSG defense, but it is LUS Empire who start things off strong.
And honestly, Cuervo got sold by his teammate there, blocking him in the door as they lost 2 players in that position. But for LUS Empire, they saw what was going on the top floor. They realized that the hatch wasn't being held aggressively, so they could just push on the site. It's actually a really good read. It was using, opportunistic. It was smart, and all in all, it worked. Yes, there was a couple of iffy moments in the end, but credit where credit's due. LUS Empire get things off the right way on attack for them, and they take the first round. And what does that do? Well, it forces a site swap for True Synergy as they'll elect to go down to basement. And remember how Tuberau was banned last time around? Well, this time, Tuberau is in play, and they've brought the double breach denial. So you've got the Cade, you've got the Bandit. If they do this right, True Synergy will be able to use a lot of that time.
TSG, you did see one instance of this team on Chalet. Already through the first week, they played Cruelty on this map. They lost 7-3. First half, they defended. They won 3 rounds. Second half, they attacked. They did not win a single round. So some examples to point to of how this team succeeds, how they perform on this map. But again, as we pointed out, Cruelty, very different opponent than LUS Empire, but already That is exactly the start that LUS Empire were looking for. They found their opening, they pounced, took advantage, and opened things up with a win. That one was even more confident of a victory than it looked like in the end. It didn't need to be that close. They held a substantial lead in terms of the man count, in terms of that map control. And they might be looking to do that same thing again here as they're trying to open this wall. Here are the Zoto canisters, though, slowing things down quite a bit.
Yeah, actually being used very quickly in tandem as well. You could have got an extra few seconds off of that, but holding this breach is a massive part of the plan. We are seeing a roamer with the C4 prepped inside of games as well, but as we know, because we see the silhouettes, there's no attackers in the same area code as of right now. Boss G being utilized by Cadence. That's a terror. Honestly, do you think the same as me, Jonah, where you see a Vigil Boss G and you're like, oh no, I hate this,
Yeah.
I'm not playing.
I mean, how can you not have that reaction? It shows confidence. It shows maybe a little bit of craziness. But hey, it works. Alan Durf, nice shot there. He swings onto Apex and quickly neutralizes the advantage that LUS had initially secured. Takes this one back to a 4v4 here. Big kill as well, because now LUS, as we cross that minute 30 mark, as we look to the final minute of this round, it's going to get a lot more difficult to get progress in this map without that fifth man. Now, thankfully for LUS, Apex had already done a lot of that soft destruction that he was charged to do as the Ram up above. But still, that's a gun you no longer have, and TSG, they can keep a defender up above right by the hatch. It's Cadent on the roam.
Hey, you gotta clear the hatch. Cuervo will get one, but Unfixed trades one back. Faxi as well as LUS Empire starting to make moves. You can see now that you've got one playing bottom blue, one defender playing by main stairs, and there's an attempt at a late retake as they go for the rotate. They've got the yellow ping, but the ace is getting the case down. Opportunity missed now as the first 3 rounds will only tag the target, but Allendorf will find a kill. Or it is a post plant, so you've essentially got until there's 7 seconds left on the clock to get the kills and get on the case if you want to win the round. But angles being held. No verticality will be a factor as the case is still closed. But first few shots traded back in anger. Still a player inside of blue, but Unfixed will find the kill onto Allendorf. It's all down to Roy's now. Pushes towards Pillar. They know exactly where he is. They're using the shield, and LUS Empire take a 2-0 lead.
Wow, 2 for 2, LUS Empire getting the diffuser down. That is by no means an easy feat, especially on a map like Chalet that is typically fairly roam heavy. You get a lot of defensive fluidity. They do a great job at denying the plant, but here you see LUS taking advantage of another opening. A big missed opportunity there. Of course, Ronnie allowed to survive a little longer, but he was eventually traded. It just came down to the fact that the diffuser was down. It is so hard to retake this site. It is so hard to retake any site. But in an even man count situation with both teams lacking utility and lacking time, that is going to heavily favor the attacking team every single time. Not going to be a problem for them to hold it. LUS did, and TSG just could not take control of the site after they had lost it. That's the difference they have to make here going forward. They cannot allow LUS to get this diffuser down as easily as they have been so far.
Would you say that LUS have got the kind of minimum already done now on attack, right? You'd say that you need 2 or 3 rounds on attack on Chalet. At this point, that takes a lot of... Do you think it adds pressure to them that they get those 2 rounds early and they feel like they need to add more? Or do you feel like it takes the pressure away that, you know, they're in a good spot already with those 2 rounds?
Well, certainly it'll take a little pressure off, but I think just like any team here, they know how important it is to just keep the pedal to the metal, right? Just keep their foot on the gas and just try to get as many rounds as possible. I like what we're seeing here again from them, right? They're rocking with a very similar strategy. They're putting the shield away. Apex sticking on more of that utility operator here. Yeah, I don't think it's going to make things any easier, but I certainly think they are going to be a little bit more confident, a little more comfortable going forward. It's nice that they got that down as well onto Cuervo. He is picked back up, but again, a lot of things going well for LUS right now, Gibson.
Yeah, the upside down repel, catching the player in kitchen, but unable to confirm the kills. So, back up to a 5 versus 5. Now they'll start to use the drones. Flores' drone will get destroyed, and that's a bit of a loss because you want to take that shield away from inside of Ivy. On the other side of things, you can see that just by shooting that shotgun hole on the rotate or that wall, makes it into a vault through rotate for the Frost now to get on the move as well. Get out of dodge. You know, I always like to say that mobility on defense is kind of winnability. The ability to roam around the map and cause problems will definitely help true synergy.
Mobility is winnability. Should write a book, man. Inspirational. Yeah. Ronnie, get the first one here. Opening up round 3. You see the information that now Lycus have at their hands thanks to the Dokkaebi. No one taking advantage of that immediate information, at least after the first kill that was dealt onto Alan Durf. But LUS Empire, man, things are going really well. They should have some information of what lies down below as well. Caden maybe trying to get a little cheeky, go for a bit of a flank, but right now, Lycus, they are not focused on what lies off the site. They're once again taking some time here to ready themselves for a push. Ronnie, again, he gets a kill. You've got Owen and Unfixed. They're fixing to, well, get this push going. Faxi, Afex, it's just left up to Cuervo. He went down at the very start of the round, and somehow he was the last player standing for that TSG defense. Man, does it look good for LUS Empire. 3 rounds in a row.
It's actually really good from them on attack. They're winning their ones. They're playing as a team. It's so much better than last week. And let's be real, it's so much better than last stage. But, and you'll remember this as well as anybody because this is your, you know, Latam North is kind of your region inside of Latam. Do you remember this Orglist side last year did the exact same on an Oregon attack where they won, I think they were 4 or 5-0 up on the attack, and then they lost the game. This is the problem for this team that's become LUS Empire in the past. They've shown the ability to win rounds and build momentum, but they've also shown the ability to throw games and make massive mistakes from those leading positions as well.
Well, I think you may be thinking of the Oregon game. I'm checking the stats now. They played NXT.
Yes.
They won 4 rounds on defense in a row, and then NXT, they won the next 2, and then NXT went on to win that one 7-5 after such a successful opening half. And I think you're right that, yes, things are a little flip-flopped on the halves, right? That was defense, this is attack, but I think this is the most promising we have seen this team yet. I really don't think you could argue that it isn't. They're completely wiping the board with this TSG defense right now, and it hasn't been that close. These are 3 attacks that have looked exceptionally strong. The very first round coming down to a dicey 1v1, but they had the diffuser down, and in that round, they had a pretty substantial man advantage in the first half, almost giving that one up. I suppose you could look at that round and say, if you're going to project that round onto the entire match, maybe you should be a little concerned about their ability to hold the lead. But I don't know. Gibson, this is looking like a phenomenal team, which is crazy after what we saw from day 1 and day 2. I did propose after that day 2 loss that maybe you needed a little bit more time to make adjustments. You needed a little bit more time. You pointed this out earlier for Velocity to kind of step into that coaching role and make something happen. Whatever's going on behind the scenes, I'm loving it because it's working.
It really is a tough league because you play your first 2 games, you know, essentially one day between game 1 and game 2. So you don't have a lot of time to fix any problems. So if you're not ready going into the first play day, you're not going to be ready going into the second one. But they have had time to, you know, sit back. They've had a few days now to VOD review, more time for the coach to install the way he wants to play for this team. However, TSG, you spoke a lot of the time in the pre-show about strength of schedule and how they'd played the 2 best teams in Latam North. This is their real litmus test of where they're at when they're playing a team that they'll feel is at their level, or maybe, depending on how confident they are, a team that maybe they think's below their level. And it's not been a good start at all.
I think it's worth reiterating how significant this is. And clearly, we've seen some significant change as well in one or both of these teams. Day 1, TSG had to play Cruelty. They lost 7-3. Lycus, on the other hand, they played Cintra, objectively not quite as good as Cruelty. They also lost 7-2, even worse. You move on to day 2. Again, you see TSG having to play 6 Karma. They still get 3 rounds and an eventual 7-3 loss. This time, Lycus have to play Team Cruelty, and they lose 7-3. So strength of schedule is one thing. Round count, another. TSG, on paper, we're supposed to be the stronger team here based on the day 1 and day 2 performances. So the Lycus that we're seeing now is a major step up from the Lycus we saw last Wednesday and last Monday, because you're looking at a team here who is on a roll. 3 rounds in a row on Chalet, attacking rounds no less, and everything seems to just be going their way. These next 3 rounds, if they can get 1 more, 2 more, I mean, this is their map to win.
Couldn't agree with you more. And you know, as some famous American sportscasters always like to say, these games aren't played on paper. You know, these games are played on 1s and 0s in the virtual world. But either way, LUS Empire certainly off to a good start. And Alan Durf catches Unflexed, who was completely oblivious to the fact that there was a defender in the position. Now we're going to see what LUS Empire made of. Now we'll see what True Synergy can do. They've got the opening pick. 53 seconds into the round. The Ash has fallen. And now, can they hold their lead? Big thing for me, though, a lot of trap operators in play. The Melusi will get a ton of information on any push. Frost can be an issue, as we've seen already. And the Legion goo mines as well. The longer, Jonah, that Legion can stay alive, the bigger an impact Legion can have on the round.
All right, you just keep getting those goo mines in pocket. You have a chance to place those down, delay the attack even more. More importantly, I'd argue, just giving you the T5, giving you a weapon, a great chance to find some kills. Watch out for Cuervo as things get down to these last 90 seconds. We've now crossed that 90-second mark, and we look to see if Lycus can keep up this pace, keep up the momentum they've built for themselves so far, and it does not look like it. Good kill, very important one here for Aphex, trying to claw back the advantage that TSG on the defense have secured. Very important now for TSG that they do not give themselves up and allow themselves to go down to these kills for Lycus. They've got an advantage. There's only a minute left for Lycus to work with. TSG just need to maintain it.
And Lycus have to have a very good idea of the timer as well. You cannot sit and wait for too long for True Synergy to give up a pick. At this point, you need to press the issue. Oh my god, speaking of pressing the issue, Aphex will decapitate Kronk, who was holding that angle from the side inside of games. And now it's a 3 versus 3, but there's a retake. He's on his drone. And Alan Durf begins to sneak up, and he's going to get droned as well. So a 1v1, an important one, and the Aphex will get a triple on the round. 3v2. They've got the hatch, but Cuervo and Royce are still alive. They hold powerful positions, but not for long. It's a quad for Aphex. He does fall in the end, but it's 13 seconds left. 2 versus 1. He's got information. Ace is going to get the case down, and he's going to get shot. Ronnie will find the kill, and another round 1 from Lycus, and what a great bounce back.
This is why I was so confused round number 1 where they put Aphex on the Monty. Aphex on the Monty! After what we just saw from him? That's madness. The flex player of all flex players. He could do it all very clearly because he just got a quad kill there, doing it all on his own. He had a drone at his feet, he had some information to work with, and then he just goes absolutely crazy, getting his 4th and final kill when he was on 2 HP. Just walking into the site and destroying Cuervo. It was a beautiful performance from Aphex, but a necessary performance from Aphex to bring LUS Empire back in the round. That was a losing round. They were behind substantially. Man count, utility, the clock was working against them. They didn't have as much map control as they needed. And then guess what? The hero of the round steps up. Aphex comes in, conquers. LUS take the round.
Yeah, well, sometimes if you can't get the door open by using the key or the lock, you gotta use brute force, and that's exactly what Aphex did. And now it's a little bit problematic for True Synergy. You're 4-0 down. You're on defense. This is probably worst case scenario at this point in the game. In fact, it is worst case scenario at this point in the game. And they're going to set up for the defense. Now, it's an extended top floor setup here. As you can see, they're holding Mez, they're holding Library. They've got the head holes on the breach, which is actually not a very common setup. But let's see if LUS Empire will get confused by it or stall it out. One thing's for sure, Alan is waiting for this player to pop onto that Mez balk.
Caden and Alan Durf both ready. Looking to see when LUS hop in, if they can grab a kill, do some damage. But this one, the waiting game early on. As we see what LUS are hoping to do. Typically, you'll see teams try to clear out the top floor, work their way across. But right now, we're seeing a bit more of a directed focus from LUS, at least a little bit closer to the site. They've established a little pressure on those windows, just making sure that TSG know that they're there. But they are going to rotate a little bit, reposition, and eventually work their way in down below. You see a couple of players down there now. You see Unflexed up top here on the balcony. No early movement yet, though, for LUS. They are staying nice and patient. I suppose waiting for TSG to expose themselves, see if they can get an opportunity to get an early kill.
Yeah, and at this point, what, there's 1:20 left on the round. We spoke about how it was more direct from LUS Empire, but they're at risk. I was about to say they're at risk of stalling out, but yeah. 5v2, Faxi, why not? It's all down to Kronk. What the? There was 1 minute and 26 seconds on the clock. I was talking about how LUS Empire were stalling out a little bit. 6 seconds later, the round was over.
Gonna be fully honest with you, I looked away for 2 seconds. Jazzman Cast is in chat. Had to just shoot an eye his way. What in the world did we just witness? Ignore that replay. That's the wrong round. That is 5 rounds ago. Feels like it. It was 1 round ago. But we're seeing Faxi go absolutely nuts here. I mean, what in the world? Just turned it on, just whipped it out and said, you know what? Here, I'm Deimos and I am here to stay. Another moment where we see a big hero play for LUS Empire. This time, though, they didn't really need it. But they will happily take it. Faxi, 7-3. Aphex, 7-3. Both of them feeling incredibly good. But you got someone like Kronk on the other side, 0-5. A very different story for a TSG team right now, battling their demons.
So now you take Alan Durf out of it. It's 2-5, 2-5, 0-5, and 1-5. That's grim reading.
Of course it's Alan Durf at the top, baby. I mean, come on.
Man, see when he said he retired, I was so annoyed. I'm a big Alan Durf fan. You see his shirt too, by the way, in the team pics. It was clean, the Azami shirt. Or are you going to have to watch back the VOD to see it again?
Good looking guy, hey, what can you say? Yeah. Fan favorite. Performing well right now for TSG, but it's just not enough. Need to see a little bit more from them, and it feels like it may already be too late. This map, you see this 3-3, you see this 4-2 favoring the defense, if anything. Right now, this might not necessarily be an attacker-sided map. It is a LUS-sided map. Already looking to open up the snowmobile garage wall. The Zoto canisters will delay things a bit. But that is all it will do. Delay. LUS have now proven in back-to-back rounds that even if you see very little to no progress from them in the first minute, in the first minute and a half, when it comes down to it, they can step right up and explode. You don't always want to have to do that, but LUS have shown more than capable at popping off when they are needed.
Yeah, 100%. Now, this is the part where you need the drone, if you're LUS Empire. The drone economy looks great. Only 2 drones down, minute and a half left on the round. The roamer on the top floor, Cadence, is a problem. Now, you know the Cadence there. You don't mind losing that drone. It lets you know that there was an attacker on the top floor. But they're still holding games. Little gunfight kicking off right now. Unflexed, unable to find that first kill, but here comes the Monty. Monty is going to send a Kronk will find one. Okay, Cade, run. Run. There's nothing you can do. Apex will find another. Cadent now holding blue from inside that little cubby. Tosses a couple more goo mines, but realizing that Monty is a problem as he pushes down. 55 seconds left to go. Oh no, you can't stand below. The floor is open. You got to move. Royce will get one, but Apex trades it back. Monty will fall at the hands of Cadence. It's a 3 versus 1 now. Big opportunity for True Synergy to get off get their first round of the game. But it is a 2 versus 1. An active 1 versus 1 though, as Cuervo is DBNO.
Ronnie's got a chance here. Would be crazy if he pulled this one off. Would be the 3rd round in a row where we've seen a big hero play from Lycus. He knows what he's got to work with. He's got some info. The ping's on one position, but he may not know that someone lies very close around the pillar corner. He'll put this diffuser on the floor. Is there information for TSG? There's a soft wall, vulnerable to that. No, he sticks it. No response. Has to worry about blue. Has to worry about wine. He's got one. He's got them both. Ronnie with the clutch. There is just no way. He pulls it off, and Lycus go flawless on the half.
Nah, Ronnie, that's just cruel. Look at the smile. You know what? Last stage, they were not winning games. Ronnie had people in the background of a stream sitting on their phones because they were not entertained. This stage, you're watching Ronnie. Are you not entertained after that round 1? And it's a 6-0 half on attack on Chalet. TSG look completely lost. And at this point, do you throw in the towel? You've got to win 6 attacks back to back just to force overtime. Well, I guess if recency tells you anything, it can be done because you've just had it done to you.
No way. I mean, this thing is over. This thing is curtains. I mean, good grief. Lycus Empire. I mean, they've got this. This is their map. It's 6-0 on Chalet. You've got so much cushion to play with. You are now going on to the better side of this map, and TSG have proven incapable at winning a single round. Now, we know this team is better than what we're seeing on TSG, but they have not loaded into this lobby, and there is no reason to expect that the next few rounds are going to be anything different. They have not won a round yet today. They gotta try to remember what that feels like, what that looks like. They now have the tall task of doing that on the attack. They've gotta stay coordinated. They've gotta be synergized. It's in the name. But it needs to happen now. They do not have any leeway. They have to win 6 in a row to walk away with at least a single point and get this one to overtime. Lycus, maybe overconfidence could do them in if they swing and take too many fights. But right now, we're not seeing them spawn peek. We're not seeing them run outside. We are seeing the first one fall. It will be Faxi to go down. So maybe, just maybe, this is what TSG have been waiting for.
Yeah, Monty. Oh, he's going to spot there. The C4's thrown is going to not do any damage whatsoever. Mira should be about to fall. Cadent will get another one. It's a 5 versus 3. There is a little bit of support, but there's Monty getting the kill onto Apex. 5 versus 2 now. We've seen them throw positions like this before. Cade's going to go prone. He's going to wait for the call from Owen, and then at that point, he's going to step up and wreak havoc. Monty making the move. Breach now will get opened as well, as really it's panic stations for the final 2 defenders alive. He's going to turn his back. You can't turn your... How has he turned his back to the head holes and gotten away with that?
You never know, man. I mean, it's at this point, everything's out the window. They're just going to go completely nuts in the next minute. Owen and Ronnie, it's up to them if Lycus want to close this one out 7-0. We are, what, second 7-0 of the day? Not likely in this 2v4, but certainly possible. Ronnie keeping an eye on the piano window, knows someone's there. You've got Owen close corner with the shotgun, knows someone's around his corner. TSG just have to keep things tidy. If they play this together, they cannot lose this round. There it is. Caden, he'll get his. Ronnie will hit the floor. It's now Owen with a Monty in his face, and he's got nowhere to go. The Monty will take the fight, and it is Cuervo who closes it out with the kill. And finally, TSG get on the board.
Yeah, it's good for them to get that first round on attack. But for Lycus, they just couldn't deal with the shield. It caused havoc, it wreaked havoc, and they were not able to stop it. But, you know what they always say, every journey starts with the first step. Every mountain that needs to be climbed is done by the... Can I really say first step again? I can't. I'm gonna work on another way to say that phrase. But either way, that's the first job. They got to take it round by round. You got to focus on just winning everyone that comes up. They won the first. They got to do it 5 more times. But I agree with you. I don't think it's going to happen. I think LUS Empire, if they lose this next round or maybe one more, they will take a timeout to have a talk to fix it, because this was the demon that they dealt with last year. Was starting to just let doubt creep in when they were in winning situations.
Well, 1 round of 6. They now need 5 more if they want to have any shot here. This may just very well be another opportunity for us, Gibson, to take a look at what TSG are capable of, how many rounds they can get. But other than that, I really just don't know. We are a long way off from building the comeback story. Let's see 1, maybe 2, maybe 3 more rounds before we kind of head that direction. For now, it is the story of, can Lycus close this one out? We said this would be the best opportunity for LUS Empire to play against somebody and get on the scoreboard, to get themselves in the win column. And it looks like they are just about to do it, as long as they don't fumble this one in any sort of major way. They've just been playing so much cleaner the entire time, dominating TSG at times, and yeah, pulled 3 rounds in a row, just wild hero plays, wild moments from individuals who just outperformed and excelled. We saw it first from Aphex, then Faxi, then Ronnie in back-to-back-to-back rounds. So maybe they're capable of the same thing here on defense. We'll just have to wait and see as TSG now begin to work their way into the building here and start to crack this one open.
I like the fact that LUS Empire have fallen back to sight this time on this defense. Instead of going for the mad plays, that Electric Claw isn't going to stop the breach from being opened, so that's 1 task down for True Synergy on the long list of tasks they need to complete if they want to make the comeback. Monty already by that piano double door, feeding all the information you could possibly need. But do LUS Empire or True Synergy realize that there is a roamer below? Legion playing inside of kitchen, can play the reverse verticality, can watch for any attempt at a plant on that half wall, and there's already 1 minute and 19 seconds left to work with. This is a very slow, very methodical push from True Synergy, but at some point they need to start using their guns.
Big swing here for Ronnie. He gets the first. Could be the first domino to fall in this victory against TSG. 60 seconds now for the attack to work with if they want to have any shot of bringing this one back. And they now have to do it in a man disadvantage, a gun disadvantage as well. 3 guns, 1 shield against 5 hungry defenders. The time continues to tick away. Cuervo looking for an opening. Will try to get this diffuser on the floor. There's an echo. There are smokes. And finally, just in the nick of time, they will both land. Aphex onto Kronk gets another. Now a 5v3. Now a 5v2. The Monty caught between a rock and a hard place. He's got nowhere to go, and he will get finished off. It is LUS Empire. A 7-1 victory. Their first victory of the stage, but a dominant one at that.
And it is flawless, and there's my MVP of that matchup. I think that Aphex was phenomenal. Shout out to Ronnie as well with that incredible clutch in the 1 versus 2, which, you know, again, you could say mistakes were made on the defensive side, but you gotta win to win the round, and that's exactly what they did. Just got a DM from the members of LUS saying that you did message them saying that you didn't want to work with me any longer, so that you wanted them to make that game pretty quickly. But, you know, I'm very interested to hear what the one and only Corbeck had to say about that game, because we were kind of talking before it. We were like, this could be a long one. Could be a game that could go on quite a while. It could be a bit of a slog, but man, Lycus, they made it quick.
Yeah, no, prognostication is an imperfect art there, Gibson. I don't know what else to tell you. We were a little bit wrong when we looked into our crystal balls, and it was not as close at all as we thought it was going to be. I mean, from the perspective of LUS Empire, Jonah, this is wonderful. I mean, this was the strongest showing of force we've seen from them so far in this stage, and it was definitive.
Definitive. Yes, it was. I mean, my goodness, they could do no wrong on that first half. 3 rounds, never a doubt. The next 3, a little bit different. It required an insane performance from Aphex. He got 4. Faxi in the next round then goes insane, and it was a mind-blowing 1v2 clutch from Ronnie. Each of those, massive performances from LUS Empire members, finally realizing, okay, these guys are capable of some pretty impressive stuff. On the flip side, though, they were allowed to do that due to some pretty major mistakes from TSG.
And the thing that impressed me most about that matchup was last week when LUS Empire, when Plan A wasn't working, they stuck to Plan A for too long. It was like, at some point, you got to recognize when Plan A is not working, you go to Plan B, you go to Plan C. Looks like they got that a little bit better. We saw it in several rounds where they bailed from Plan A whenever they realized it wasn't going to work. They did it quicker. It gave them the opportunity to win the game. And, you know, are they going to qualify for the major? Probably not, but is this a massive improvement over what this core of the team did last stage and so far this stage? 100%. Signs are looking good for the future.
Yeah, and I mean, you kind of alluded to it, Jonah, though. A lot of this may have just been True Synergy Gaming kind of giving them the openings, right, to make these ridiculous plays, to get these ridiculous wins. I mean, you can't blame schedule for this, right, Jonah? You can't blame schedule for this. Why did the wheels come off of True Synergy in this match?
Well, let me be clear. I think there were just a couple opportunities that TSG very clearly had and then fumbled it. I think majority of it, LUS Empire just dominating the whole way through. But TSG, in those moments where we needed to see them play clean and stay organized, things kind of fell apart. And I think that 1v2 that they ended up losing is a perfect example. It's a 2v1, 1 attacker remaining who still has to get the diffuser down. There's a soft wall where the diffuser was going down. Seemed that there was no information. Then when he did get it down, he is caught in the middle of a crossfire, in the middle of garage, having to look at blue and the soft destruction in wine cellar, and somehow wins that. Yes, that's a great play from Ronnie, but the fact that those 2 defenders were not peaking at the same time, that neither of them were able to get that kill, those small things really add up. And of course, there were no other major crazy clutch opportunities or opportunities fumbled that massively, but it was that kind of a thing, that kind of a lack of coordination, maybe lack of information, that just persisted the entire time and never gave them a chance.
Yeah, for TSG now, it's going to be a case of just picking yourselves up off the floor. You don't have a lot of time before you're playing again on Wednesday night, so just forget it, just forget about this game. Think positive and try to get the win on Wednesday, but based on what I've seen today, they have a lot they need to solve.
And the back half of that map, right, we knew it would take a crazy comeback. But always going to be an uphill battle. Sometimes you just have to lose. It's the climb.
It's the climb. You'll never look at mountains the same way again. you're into thin air again as we speak. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that was our first LATAM North match here of the night, but certainly not our last. Our next one coming up, Team Cruelty versus Revan E-Club, probably the biggest match of the day. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Well, welcome back, viewers, here to Latam. We're in the North right now, moving into our second Latam North game, and the universe has reasserted itself. Normalcy has returned here to the Latam broadcast. It is Flynn and Jonah joining me here on the desk, and then as our casters for the game. Happy to have you both back together, the equilibrium restored right there as we get ready to jump into what promises probably to be our best game of the evening. This is Team Cruelty versus Revan Club, two huge heavy hitters in Latam North. And I mean, starting with Team Cruelty, Jonah, we've said it a dozen times or more, but they on paper and by reputation should be the strongest team in Latin America, bar none.
They should. They absolutely should. You combine Dante with Pyrox, the two top-rated players last stage, and you have an incredible winning formula. We've seen Ivan absolutely outperforming, Fatal providing excellent support, but Matumbo even more so. Support and then some, doing his absolute most to bring this team over the line. Now, we talked about this in that last game, strength of schedule. They have not proven themselves against one of these top three opponents just yet, and that is the most important note.
And if you look at their opponents here tonight, Revan Club, obviously another set of heavy hitters here, Flynn. They did face a serious challenge against 6carb on day one. It did not work out for them, but boy, did they come back swinging against Cintra on day two.
Yeah, and I think, like Jonah touched on, the strength of schedule in week number 1 for these two teams, polar opposite ends. I mean, you go against 6 Karma and CNE, you get a 6-3 lead against 6K on Bank on Playdate number 1 last Monday for Revan. Doesn't end in a win, unfortunately, but you still get a point. You're still hanging around in the standings, and I think Revan, there is something to be said for playing the heavy hitters early on in your schedule as opposed to the slow ramp up that we've had for Cruelty.
Well, we saw a ton of Bank on our last 2 play days here. Jonah, do you think we're going to see it again? We are. They're spoiled for us before we can even get
goodness. I mean, hey, spoilers. But look at the final 2 maps up. It's Chalet and Bank. This was consistent through most of our games today. It was either going to be Bank or Chalet. In the last 2 games, it ended up being Chalet. But again, not a lot to say there other than the fact that Latam is Latam, baby, and they love to play the same maps over and over again. The biggest boon, I suppose, that gives you is that you do get a very good place to compare all of these different performances across the same map from all these different teams.
Running back Bank for Revan is an opportunity to correct mistakes from just a week ago. Get that 6-3 lead, like I said, against 6 Karma. If you find yourself in that situation, you probably don't want to repeat.
Well, we got to run one more errand to the bank here, guys, in Latam North. Take it away.
You never know. Could be 2 more banks tonight, Gorbeck. You never know with Latam. To keep you on your toes here. But what we do know for certain is that this one is going to be a good one. It is Cruelty and Revan, the 2 of the top teams right now in Latam North. Revan just kept out of that 2nd place spot due to an unfortunate loss to 6K. You already teased that a bit, Flynn, but it was 6-3, the lead they held over 6K before an insane comeback and eventual overtime win happened from their opponents. Revan walking away with only a single point rather than the full 3 that it looked like they were going to secure in that matchup.
And yeah, I think for Revan, the amount of overhaul on the roster that we saw and the changing of roles primarily for Revan in terms of their attacking lineup is pretty significant. It's going to take a while for everything to kind of click back into the normal order. We saw that earlier today with Vasco. Week 1 for Vasco in the South did not look like Vasco of old. But today, they kind of turned things back around, turned back the clock a little bit, and got back in form. And I wouldn't be at all surprised as we see both shield operators get removed from play on Bank. And we see a bit of a return to form for both of these teams. Cruelty had a bit of an easier lineup in week number 1 than Revan did. It's a couple 7-3s, so for Cruelty, they got the dub. They maintained the round differential positive. But for right now, it's Revan who have at least proven a little bit more through stage 1 or stage 2 so far in week number 1, just through the strength of their schedule that they drew.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say that Revan are the better team so far this stage, but we can't fully say that yet just because both teams have looked good, neither have looked great. That's all we really have on them right now. Cruelty have looked good for what they've been dealt. They've had 2 teams that they fairly have, walked all over. 7-3, 7-3. Couple of rounds that were dicey. Couple of rounds that were very dominant. Same thing goes for Revan. They held a massive lead against 6K. It looked like they were going to close that one out in the 6K Revan rivalry. Its next chapter going to Revan, but instead it got flipped around. So we've seen strong moments and weak moments from both of these teams. We're going to Bank again, so a great opportunity for both of these teams to show us that tonight is going to be a strong night for them, particularly for Revan, looking to redeem themselves on the same map. They suffered an opening day loss.
And for Revan, things are going to have to change a little bit. So Revan banned away the Blitz, but then Montaigne gets removed by Cruelty. We saw Marto hard sticking to Montaigne on Bank against 6 Karma just a week ago. So we're going to have to see an adaptation here for Revan in terms of their attacking strategy when we get there eventually. But it's starting on the defense for Revan. It'll be Cruelty starting on the attack, and this is, I'm pretty sure Bank was their opening map for stage number 1 earlier this year as well. And I seem to remember that going very well for Cruelty with a lot of swift entries, a lot of quick opening picks, a lot of map control acquired, and the ability to transition down to a bomb site in a hurry. I think right now for Cruelty again, you're trying to run that same story back and make sure that you're putting Revan on their heels. So we have seen this Revan team get quite active, quite aggressive, and have a lot of fun early rounds in rounds previous.
Yeah, they do like to keep everyone on their toes, like to move in rather explosively. Here on the defense, though, of course, we keep an eye on this roam if they do want to play this extension, pressure this attack at the very beginning of the round. In this case, we don't see a ton of that, but we do see some limited defensive presence up above. The flashes come in, though, and we're going to see Cruelty try to take advantage of this space now as they look to move in. Nothing found immediately, though, as Revan, not flashed, just sitting back, patiently awaiting the next move. We're seeing... I'm a little confused here because we're seeing outlines. This is weird. We're seeing some orange outlines from attackers and some blue outlines from defenders a couple of times here. It's gone back and forth in the early round. We saw Pyrox as an orange outline a moment ago. He's on Cruelty. He's attacking, not defending, so don't be too confused by that. We'll do our best to keep you honest, keep ourselves honest, but it'll be quick. Is the one who starts things off with a kill. Very strong position on the blue stairs. Great place to start.
Very good place to start. He's going to lose his server hatch, though. He's going to have to bail back towards the bomb site. And Fatal, with the CC hatch open, is not holding the cut. So everyone is able to rotate back to site for free for Revan after getting that opening pick on one of your key execute operators in the Ying. So a very tough position to be in for Cruelty. Nobody actively holding the CC hatch to make sure that the rotation back from the server wasn't a safe path. That's a choice. We're gonna keep her moving. Smokes come out in tandem with the Goyos, and yeah, this bomb site does not look fun to try and plant in if you're one of the remaining members of Cruelty. Pyrox is the man with the diffuser with Ivan playing the top coverage from up above. This is a bit of a mess here for Cruelty to try and work out. If the drop down the red hallway hatch is good for one, but it leaves Fatal alone in a 1v4. Make it a 1v3, but the timer is ticking away. No diffuser in hand. This one is extra chalked up. Revan will lock this one out as the timer will expire. Fatal will not throw away his life for the stat side of Revan, but nonetheless, they got the most important stat, which was a round victory.
Well, I think we all noticed it. The artifacting on the screen there, the mute jammer effect you were seeing. Don't worry, we were seeing that as well. So we're going to step aside for a moment while we get that cleaned up. But a round one victory to start for Revan, and nothing too fancy there. Obviously, had some moments where things weren't looking so hot there, but ended up closing it out. Of course, looking to see what they're able to pull off for the remainder of this defensive half. See are these replays or are these?
This is live.
Back into the round. Okay, we're not pausing the feed. That was a bait. I lied to you. We'll bring that change to you maybe a bit later. For now, we're going to stick with it and keep an eye on Revan here as they move in to the second round on defense. So diving straight back in as we see what Cruelty are going to do on this attack if they can remedy some of those late game issues they were having.
Late game issues is definitely one way to categorize that. I'm not entirely certain what happened inside of Dirt with Matumbo. Killfeed said he killed himself with a Goyo canister, which would be an impressive feat. Nonetheless, Cruelty are going to start things off a little better than the round previous. Lambe is going to die to Dante inside of Stocks, swinging the double window, and Dante is even going to hit him with a question mark to ask, are you sure that's what you wanted to do? Opening pick acquired now for Cruelty on the attacking side, and quickly trapped in a corner now, up against the CEO windows. He'll take the gunfight direct up against the window frame, getting droned out, but again, no one for Cruelty. Able to catch the rotation back for Quick, so now it leaves Revan still a man down, but in a better position than they ought to be.
Man down here, not going to be great for Revan, but as we saw, losing a body or not, they're just fine if they can stay patient and hold off this Cruelty attack. On the rappel right now, Cruelty sending a couple of nades in, trying to test the waters here, just feel it out. But some information here for Cruelty. Look at this. A great read on to draw. That's an easy kill for Ivan. He now looks towards the elevator for his second kill. He will not quite find an opportunity there, but Marteau so low. Abonai and Quick, full HP, but in this 3v5, they're going to be put in vulnerable positions very quickly. Abonai, he drops down, goes for the rotate. If he looks out the window, he would have had a chance there, but he's wary of the player on the balcony, because in doing so, that would expose his position to him. Marteau gets one, but it is quickly remedied by Cruelty as they storm in and are only 1 kill away from closing out the round. They find it. That's a second round victory for them, and we are all tied up.
All right. Well, we're going to get that tech pause, courtesy of Revan, which is good news. Yeah, and for Cruelty there on the attacking side, a much better start to the round, much better finish to the round. And I think right now this is going to be a moment in time for Revan to kind of just sort some things out. Everyone getting a little isolated, everyone getting a little trigger happy on the swings earlier in the round. And I think for Cruelty, good job from them to be able to capitalize on those positions that Revan were leaving themselves exposed in. And lack of information for the defensive side of Revan. Like you said, Abonai could have gone for the swing out towards the lobby windows. There wasn't an active lion scan holding him in place, but he chose to peel back into the depths of tellers, and Ivan jumped over the railing to hunt him down, which meant that really everyone was just isolated on a 1v1, which is typically where Revan finds themselves in a comfort place, but it doesn't always lead to the most successful endeavors and rounds, especially on the defensive side.
Well, that's a perfect way to bounce back from that round 1 loss. You quickly get into the map, you immediately apply pressure on that defense, and you don't waste any time getting those kills, right? You immediately get that impact felt, and Revan at that point are the ones on the back foot, and that benefits you so much on the attacking team. You don't have to be the ones back against the wall. They're the ones struggling. They're the ones working against the time. Instead, it is the defense who are trying to claw their way back. And as attacking teams, you're kind of put into that comfortable position of a pseudo-defender, if you will, instead of being the ones forced to take fights and forced to absolutely go crazy. Now the defense are the ones who have to, in a way, swing you, and they're the ones who have to come to you. Not necessarily that cut and dry, but in an opportunity like that for Cruelty, that's something they're certainly going to take advantage of.
Then again, the beginning of the round looked much better there for Cruelty, not surrendering the opening pick, which was one of your biggest execute operators, not committing seppuku inside of dirt tunnel with the diffuser. You know, there were progressions there for Cruelty. They looked a lot better than round number 1. I think for Revan, on the defensive side, though, you're trying to find a secondary safe haven, because if CCTV is going to be locked out for 2 rounds every time you win it, you're going to be in search of another home to go to. And if CEO is not going to be it, we need to make a quick choice very early on if we're going to be heading over towards open area at the conclusion of this tech pause. So hopefully be our secondary bomb site. Maybe we can leave CEO as the tertiary, but if everyone's going to get isolated into a corner and get picked off like that on the objective and in the area surrounding the objective, we're not going to have a fun time trying to defend CEO with or without the shields that have been banned out of play. Monty and Blitz taken out of play means that the CEO defense should be pretty strong in terms of being able to maintain spiral stairs and maintain banana control. And yet Ivan was just allowed to rappel straight into banana with no resistance and start wreaking havoc on anyone who tried to remain outside of the banana windows or inside of the elevator or even down below. And it became a nightmare to try and hold for Revan. So maintaining that control on the opposite side should be much more simpler of a task than it was demonstrated there from Revan. Without the shields in play, you should be in a much better position for Revan should you be able to maintain that banana and spiral stairs control in future rounds on CEO, but you do always have that open area to rotate to. I don't think we're going to see a Teller's Archives today, but it is Latam. You never know.
Well, hopefully getting back into the action in just a minute here to see how the rest of Bank will continue, as we've talked about 2 heavy hitters here in Revan and Cruelty. Big moment here to prove which one may be taking that top standing on the leaderboard. For those of you not familiar with, off-season competition, with what else has been happening in between Stage 1 and Stage 2, you may be thinking, Cruelty are the heavy favorites here. They currently sit atop the standings, and they won Stage 1. They went to the major. But what you didn't see, if you weren't watching Element 3 in the offseason, was that Cruelty, with the roster you see today, I believe barring a single change, struggled quite a bit. And they did not find the final form that it looks like they should be capable of when combining Ivan, Matumbo, Pyrox, Dante. They did not have the form we expected. Now is when they're finally getting tested here in Stage 2. And now we're going to finally see if it's another repeat of some off-season flubs, or they can finally get into the groove that we expected them to find in Element 3 in some of those off-season tournaments. So, first test here against Revan. We'll see if they are able to come through.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing for Cruelty, being able to transition out of playing the qualifier teams into playing a team that will be pushing you for your playoff spot. A team that will definitely be testing you heavier than what we saw from TSG or LUS Empire. Now it's about being able to show that even with this improved roster, you can still maintain the fundamentals, and you can still look much like the team we saw in Stage number 1. It's a similar story for Vasco. Earlier today, we talked about at length their troubles in week number 1, having to make a subtraction on the roster, make some role changes, having to make some adjustments, and going through the growing pains that involves. And I think for Cruelty, you can say a lot of the same things, even though you're adding a player that should give you more firepower on paper. At the end of the day, you're still making changes and you're still having to sacrifice somewhere to improve in one area. It's going to take time to iron things out. And the good news is we have a double round robin to afford the time for everyone to reacclimate to one another and get the chemistry flowing on a new roster. And I think right now for Cruelty, this is another litmus test where you can kind of find out where you are in that process. We've already had Revan play that game against 6 Karma a week ago on this very map, where, again, they're up that 6-3 lead. It vanished. They lost 8-7. And by the end of it, we kind of knew that, okay, Revan, 6 Karma, pretty equally matched. There were some points to take away from both of those teams. Revan came in and got the regulation win against CNE, so maybe separating themselves a little bit from that bottom 3 conversation and more cementing themselves into a top 3 conversation. For Cruelty, it's a lot of unknowns so far. And like you said, their performance in Element 3, not that great. And especially with the expectations lofted upon this team now after their performance in Stage 1, with the addition of Dante, there's a lot resting on the minds of these Cruelty players that, yeah, okay, we need to be able to repeat. We need to be able to dominate, much like we did in Stage number 1. So there's a lot of pressure on the team, and it's going to take a little while for everyone to get back into fine working order.
Well, we're going to step aside for a few minutes while we sort out these final issues. We'll be back in just a few with Revan and Cruelty continuing. Well, we'll jump straight back into round number 3. Our players back in the lobby. Tech issues sorted. Straight on into already a minute through this very first onslaught here in this third round. You see Cruelty on the attack here, bringing out the Glaz. You've got Ivan wielding that operator. Revan defending open area and break now, looking to transition over to the first floor to see what they can do there. Success on the basement, not so much up top, so now they get a little bit of that extra cushion, a little bit of that extra map to work with. Now that you can extend on that top floor, now that you can play a little bit below, and you also have this first floor, plenty of square footage to cover.
Entry up above from Dante now. He's going to work that sledgehammer to his advantage, narrowly avoid an engagement through the floorboards. Sure, we heard the idea of a Revan defender trying to rip a C4, but none gets launched out, both remaining in the pocket for the time being. Good news is, as well, for Cruelty's attack, they were able to disable the mirror window on the quad wall from inside of kitchen, looking out in towards square. It's exactly the angle that Pyrox is holding momentarily. We are doing some advanced parkour on top of the copy machine here to get the perfect prone angle from Dante in towards the second mirror window on the opposite side of open area. Tap shots with a suppressor won't leave any tracers for the defender holding in the corner. We got drones on this man, but we cannot find him. We cannot land any blows with our weaponry. For the time being, this is still looking pretty tough here for Cruelty to push in. We go 1-for-1 on the entry as the Glaz wanders into the smoke. Now down to the 3v3 and attempting to drop the hatch is Dante, but he gets eviscerated by the bailiff in the back pocket from draw. Fatal refills the position and pulls out the bearing 9. Now Lambe and Avanai trying to hold out in the 2v2. On the opposite side of the ejected mirror window is Ivan whipping out the bearing 9, taking aim against Lambe. He will clean up, but in the meantime, Avanai has gone topside and taking down Ivan down through the floorboards. There goes Avanai. Made it topside and was able to clutch up in the 1v1.
That was a wild round in that last minute, because were there ever a situation where we saw 2 attackers and 2 defenders kind of squaring up in that kind of a situation? I don't think so, Flynn. I think it was every single gunfight there was 1 versus 1, and then another 1 versus 1, and then another 1 versus 1. We saw it there with Ivan creeping through. We saw it there on the hatch. I mean, we saw it again here. Ivan on the swing, taking care of Lambe. Every single gunfight was individual, and it came down to the 1v1. Both teams doing a fine job of going back and forth and keeping it even. I'm surprised that Cruelty kind of fell victim to that kind of mentality where they were trying to, I don't know, hope their gun skill wins out at the end of the day. Both of these teams are very capable mechanically. They're not going to have a major edge over the other strictly from gun skill point of view. You're going to have to outthink, out-strategize your opponent. And yeah, they got close, but that was not what we'd love to see for Cruelty.
Not really, no. And listen, both of these teams, they're very confident in their ability to take 1v1 gunfights. And I think both of them would say, even out loud to one another, that they think that they're the superior gunners. I think that the results over especially this stage so far have proven that both of these teams have their moments where they're certainly exceeding the expectations in terms of gun skill, but there have also been moments for both teams where we've gone a little under par. I think as we enter another tech pause here, it should be a swift one, we hope, but it stands at a 2-1 scoreline in favor of Revan, like I talked about. The evasion of CEO to go to open area to try and find yourself a second safe haven on the defensive side is important, because now you feel comfortable in your ability to defend against Cruelty's attacks towards open area. You feel comfortable in your ability to defend against the attacks towards the basement. You feel comfortable about being able to walk away from this first half in a comfortable lead, transitioning to the attacking side, where we saw Revan have a pretty good run on bank against 6 Karma. I think right now for Revan, you've got to feel very confident in your ability to turn rounds around that started to get away from you, and even with those 1v1s for the time being, Revan's still looking very comfortable in the server, and barring that one CEO execute that did not go the way they wanted, we enter in a little bit longer of a tech pause. I think for Revan, this is still a very good sign, and maybe it's an indication that those early games against tougher opponents may have been just what Revan needed to start off the stage hot.
Well, we flew through those first four. What, we on our 5th game now, Flynn? We flew through those first 4 games. A lot of one-sided matchups, fewer tech pauses, but we're back. This is Latam after all, so we do need to take our sweet time getting through this one. But it gives these teams plenty of time to think, plenty of time to muddle things over and figure out exactly how they want to approach this. I think this is helpful for Cruelty. Not the round we wanted to see from them in round 3, but this back and forth could very well continue. 3 rounds in, Revan now have a chance to reset, head back down towards that basement site, so our first opportunity to see any major adjustments that Cruelty want to make, if they have any immediate changes, differences that they want to showcase from that very first attack. It was a bit messy, kind of that warm-up round, so to speak, but just need to see Cruelty clean that up if they want to end up walking out of there with the win. We saw the opening kill. Very typical position. It was Cruelty approaching the blue stairs and trying to get the kill there. And it was Revan just winning a very favorable gunfight for Revan. Kind of that similar story in round 1 and round 3. It was Cruelty putting themselves in positions to take gunfights, but those gunfights weren't necessarily the most favorable for them. Remedied that nicely in round 2. On the rappel, very limited exposure to the defense. Those are relatively favorable gunfights for you, the attacker. But other than that, we've seen them just take a lot of gunfights and, in some cases, lose them. So that'll be what round 4 is about for them, seeing if they can maybe apply a bit more utility, apply a bit more focus to any of those individual positions at any given time.
I think the big concern I have so far through Cruelty through 3 attacking rounds, so granted, we are still early days here on Bank. But for Cruelty on their attacking rounds so far, we haven't been very objective focused. We've been very fragging focused. We've been very flooding the bomb site focused. But we haven't been isolating a position to go for a plant and playing utility to facilitate a plant. We have very much been playing team deathmatch through the first 3 rounds, which, again, it is a win condition. It just doesn't always work out against some of the upper echelon teams, and Cruelty even experienced that at the Manchester Major, finding themselves in situations where playing a little more reserved and playing for the objective of planting the bomb in the attack might have served them better, but this is a team that loves to live by the sword and die by the sword, which is flooding executes, overwhelming power, and a lot of fragging ability. And we'll see if the upgrades in the roster can meet that quota of demand when it comes to the playstyle that they want to bring. For the time being, though, Revan have done an excellent job at being able to repel that ideology, being able to withstand on the bomb site, and weather the storm of many of those 1v1v1s.
Well, the rotation there for Revan was basement, CEO, open area. Obviously, the basement site, most successful. Open area, I feel like we didn't see a proper attack there for Cruelty. That was, yes, they did attempt some kind of a push, some kind of an execute, but it just didn't seem as coordinated as we can expect for them. So hopefully they can tidy that up, a bit more coordination here as we finally return to the action and dive into round 4. As we said, site unlocked, so Revan can head back to lockers and CCTV, continuing to bring a very utility-heavy lineup, a very important focus towards the end of this round. You've got those Vulcan canisters from Marteau, you've got the smokes from Abunai, information coming in from Draw on the Valkyrie, instead of something like the Echo, which is a little bit more surprising on this site. The biggest advantage, though, of course, you've got that C4 in pocket between Draw and Quick. That's 2 nitro cells, a lot of explosive power to slow down this attack when it eventually comes through.
I think the big thing here for Cruelty is, again, going for a server execute, knowing that roaming potential does exist here for Revan, is going to be challenging but not impossible. We do see Cruelty once again entertaining the idea of going for an entire clear of the map, which is time-consuming. It is resource-intensive in terms of eating up a lot of the utility that you want to bring for your execute specifically, and it can be dangerous, as we saw with Dante being the opening death in round number 1. When attacking this bomb site, losing your execute utility is very problematic. Good news is here for Cruelty, we're a minute deep. We've got some hatches breached open. We've got some movement in towards open area. We forced a defender to fall back to the bomb site. That was Draw the Valkyrie. Marto still on the roam up here inside of open area for the time being, as Dante is actually pushed in. He's forced Marto out of the position, which will leave lots of real estate for Cruelty to claim.
First bullets will fly here in lobby. But it'll be Ivan who rounds the corner and takes care of Lambe, who was pinned between both Pyrox and Ivan. There's the good start that Cruelty were looking for. Now, can they continue that? Get a couple more kills. They've got the map control now. Entry denial device there from Quick, doing quite a bit of damage to Pyrox as he works his way through, but the control remains the same. All 5 attackers alive. First floor under their control. They just have to keep an eye out from these C4s, but as long as they get these hatches open, which they should not have any problem doing, you see this one already opened wide for draw, Cruelty are in a position to thrive. Marteau repositioning to the elevator, waiting for Cruelty to make the drop there. Utility starting to get popped now, the Vulcan canisters, the fire, you see that now protecting CCTV. Revan reacting to an execute that they know is only a few seconds away.
So much area denial utility flooding into CCTV, and now this is going to prompt Ivan make a rotation down towards the marble stairs. Hold for any flanks. Marteau laying in wait for an elevator drop. But hitting the back does not seem to be the priority for Cruelty. We're still approaching this headlong in through CCTV. It's like that's the last foil canister that will get popped. We've got attacking smokes ringing down from the hatches in tandem with the Ying Candelas. Everybody with their vision obscured inside of the site, but Abinai wins on a knife against Dante. Marto hitting a headshot, and we've got another unfortunate endeavor inside a server that leads to Revan clinching the round on a CCTV defense. A series of unfortunate events for Cruelty. You can see Lambe there saying, it's just that easy.
Yeah, he's saying, you know what were they doing? We cleaned it up. It was never a doubt for them. So much utility working for them. Cruelty just not doing enough in that mid-round to get themselves to a healthy spot to execute. And when it came down to the execute, well, it kind of fizzled out before it could really get started. We saw the spark, but it didn't really ignite much of a flame. Cruelty just kind of dying out there towards the end. Revan, that's another strong hold for them. They're not overcomplicating it, and I think that's really important in a situation like this. You go up against maybe the strongest opponent you're going to face in this region, really itching for a victory on this map after the loss to 6K. Easy to put yourself in a headspace of, we've got to really go crazy, we've got to counter strat, we've got to absolutely make this as complicated as possible. The truth is they don't. They've got a winning formula here very clearly. So they're just going to do what they know how to do. Put somebody, early extension, a little bit of pressure, and then they fall back. Reposition, watch out for the execute. Get ready to throw out that utility when that execute comes through. They're playing their game very well right now, and Cruelty just missing a couple of steps.
Well, for Revan here, getting a little active once again, will be quick in towards the square skylight, fashioning himself some more kill holes towards the top of square. I think right now, for Revan, probably feeling pretty good. The last time you defended this bomb site, though, things did not go so well. We very quickly surrendered a lot of control towards Banana, allowing a free repel in. That was ultimately the demise of a lot of members on the bomb site and just adjacent. You see Cruelty again getting set up for north window repels out towards CEO. A couple of silhouettes on your screen amassing over towards Stock and the marble skylight. But again, we're just going to swing. If we're on the side of Revan, we will take as many engagements as humanly possible. And Marto just narrowly missing the timing to take aim up against Fatal. Repelled out of the north windows, and every defender will be held in place momentarily from the first line EOD. As of right now, everyone on Revan staying at 100% health, staying in their positions, not looking to back off in any way whatsoever, as Draw is going to put his face in the windowsill, narrowly missing 2 attackers on either side of him on the rappel, and now he's getting droned out.
Draw is so eager to challenge this. You see him thinking about it. Does he want to jump out and go for the swing? He's got opponents left and right of the window. Would be a bold move, though, considering this is a 5v5, even footing right now. Not necessarily a risk you want to take. Lambe, he'll take the first fight, but it is Ivan who ends up winning it against Marteau in that heads-up challenge. Ivan backs off, waiting for a swing in response, but it won't happen there. Instead, it is Draw again, tempting to get a bit aggressive on the window. He gets away with his life, but for how much longer? The attack now building from the breach. No more swings from that long hallway. Quick does swing and take care of Fatal. Now a 4v4, but this one's going to get down to the nitty-gritty here in the last 40 seconds.
As the diffuser put on the ground, as Cruelty were stacking to go for a plant, but now they have to react to the situation they find themselves in, which is diffuser on the ground and losing bodies. Good shots there from Pyrox to provide the cover for the plant to go down. Abinai has been downed as well and not revived as of yet. Draw hits the shot onto Ivan, though, so technically a 1v1 in the post plant. Pre-fires ring out from the MP7 on the hands of Draw. He potentially go for a revive of Abinai. Does not look to be in the priorities for the Revan defense, and that is Cruelty winning back-to-back rounds upstairs on the attack towards CEO.
Crazy that Draw was the last one alive after he felt like he tempted fate so many times on those CEO windows, right up in their face, trying to get a swing. The biggest decision he made to allow him to persist in the end was just backing off once the breach was opened. At that point, that long angle, you see it there, was established. There's nothing you can really do if you want to stay in that position. So he backed off, maybe a little too far, ended up being that last player standing, but put up a valiant effort, secured himself a double kill, just could not get past what was just a standard push for Cruelty. They open up that back wall, they wait for their moment to push on in, and expertly getting the diffuser down under a world of pressure that they were feeling there. It looked like initially that was going Revan's way, before eventually Cruelty was able to push through and, most importantly, get that diffuser on the floor. In another world, maybe that diffuser doesn't go down. Another 1 or 2 second decision was the difference there. And if it's a 1v1 with the diffuser out of pocket with a defender, Draw's more likely going to win that than not. Instead, it was a post plant. He was the one who had to step up, and that's the situation that Revan found themselves in. So Cruelty get their second attacking round here, a good one to secure. Now looking for 3-3 at the half. It's open area where they get their chance to strike next.
It's a pretty pivotal round here. If you're Revan, you're feeling pretty good about being able to run this bomb site back and have the 4-2 lead heading into the side swap. Seen a lot of this today. Seen a lot of incidents involving Cruelty, whether it be Matumbo in Dirt Tunnel, whether it be the team kill in the CCTV execute, whether it be team damage trying to open up some barricades. It's looking like an unpolished Cruelty for the time being. And again, we've talked about the expectations placed on this team. But this also just kind of seems like a few errant mistakes that don't seem well ironed out as of yet for Cruelty. Early days in the stage, but for right now, Revan gotta feel pretty good about their ability to run it back to open area, walk away with a 4-2 lead, head into the side swap onto the attacking side, where it did show quite some prowess against 6 Karma on Monday last week. Try and convert this into a regulation win against the projected #1 seed in Latam North.
I love that angle from Abinai we saw a moment ago, using both the main stairs, a computer, some folders, and a desk, all to hide the angle that he was trying to secure on the player taking the rappel. You won't find anything there just yet. Cruelty, as well as approaching from that side on the rappel, you already see them in top square, in stock, and well in the trenches. Bullets flying from above as Fatal cut down within an inch of his life. A C4 doing almost all of his health here. But now it just comes down to if Cruelty can take this over the edge. Is that Ivan in the middle of the site? It was. He goes down, but that opens the door for Cruelty to take this space. The diffuser just denied at the last second by Abonai. Quick, he stays alive and takes care of Dante, but he's alone, and Cruelty just overpower him. A quick execute that Revan just could not see coming puts Cruelty over the top and ties us up at 3.
I am maybe it was that break I had for those 2 games. I'm trying to understand what just happened in that round. That was a flood of epic proportions for Cruelty into the bomb site. Like I said, Ivan just wanders in with an SMG-12 and says, I'm just going to take as many fights as I can. And it turns out to be productive, because then we can start getting a plant down with the drop down from the stock hatches. So it was chaos initially for Cruelty that then turned into the semblance of, we're going to force the plant. We're going to force Revan's hand to move out of their comfort positions and engage with us. And at the end of the day, the plant didn't go down. You know, we've had 6 rounds now. We've had an entire first half with no plants really going down other than the previous round that just elapsed on CEO, and neither of them really being integral. This is going to be an interesting side swap here to see what the approach is from Revan on the attacking side. If we're going to see 12 rounds, and maybe even more, of just pure team deathmatch focus, flood, chaotic, energetic floods on executes into the bomb site, or if we're going to see some more strategic, objective-oriented play coming out from Revan.
Well, that's the question. As you make the swap here, right? Are Cruelty going to be able to keep a little bit of that momentum, move into the defensive half, and make something happen? It's been a back and forth this whole time. Neither team really able to push ahead and secure the lead. But man, it has been close. Some moments where we've questioned Cruelty on that attack, but plenty of moments where, just like in that last round, where they made the right decision at the right time, just overwhelming Revan a little bit there. I thought that Revan had a good read on the situation initially. You saw the nitro cells go up. You saw a good bit of pressure being applied, but not enough at the end of the day. We'll step aside for a few moments while we get this tech pause sorted. We'll get our second half underway when we come back. Well, the second half of Bank now upon us. We switch sides. Revan now attacking. Cruelty now defending. As we look to see what this half has in store, Cruelty will start things off, unsurprisingly, on this basement site, bringing a lineup probably familiar to you at this point. Biggest difference? No smoke this time for Cruelty. They will do away with those toxic smokes in the favor of an additional nitro cell and, of course, the FNAT dread mines from the Fenrir. Fatal pulling out that operator. Not necessarily deadly smoke because it damages you, but deadly just the same because it completely blocks your line of sight and allows yourself to be easy pickings for the defense.
My big focus for Revan on the attacking side here is the lack of the Monte. It's being banned away by Cruelty. You opted to ban the Blitz yourselves, so no shields for Marto to play. And that was the big focus for Marto earlier on, was lots of shield play, lots of focus on gaining as much map control as possible with as little risk possible. This time around, as we did hear a Vulcan canister get detonated, I'm fairly confident that was from Marto with a Twitch drone, but the opening pick in the round goes to the favor of Cruelty. Pyrox works his way up the marble stairs, and he whips out a shotgun for another! Make it 3! Pyrox at the top of the marble stairs, lining up Revan attackers and setting them to sleep. It's just Marto and Abinai left alone now to try and pick up the scraps of this round.
Well, that's one way to win a defensive round. My goodness. Pyrox, he gets out of there with his life after those kills. And yes, it's Marto and Abinai. What are they supposed to do in a situation like this? Revan up 3-1, now very quickly about to be down 4-3 unless, well, 2 of their 5 teammates can group up and try to pull off some sort of a miracle. Smart choice there from Fatal, backing off, not allowing himself to get exposed in any sort of 1-versus-1 gunfight. As long as Cruelty play together at this point, play the trades, they will have no problem winning this round. It's just a mathematical truth. If one of your players goes down, and then someone is there to immediately get the trade, you cannot lose. Revan know this, and so they're going to have to get quite active, see if they can isolate any of these fights. Flashes come out, but Abinai, if he wants to take this fight just outside of Vault, well, he's got to worry about the crossfire, but he's also got to worry about the players above. Pyrox sneaking on in for 4 and for the ace. He gets them all after an unbelievable start to the round. Well, he closes it off with a bang.
Why I didn't see this one coming necessarily. I think my big concern for Revan now is this is 3 rounds in a row for Cruelty, if I can do basic arithmetic between attack pauses correctly. Kind of feels like that game against 6 Karma just a week ago that we keep referencing. Something about game 1s for Revan against 6 Karma that we keep bringing up repeatedly. They are instructive, though. They are learning lessons as the stage progresses. And again, we're getting a bit of a run put on Revan by their opponents on Bank, irrespective of side as well. Cruelty doing the majority of that work on the attacking side, now transitioning to the defense and having a good start. And again, for Revan, that round not particularly close. Pyrox walks in, Pyrox walks up marble stairs, Pyrox walks down marble stairs. And everywhere he goes, he leaves a trail of Revan bodies in his wake. And that's probably not the round that you wanted to start your attacking side off for Revan. And again, we're going to have to see some adaptations here. Without the shields, we saw a lot of lobby pushes for Revan on the attacking side towards this bomb site. Not going to be as simple without the Montaigne to afford you the ground towards spiral stairs for free. Now you're going to have to work some repels, work some of the attacking strategies that Cruelty were trying to employ on this bomb site. And to their credit, were successful both times.
Yeah, but you mentioned it, the Monty and the Blitz ban is crazy. Because both of these operators played quite a bit by both of these teams. Revan especially loved the Monty when they were here, and it worked for them fairly well. They're going to have to do this one the old-fashioned way, though, and likely approach from top square instead from top main stairs. For now, though, pressure everywhere, as one might expect at the beginning of the round. You've got someone on that lobby rappel. You've got some pressure from the skylight, eventually towards stock. This is where almost every single round begins on this top floor attack. The question is, where does it go from here? What do Revan identify with these drones that leads them to one side of the map or the other? A lot of these X-Kairos pellets now dedicated towards opening those long angles from that lobby rappel, so gotta keep an eye on that utility when it comes down to opening up the breach into the site. But again, for now, still the information gathering phase. Cruelty doing a nice job of just slowing that process down. Those Kiva barriers making that so much more difficult. You saw them shooting out the Rotero drone. Those little things that will put Revan into more of an uncomfortable spot. Lambe, he'll be the head of this attack. Looked like it, at least from that side. The other side, that's where Draw gets going. In the site already. Revan, choke point though. Looking to make an early move.
Yeah, Revan start flooding into the bomb site through the rappels. Abinai will pick another one up onto Dante, who's doing a good job of keeping Marteau's attention with that elevator game, constantly back and forth. But they should know that Marteau's still out on the rappel, so for the time being, we're doing chip damage to Abinai on the opposite side of the janitor mirror windows that has been previously ejected. Marteau's going to have to hit the roof to rappel over to try and join the rest of his team on the push, but as he's making that rotation, many members for Revan meet their demise, and whipping out the shotgun now in reaction is fatal, as Ivan will catch the rotation of Marteau from the roof to the marble stairs, and it's just a 68 health Deimos of Lambe left remaining. Deathmark track comes out onto Fatal, the last one available at his disposal, but the peak will come from the marble stairs, and Fatal will be the one to close things out for Cruelty. There's a 3-1 lead for Revan. It is quickly evaporating, and we are trending towards match point in favor of Cruelty.
Well, that is one way to win around there. Revan, I mean, initially it looked like, despite the mess, I mean, the situation they're in right there with 50 seconds to go, they are in the advantage. It's a 4v3. Then they try to work their way up closer to the site with what appeared to be a lot of information, but Pyrox and Fatal initially denied 2, and then it was Fatal and Ivan, the last 2 remaining, who were able to just lock it down. I would say Revan just losing that by the skin of their teeth, and truthfully, that is the case, but I don't even know how they were allowed to get into the site in the first place. That just wasn't a coherent attacking plan. It seems like Revan are skipping some steps here, Flynn, and it's not this comfortable, confident Revan team we are used to seeing. I'm not sure what's forcing them to do that, or a particular reason why they're deciding to shortcut a couple of these attacks, but clearly it's getting them to a little bit of trouble here. And right now, Cruelty are happy to take advantage.
Cruelty are definitely taking advantage, and that is something I do want to highlight, is that they just read the situation very well. They knew that, okay, Revan, we are stalling out here. We are running out of clock at our availability. Marteau, that rappel on the lobby windows towards the elevator wall is the most common spot you can ever have, because it just creates another choke point that defenders cannot rotate around anymore. That hallway is usually a safe haven. You breach it open and you stick someone on that rappel, and all of a sudden, it's very, very claustrophobic inside of the bomb site once you get pressure from the north windows. But I mean, the constant patching work that Dante was doing there with the Azami and constant battle that they were playing, it really meant that everyone else on the bomb site had freedom of mobility to move, and they could deal one-on-one with the pressure from the north windows. So much so that they fell back and just let them rappel in and said, okay, we don't really care if you guys rappel in here because we can take those gunfights. We still have a mirror window set up inside of Janitor Closet. It was just, like you said, running out of time and skipping a couple steps there for Revan on the attacking side. And I am curious. That round took a lot longer than we saw on Monday last week in 6 Karma. Curious if this Montaigne ban is going to remain a constant thorn in the side for Revan as the stage progresses on, or if we're going to see them make some adaptations to be successful. Fatal, though, will try and put an exclamation point on the round and result with a question mark instead, as he goes flying out the north banana windows, and he meets his maker in the hands of Abinai.
Well, again, some odd decisions from both teams here that, well, the other one are more than happy to take advantage of. Great work for Revan to get that opener First time we've seen that for them on the attack, so that should give them a little bit more cushion here to work with as they work their way towards an eventual clear. For now, again, just positioning, seeing if they can force out any other defenders. Mutombo possibly, Ivan potentially. Ivan the one playing at least the most forward. He is one of 2 defenders that still remain on this top floor, Pyrox being the other. He who gets lit up and starts to fall back on 28 HP. Ivan now alone, so he needs to be quite careful. Should have a hatch to drop down. Should have an avenue of escape, but a nade at his feet. No hatch to drop down. He's locked in, fighting for his life. He gets 1, but he will not be able to do more than that. Goes 1 for 1. You were already down a man. Was it worth it? Don't think so, but he knew that he didn't have a clear option to escape. 4v3 now with Revan at the lead.
Just got caught up with the new HUD and one of the graphics there. Marto leaving a goo mine in, costing him 63 health, if I can do math properly, on the fly. I think that was because of the flood topside. Everyone was trying to work out where the angles of problem were that Cruelty were presenting. In terms of their clear on the top side, sprinting into the engagement is Dante, and sprinting to his demise as Draw will catch him off guard. So the health drop there for Marto doesn't seem to be too impactful as Pyrox start working his way up the marble stairs. Seemingly his favorite position of the game so far, but quick reading the rotation from Pyrox will leave Mutombo alone in a 1v4. SMG-11 against the world. Revan starting to flood their way towards the objective, each taking a different angle, and none can be found for Mutombo. It'll be the clear out there for Marto and Revan. They get themselves back on the board.
I think the word I'd use there to describe the entire round, methodical. Just clean cut, disciplined attack from Revan, and slowly but surely, they worked their way through the map, piecing together kill by kill by kill until they had a round win. I think the start of that round is a perfect example on that top floor. They had to clear out 2 players above, and they did, lighting up Pyrox, forcing him to rotate. Ivan stuck in the closet. You see 4 outlines circling that position like hawks, all identifying his position and knowing that the most efficient way to then go about that attack, it wasn't to split up. Some people take care of Ivan, some people go down below and pressure the site. It was, all right, this will be done most efficiently if the 4 of us all go for him at once. And even though Ivan was able to get a kill, it didn't matter too much because immediately they could trade it out. Immediately, they were back in the advantage, and it wasn't much of a problem. That is how you go for an efficient roam clear. It doesn't just mean taking as much space in multiple parts of the map at the same time. Sometimes it can just mean all 4 entry players dedicating themselves to one position.
Well, I think for Revan there, it's a good pivot point to work off of, and you stem a little bit of the momentum that Cruelty were amassing with that run they were putting up on the board. And it was a 3-1 lead for Revan. Swiftly turned into a 5-3 deficit. See Quick again, making entries onto the top floor. I'm not sure if we're pre-making that hole, but I'm not seeing a whole lot of droning coming out from Revan. Everyone is gun up at the moment, according to the HUD for Revan, which means that we're assuming, or at least playing off of pre-placed drones in prep phase on cuts, that nobody is playing on the top 2 floors. And if that's the assumption being made, we're going to be wrong. Dante, Ivan occupying open area, and we've got Fatal inside of the elevator. We lose our Ying. We saw this from Cruelty. They lost their Ying as the opening pick on an execute towards the basement. The rest of the round did not fare very well. That'll be another attacker pushing into garage revealed by the Dread Mines. This is just going from bad to worse for Revan now as they're having to retreat their steps back up the stairs and down the stairs and up the stairs to assess where these Cruelty defenders are positioned.
Ivan again in the trenches. There are a couple of bullets fly. Nade. Dante, careful here. He gets away with one and he dips away just in the nick of time. Dante escapes and then gets finished off by Marteau. Walks right into the player who is waiting in garage, well positioned for Revan. And the flurry of blows ends up returning this one to a 3v3. Liked what we saw there from Revan. Again, good clear up top. Not quite as clean as before, but now they're turning their attention straight towards the site with 60 seconds left. Abonai just goes for it. Fatal says absolutely not. He takes care of Abonai. He takes care of Marteau, and that pushes Cruelty over the line. It's 6-4 now.
Yeah, I think for Revan, the audible there was, okay, we lost the Ying. We don't really have the execute utility necessary, especially with an attacker positioned inside of Garage, which really isn't going to stop long-range plant denial, fortunately. There can be nitros launched from inside of Gold that can stop a lot of plants inside of CCTV. So the decision was made from the side of Revan. We are not going to go for the plant. We're going to go for the picks. It didn't work very well. It was a very good response from Cruelty against the flood into the bomb site and the even man count, having already known where Marteau was inside a Garage. Very easy to concentrate their focus on CCTV for the beginning portion of that attempted execute. Now for Cruelty, they find themselves on match point. It was a very swift week last week for Cruelty, playing both the qualifier teams, winning both the games in regulation by a decent margin. Thought this game would end up being a little bit closer, and to its credit, it has been closer. But I was honestly expecting a slugfest going back and forth. We've had a lot of rounds that have ended either as flawlesses or rounds that have ended as 4v1s, or just going either direction as the wind blows. Now for Cruelty, all you need is one more of those show-stopping rounds, and you got yourself a perfect points allocation after 3 playdays.
First 2 games, 7-3, 7-3. They can close it out here. It'd be a nice 7-4 win against a much different opponent in Revan. As we mentioned, they played TSG, they played LUS Empire, the 2 qualifier teams. Their first test, proper test against one of these top few teams in the region. And Cruelty have not disappointed. First few rounds were shaky, but since then it has been anything but. Doing a great job to both play their game while denying any sort of shenanigans that Revan want to pull off. Several times now we've seen Revan, I said it earlier, skipping steps, trying to shortcut things a bit. Abonai jumping in with 60 seconds left, trying to make a move. Good example of that. Maybe he saw something we didn't, but walking into a crossfire is not usually a winning move. We'll see what Revan do here to try to remedy that. They need to take 2 in a row if they want to bring this one to OT.
Returning to the battlefield that is the elevator wall between Dante and Marteau, the Azami against the Hibana. How much time can Dante afford his teammates of free mobility upstairs? And can Lambe be the difference maker on this round? We saw him working his way up against the barbed wire, clearing it out on spiral stairs. Doesn't seem like anyone on the side of Cruelty is aware of his positioning. Dante not spotting the head of Lambe peeking up over the stairwell, and it's the opener acquired. But Ivan looks like he goes for the jump to try and reacquire the man advantage, and he will do just that as the north window contingent for Revan's attack get decimated, and as 65 seconds tick away, Ivan will be stuck outside, so we're going to be down to a 3v3, barring the most immaculate turn on here from an MPX. But you're still in a good spot, wasting some time here, and no, Ivan is going to make it all the way back to Dirt Tunnel.
Well, he dies there. Marteau was waiting, but he did his job. He just burned 25 seconds of time that would not have been burned otherwise. He was about to round the corner outside and die. He thought, wait a second, I'm dead either way. Let's regroup, let's back off, let's just waste more time. And that mission was accomplished. Now it's a 3v3, yes, even man count, but the diffuser is out of pocket, a long way from being recovered. These 3 attackers need to find 3 kills in 20 seconds. Fatal, Matumbo, not letting that one happen. The trade from Fatal, and there it is. Round 11 for Cruelty, and a 7-4 victory over Revan to solidify themselves at the top of Latam North.
Yeah, there was so much time being wasted there from Ivan outside, and I'm pretty sure the diffuser was outside of the north windows as well, so nobody on Revan really having time or the ability to rotate over and pick it up, which leads Revan in one of those unfortunate situations where they have to try and flood for kills on the execute, and Cruelty up to the task. We'll bring Pourback back into the conversation as we did survive the tech pause barrage. We're back to see 3 people on the desk. and we've concluded what we thought was going to be game of the day, at least comparatively to the other score lines. It has been.
I would say that it was quite an interesting match, right? I think it could have been maybe a little bit closer than it was, and at times it kind of almost felt like it was Revan's game to lose, if I'm being honest. But, Jonah, does this just reassert that Team Cruelty is, the best team in Latam? Do you feel like that's the kind of big takeaway from this match?
Best team in Latam? Not sure. Best team in the North? Absolutely. But I think for me, it went a long way to quelling the doubts that I still had lingering in the back of my mind. On paper, I knew that this team was bred for success. Based on some of the things we saw in Element 3, I was a little bit concerned.
Yes.
This performance here, I no longer have any doubt who is the top team in the North. Of course, they have not played 6K. They have not played Cintra Negra, but I'm not too worried about that. I think this is the best team. I think this is the team to beat. They were in Stage 1, and they are again in Stage 2.
I kind of am right there with you because I agree. I was feeling a little shaky on them. No, this was a solid performance. They knew what they were about. They had Revan's number most of the time. I mean, Glenn, this reminded me a lot of the Revan that we saw in Stage 1, despite it being kind of a different team this go round. It was, some good successes here and there, but just lacking the oomph to finish. I mean, how do you kind of get around those problems?
Well, I think I can only say there's a lot of road in front of them until it disappears, until you run out of the games. And I think for Revan, again, this is going to be a slow process just because of the significance of the role changes, the significance of the roster overhaul that they're going through. I mean, again, when you look comparatively at the rest of the North, I still firmly believe that Revan will be a playoff team. I firmly believe they can be challenging for that number 2 spot against 6 Karma, depending on how their transition with a new roster goes. There's still plenty of upside to get into a powerful position when it comes to the seeding of the playoffs, and that's when the games matter most. We got 10 double round robin group stage games to get through just to find out the seeding for the playoffs, and then you've got the games that will send you to a major. So Revan has time, but it seems like with every day that I say that, we're running out of time for Revan and everyone else in the league to sort everything out.
I mean, right, we can say there's more time up until the end, and I think I plan to. But Revan, right, we've seen this pattern before where they've started off a stage slow and then bounced back and eventually found a bit more success. Honestly, I think that was the case when they eventually ended up going to the Copenhagen Major in 2023. It's not always sunshine and rainbows and daisies for them, but we are getting to the point where 3 games in, you have to look in a mirror and say, okay, this is not the performance we were expecting. If it is, and if they are contending just as much as they thought, bringing in Lambe and Marteau to complete, unknowns to the Latam scene, then hey, that's great, and they continue to build upon that. But if they think they're capable of a little bit more, and I think they do, and I think we know that they are capable of a little bit more, I think maybe it's time to maybe after Wednesday go back to the drawing board a bit, try to rework some things, maybe stay away from Bank, and tighten things up just a little bit more.
Indeed. Well, unfortunately, their Revan E Club falling short in their underdog matchup. Will the same fate fall on Cintra Negra as they take on 6 Karma? Stick around until after this break to find out. Well, welcome back, viewers, here to Latam Play Day 3, our last match of the day for Latam North coming up to you, and it is Cintra Esports versus 6 Karma here, another underdog matchup, this time the role taken by Cintra as they get ready to take on another strong import team here in Latam North. Now, Jonah, I think that Cintra as a team are kind of just perpetually on the bubble. You used the term bubble teams earlier when we were talking about some standings. That feels like where they're just kind of stuck, whether they like it or not.
Right, this has been a team who's shown some really impressive stuff from time to time, but also a team that has just failed to be the team to beat. They've failed to really keep that good play consistent. That's just not typically their style. Now, this stage so far, it's gone decently well, a 7-2 to open things up against Lycus, a loss to Revan, but a close 7-5 game. This is a team that we have known for years is capable of so much more. They show us this playing an element, playing stage after stage after stage, but we've just yet to see them find that final form. They brought on Coffin and Situff this year, obviously, this stage, and are hoping that that is their secret ingredient, but we'll see. We really will.
Yeah, for this CNE team, it really is about the battle for being in that playoff picture, being in the conversation when we get down to it. Double round robin, there's a lot of games and a lot of opportunities to be in that mix, and I think for CNE, their performances through week 1 lead you to believe that, okay, they might actually be a level above the qualifier teams that came in this stage. They might be able to add some separation, add some distance, especially with their play against Revan. Looking to keep that round differential in a good spot and pick up points where you can. I mean, this could be a pretty unlikely event where a qualifier team makes it in just because CNE stays stable.
Yeah, no, I mean, you look at their opponent, 6 Karma, and I feel like it's almost the same kind of problem, Jonah, just at a higher level, whereas 6 Karma are constantly in the contention for that major spot, but they just cannot ever seem to finish to get there.
Well, right. This has been the case for 6 Karma ever since they completely dropped that old roster and started fresh. Of course, you've got Skimzy back under the 6K banner, which is a fun touch, but you've still got a team looking to get back to the place that that old 6 Karma roster was, right? A team that can go to these international events. Now, strong start to this stage so far, so a great place to begin. But again, it's just, can they take it to that next level? Can they finally flip that switch and instead of being that second place team, that third place team, finally be the first place team? We know they can be.
I mean, Flynn, though, I follow on to what Jonah's saying here. I just don't know that the match against Cintra, is this the match that's going to prove that they're a real deal? It kind of doesn't feel that way.
No, for 6 Karma, this is very much about maintaining the status quo and kind of picking up your points where you can. For CNE, this game matters a lot more in terms of making a statement.
Well, let's take a look now at our map videos, get an idea of where these two teams will be facing off here tonight. And Jonah, well, Chalet's already gone, and so is Bank.
Look at that. Something new for us here. We've seen some labs, but obviously that's been banned. It won't be Cafe, but Clubhouse where we end up going here. And funny to say that that's refreshing to see Clubhouse because it's normally one of these maps we see quite a bit. But I'm happy to see this here. A good old-fashioned club between 6K and Cintra. And I like where Flynn was going with this, that this is an important game for 6K, not to show that they are the best in the North. That's not what this win would tell them, but a win here would tell us that they aren't going to falter. A confident win here would tell us that they are ready to take it to that next level. Not necessarily better than Cruelty here in this stage 2, but it will tell us that they aren't going to have those problems with these middle of the pack teams.
Yeah, my concern for 6 Karma allowing this to go to Club is just with Oregon gone, Clubhouse really does feel like the map where good teams go to die. Because it is just the most stable, most default, your day one of your tier 62 team is going to learn how to play Club now instead of Oregon. And, you know, this is a moment where, again, for 6 Karma, you're trying to show stability. This might not have been the best map to do it on.
Well, it's back to basics then on Clubhouse. And of course, back to you guys. Enjoy the last match of the day.
Last match of the day. Yes, thank you, Corbeck. Back to basics. I like that. Kind of back to where so many teams began. This map, of course, a long and storied history in Siege, and good to see that it remains here in the map pool. 6K and Cintra Negra face off here. As we said, CNE, a big map for them to potentially show that they aren't here to just stay in the middle of the pack. If they wanted really to emerge as one of these bigger threats, a win here, Flynn, would do exactly that.
Yeah, and again, to add on to the point with Clubhouse, it's now filled that position of, yeah, you know, it's your default standard. Everyone should know how to play it map. And I think for CNE, you feel pretty good about that draw in the map ban phase. You feel pretty good about being the quote-unquote underdog coming into this game against 6 Karma and being able to level the scales a little bit with a map like Clubhouse. For 6 Karma, though, you do get to start on the defense, so be on the slightly more favored side statistically. I think for 6 Karma, the one thing I'm really looking for out of them today and this week and for the rest of the stage is showing that it isn't a one-man show. Because Kurtz, to the first 2 games last week, that man looked like he was going to put everyone in the backpack and take them to the moon. And that's not really what you want to see at a 6 Karma. You don't want to see one man carrying all these remaining 6K members across the finish line. You want to see it being a team effort, more like what we saw last stage when it comes to team play, but with a little better execution. Instead, so far, it's been the Kurt show. I don't have a problem with him performing well, but the rest of the team following up his act.
We know this team is capable of that. We've seen this from everyone on this team before, but what we need to see is, well, it actually happen here. I think an important game for it to happen. This is not going to be a walk in the park. Their game against Revan certainly was no walk in the park, and they did not look like a team that was going to come out of that game with a victory, let alone squeak out that 8-7 and then bounce back and have an easy win in day 2. So it's this kind of rough and tumble 6K that we've kind of been getting used to over the past stage or two, and well, this is their chance to clean it up. Week 1, you can kind of dust yourselves off for getting out of the fray relatively unscathed, 2 victories under your belt, and now it's just about looking forward. As we've said a few times, right, there's a lot of Siege to play this stage. This is a double round robin. There are 10 group play days. This is play day 3. It's still about trying to get yourself in a good, sustainable rhythm, and a great place to do that here.
One of the more challenging things for 6 Karma as we progress on is going to be not revealing too much before we get to the playoffs. I think we've seen a decent expanse of maps already for 6 Karma and a decent expanse of play styles from 6 Karma. So we're getting into territory here where, you know, your map pool is going to get figured out probably by the beginning of the second rotation of the round robin. And I think this is definitely looking like a moment for 6 Karma to play a more stable map and a more default map and not reveal too much on tape. You want to try and keep your map pool as hidden as possible as we progress on, but you are still, like I said, have to play 10 games before we even get to the playoffs, so you're forced to reveal a decent amount. You just definitely don't want to be tipping your hand too much before we get into those playoff positions. Considering the way the North is shaken out thus far, we are looking like we have, for the most part, established our playoff teams, or at least the playoff hopefuls. It's about the seeding order in which they'll fall and what advantages they'll get in the playoff bracket because of those seeds.
Well, the stage is set and the show is about to begin. Before we do, we're going to step aside for just a moment before 6K and Cintra Negra gets underway. jumping into a game in progress. A bit of a technical snafu had us missing the first round, so we apologize for that. But good news for 6 Karma fans is that, well, 6K came out with the victory. Unfortunately, we're not going to know how exactly that happened or why, but we can tell you that 6 Karma, on the defense, is starting off with a nice little 1-round lead. So think about it like CNE are entering this one already at a bit of a disadvantage and have their work cut out for them ahead. 6 Karma, the fact that they are now up towards this gym and bedroom site, gives you a pretty good idea that it was probably the basement site they started and probably the basement site that they won. So this time CNE will have to focus on this jacuzzi wall and clearing out this top floor rather than clearing out the entire map and working their way all the way to the basement.
Well, you know what, Jonah? You can assume that it was the basement. In my fairy tale land, I'm going to say it was a bar stage defense. And it was a banger of a defense in bar stage, because Rayduct and Kurtz had all 5 kills. 3 to Rayduct, 2 to Kurtz, at least from what we saw from the HUD before we got into the actual action phase of the round, where we can't see that information anymore, unfortunately. Skimsy's going to make his rotation on the Azami, as he's trying to facilitate a cash hold on the far side from the objective. Now he's going to extend all the way into Rafters, leaving his teammate over cash. At the same time, grabbing more map control and making life much more difficult for the CNE attack to make their way in through the platform. You can see outside of the CC platform wall, you have Gladius attempting to open up a breach. And it's going to take a little bit of time for everyone on CNE to get organized, especially with that ejected mirror window in the jacuzzi wall.
You see Swag now watching the window. Oh, the timing there might have caught a pixel of physics as he rotated across. Instead, he stays safe behind the mattress. Falls stays safe behind the mirror window, and, well, you still have 2 defenders positioned over on the other side of this top floor. No CNE attacking presence has even bothered to pressure garage or CCTV or cache, and that means these defenders, other than worrying about the breach, can sit here and remain here comfortably. That gives them a long angle towards the windows. It also gives them a chance to peek outside if they so choose. Falls rips his C4 and will not connect onto Gladius, just outside that mirror window on the breach. Coffin, he'll get the first one though, and Rayduct, missing his spray, has revealed his position. Here comes the execute. Quick and dirty, it's Flacco and Sitough. Sitough with 2, and Rayduct is dead.
Nailed it.
Sitough gets 3 and closes out the round.
Well, for the 99% we saw that round, it was a good attack for CNE that was taking a very long time to establish where it wanted the entry point to be. We saw a lot of finagling with the ejected mirror window on the jacuzzi wall. We had a breach opened up onto CCTV platform, but for the most part, we're ignoring CCTV and cache. We're really just focusing the highway windows in towards gym and bedroom and flooding up against the mirror window with an assist from a Logi drop that also brought a kill as well. And would you look at that? It's a tech pause, I imagine. It's very not. Are those 1s or 7s? I can't even tell. I'm going to assume
it's definitely ones. Definitely ones.
I would hope they're 1s. They just look
it's
like
not
7s.
7-7 right now. Is 1.
A man can dream, Jonah. A man can dream.
Want round 15 all the way home. You know what? I want infinite overtime. I wish that said
bring it
17-17. Bring infinite overtime back. You heard it here first. But a tough response there, obviously, for 6K after that early round victory. It was CNE who just had a very clean approach to that jacuzzi site. There were a couple of opportunities where we saw, I mentioned jacuzzi site, that master and gym site up top. But the jacuzzi wall is where I'm going here, because there were a couple of just easy missed opportunities that 6K almost had. They almost got a kill, that they just could not quite close it out, right? It was the C4 on the breach, for example. It was Rayduct swinging wide and trying to get something done from that CCTV side. It was a smart idea for CNE to really open up that CCTV cache side, but then put all of their defensive presence on the gym side. Yes, it was risky, but what it did is it put 6K into a bit of a false sense of security. Maybe they thought eventually the clear would come through there, and because it didn't, they didn't have to be ready for the execute. Or maybe they thought they could stay there. Baited a little bit by Cinta Negra, who ended up executing on a site that did not have a full man count because 2 defenders were off of the site. Whatever the reason is, it was a very smart call from CNE, and they walk away with the round because of it.
Well, at the conclusion of this tech pause, which does seem to be happening momentarily, I will be curious to see where 6 Karma elect to go defensively. We've had a long conversation for the last 365 days about CCTV and cash on this map, and is it defensively viable? Is it not defensively viable? I think the answer has somewhat landed on, if Azami's up, then yeah, it's pretty viable because you can hold rafters for a while. If Azami's not up, if she's banned away, then it makes life a little difficult, but I don't think anyone thus far has concluded that bar stage would be a better defensive option than CCTV in most circumstances. We do have the Azami at the availability of 6K's defense, and we're not going to try and run it back on Gym Bedroom, at least not yet. So, your 6 Karma are over and towards CCTV and Ash. Very interesting extension Master side, and also fully reinforcing off the rafters wall to CC itself. Looking like something straight out of your casual games, and we're dropping a mirror window on it. Okay. This is a map that not a whole lot of innovation has been done on in a very, very long time, but 6K may be trying to reinvent the wheel a little bit here.
I feel like reinvent the wheel is a phrase we use both positively and negatively sometimes, right? We try to say, hey, why did you bother reinventing the wheel here? You just do what everyone else does. You've overcomplicated it and you've gotten yourself into trouble. On the other hand, you could say that when a team innovates in a really successful way, where they break something down, change it up, and it puts, in this case, the attacking team into a bit of a bind. We'll see how it ends up working out for 6K, as right now they aren't the ones worrying about the entry. Instead, it is Cinta Negra who have to worry about where this attack is going to begin. Top floor site, once again, so the other side of this top floor is going to be a factor. Rayduct is going to be a factor as well. An unusual position for the smoke, holding this roam, but it works so far, as 6K get the opening kill. You now have Skimzy supporting this. 2 defenders ready to shut down this clear, and even though the information is there for CNE, the kills also have to follow. They find one, but it will not be enough. Rayduct and Swag each get a kill as well. Of course, Rayduct dropped and likely to be finished, but 6K, a 3v2 essentially. A good start to the round for sure.
Yeah, the roaming contingent doing some heavy lifting here for 6 Karma, and yeah. Oh no, we have someone going downstairs for the revive! No shot! We have Swag drop down below to try and get Rayduct back up standing. He's going to lose his life for it, so a 1-man advantage quickly evaporates into a 0-man advantage. We are even on the scales now at a 2v2. Fall's playing inside of CCTV at the CC door, and Kurt's playing inside of rafters beside this ejected mirror window from the platform reinforcement. This is a decent crossfire to be holding for 6 Karma. The real trouble is, now that the breach is going to be facilitated by Flacco onto platform, instead of pushing on the far side through Master, you're going to run into a situation where not everywhere in the bomb site is going to be free to play in.
Instead of treating Rayduct as dead, baiting it, allowing them to get that kill, a brutal choice for 6K, which leaves Kurtz now alone. A 2v2 to a 2v1 to a round victory for Cinta Negra. A fantastic start for 6 Karma, and then mistakes get them into trouble. CNE take 2 attacks back to back.
Yeah, for 6 Karma there, I mean, roaming contingent, like I said, does a good job. I will also note, Rayduct is on a drone. You can see it in the rotation, whole bottom right. This entire time. He's on a drone constantly. And we're making some mistakes on the side of CNE. We're getting overloaded in terms of manpower, and we just can't hit our shots. But then all of a sudden, 6K continue to swing into the steer, and it starts to get a little messy. If you're Swag there, you definitely can leave Rayduct and say, listen, we can just take the 3v2 on the bomb site Falls as well getting picked apart with the tandem breach and the peek from the Condor. Good teamwork there for CNE, and good work from CNE across the board to salvage that round. It's just definitely one of those rounds that Karma, you definitely want to maintain your advantage and hold on to the win for, as opposed to continuously swinging up against the tide that was CNE, pushing into the far side of the building away from the objective.
Clubhouse. You see these 3-3 splits often, 4-2 splits, defensive typically leaning. So 6K certainly looking to get these next 3 rounds into a bit better shape. 2 rounds would be great. 3 rounds would be even better. Right now, CNE, they are the ones sitting comfortable. Already secured 2 at this point, just looking for any more damage they can do to 6K. Put them in a really good spot going into the swap. We know how strong 6 Karma is on the attack, so we'll bring that up, of course, when we make that transition at the half. Right now, so far it seems that Cintra Negra are quite good on the attack. They've made the right decisions in these last 2 rounds, coupled with a couple of bad ones on the 6 Karma side that have resulted in back-to-back round victories for CNE. Not going downstairs is an interesting choice. Sticking with this top floor site, gym and bedroom here for 6 Karma is a bold one, but it would set themselves up very well if they could then, after this, go back to the basement from here. Bandit trick perfectly timed, well executed there from Swag. That's going to make CNE's life much more challenging.
Much more challenging indeed. We still have the mirror window placed on the jacuzzi wall, but it hasn't been opened up, so that helps facilitate Swag on the bandit trick. Last time around, CNE completely avoiding the CCTV and cache component of this hold from 6K, and yet nobody for 6K ended up peeking the CC window towards the highway balcony. Gladius, somehow in all of this, stops Swag from going back to the jacuzzi breach, and he'll get the kill for the opener. Again, there's no pressure onto the cache side right now for CNE on the attack, yet nobody for 6 Karma is willing to take the gunfight towards any of these balcony players. Just giving them a safe haven outside the windows and giving you plenty of angles into the middle of the bomb site.
I mean, if you put yourself in the shoes of one of those attackers outside, normally you are sweating bullets. I mean, you're out there going, oh gosh, I have to watch the right, I gotta watch the left, and I'm at a window constantly at war. Dangerous for CNE, but comfortable right now. They pick up a kill with the Claymore. As we said it was 6K who tried to get something done, but good preparedness for Cintra Negra to get the kill. Skimsy's able to equalize, though. Falls is able to get another. He's able to get 2 here. The Mira bringing 6K back, and Kurtz will close it with a shotgun. 6K coming out of nowhere there, finally decide to take some gunfights, and it worked out well.
Very well, in fact. I think these are the wrong replays. That was from the other round. There we go. Just wrapping one extra replay there at the end from the round previous. But I do think that this time around for 6 Karma, at least more focus paid towards the highway windows out towards Gym and Master was a good idea in terms of isolating your manpower and isolating your vision, making sure that you're not being split between the potential Logi drop that did come later on, but wasn't as impactful as it was the last time you defended this bomb site. Being able to facilitate the bandit trick once was good. Not getting it the second time was tough, especially allowing that opening kill to come through the gym window while you have a defender playing in gym. It's a very tough one. If I'm bandit in that situation, I'm a little upset that I died when I have a defender inside a gym. But at the end of the day, 6 Karma, they salvaged the round that didn't start the way they would have wanted. And now we get to see them go downstairs. And like you said, Jonah, you assumed that round number 1 was played on this bomb site. I think most logical people would assume that round number 1 was played on this bomb site. It seemed to be a pretty swift victory for 6 Karma, judging by the score lines when we entered into seeing the game. But we'll see if 6K can get back in the lead off the back of a downstairs defense, seemingly as good as the first time around.
Well, they made the bold choice to go upstairs again instead of back down here before. Ended up working out. And so now they are in a very good position to take back-to-back rounds. Like you said, Flynn, if they can repeat the success they had, presumably, in that very first round. Good coverage on the map right now for 6K, really staying at least through the first minute, nice and extended on this roam. But as they recognize the pressure is starting to build, they'll begin to back on off. The castle barricade goes up, and the rest of this defense starts to rotate back. Still a little presence up top. You've got Skimzy over on that garage side. But other than that, you're looking at a team ready to buckle down and wait for CNE to come to them. This rotation over towards Dirt here from Cinta Negra, just meaning that they're trying to open up all their options. Kitchen Hatch open, Dirt open. They've got a couple of different avenues they could approach from here, but they've done a nice job of taking this control and forcing 6K back towards the site so far.
I do like the setup here for CNE. I think we've, on the side of CNE, identified that Falls is going to be juggling. He's had a Kai Claw in his hand for basically the entire round. He finally puts it away now. He's going to be juggling towards Moto with the Kai Claws, which meant life was going to be difficult in terms of breaching that hatch. So for everyone on CNE, we are focusing Kitchen, we're focusing Dirt, trying to stay away from the potential lurking roamer as well of Skimzy, who was in the garage. I don't think he's left as of yet. Still upstairs, according to the HUD. So for the time being, you got to be worrying about one flank, but you're taking this as a minimal approach where you're not trying to occupy as much floor space as possible, and you're really just trying to get Kitchen, Dirt, and get a plant down inside of Arsenal.
Still a 5v5. 45 seconds here. Big position for Skimzy. Oh, but he gets blindsided by Flacco. He had no idea the swing was coming. And a very astute gunfight to take for CNE. That'll open things up. They don't have to worry about that. They're aware, of course, of this dirt tunnel pressure, but it's going to be Kurtz who falls. Physics who wins it. Gladius, he's traded out. Rayduct in the corner. A huge factor here for 6K, but it is not enough. Falls now has to do it himself. He's able to pick up one onto Physics. Coffin and Situff. The two unknowns, the two new pickups, now look to make a name for themselves here. There goes Coffin. He picks up the kill onto Falls, and it is another Cinta Negra round.
CNE able to kind of identify what 6 Karma were bringing on the defensive side and really only take what they needed. Only take what was absolutely necessary, which was we need some kitchen floor, we need some kitchen hallway, and we need dirt tunnel. And everything else is completely irrelevant to us. We hold the flank, we catch the flank coming out from Skimzy. We worry about a swing over down towards the bottom of the main stairs. It does cost us a couple lives, not gonna lie. Leaving the castle inside of Arsenal is a tough look, but the rest of it all worked out in the end because you had the manpower, you had the flood, you played the trades effectively, and it all worked out in the end for CNE. So, 3-2 lead now for CNE. They've at least guaranteed they will be tied heading into the side swap, and they have an opportunity now to be leading by 2 rounds side swap. So a very precarious situation that 6 Karma now find themselves in. We have seemingly completely flipped the script on the strategy for 6 Karma now, bringing out the castle downstairs in towards lounge, dropping the Mira, and seems like we're focusing much more vertically as opposed to horizontally the last time we defended this bomb site.
Well, Cinta Negra, if they can get one more here, my oh my, that would set themselves up really well. 6K, this bomb site up top. Not so successful the first time around. What can CNE pull off again? It was good early pressure that 6K was able to apply over on this gym and bedroom side that initially gave CNE so much difficulty. But a difficulty that eventually CNE were able to overcome. Similar formula here. This time Rayduct is playing the castle, not the smoke. Generally that makes a bit more sense. Someone who can place down their utility, not have to worry about those smokes late game. But instead of staying there, he's going to rotate back, trying to avoid being put in that awkward position of, well, being downed and getting a teammate killed by getting, well, attempting at least a revive. So through the first minute, nothing too crazy here, as now they turn their attention towards the breach. A bandit on the other side, though, has not been addressed yet. Swag has been bandit tricking several different times, and we still see Cinta Negra have no response for it. Not to worry, they still have a lot of hard breach, and they already worked their way inside of construction.
Yeah, look at the manpower that CNE have amassed inside of Con. This is troublesome here for 6K. The good news is that you have been able to maintain the closure of platform wall. But everyone for CNE, not really too bothered by that situation, able to rotate over towards construction. Flacco, his position will be known now as he takes a little bit of damage. Selma charge successful though onto the top red wall. Gonna make playing at the top of the red stairs very difficult. The Buck entering down below as well, as Gladius has position inside of stock. Physics will get one as Sidif was dropped by Swag. There's still vertical pressure being applied onto these defenders in the bomb site. They've lost their safe haven in top red. It really does come down to Kurtz and his ability to play off these Kiva barricades.
He's played off them fairly well so far this map. Oh, careful there, the rotation! He exposes himself to Flacco. A big kill there in construction on the doorway into Cash. That gives now Cinta Negra another advantage. They have 30 seconds here to work with. The man count in their favor. Swag, he's the next player to stop this, so is Falls. They'll swing together, but Falls gets traded. Good awareness there from Gladius, but they have not taken care of Swag yet. They've got to take care of him if they want to win this round. He's not going to make that easy. Swag, 2, Skimzy, 1, and 6K. Bring it back, tying it up.
How in the world have 6 Karma pulled that round back from the depths? That looked like probably one of the most uncomfortable rounds 6 Karma has ever played on a CCTV cache hold. That was a nightmare simulator for the defenders on the bomb site. Losing top red, losing your floorboards in cache. You've got like top red hall and rafters, and honestly, I think if CNE had applied any remote pressure towards rafters or didn't get bandit tricked from the platform wall, that round was lights out, because the bottom portion of that hold got picked apart pretty well. Gladius made some entries down below utilizing the soft breach and was causing havoc from inside of stock, so there wasn't a vertical component for 6K to fall back on. Their horizontal component was an absolute disaster. So 6 Karma pulling that one back from the depths of despair is mighty impressive. The sad news is that you were on the defensive side on Clubhouse. You're projected to be the better team. Is this the map where good teams go to die? Because you've let CNE grab 3 attacking rounds, and now they get to convert onto the defensive side, which again should be statistically slightly favorable.
Well, that's what they say, right? The better team shouldn't be bringing their opponents to one of these equalizer maps. I'd argue that right now, 6 Karma do not look like the better team. It's that cut and dry. On paper, they should be. Their results indicate they should be. It has been a mess, this map. The rounds they have won, couple of them, just like that last one, scraping by. Just barely. I'm hopeful, though, for 6 Karma and their fans here, that they have strong attacks. They've been really good at keeping the momentum up and keeping the pace up on their attacks. It's the reason that as of the start of this playday, they were leading the league in plants, in instances of getting the diffuser down. They had 6 plants, the nearest opponent 4 and 5, I believe. If they could do that again here, they're going to have success. But Clubhouse is a tough map to try to shortcut things on. You can't just walk by and walk into the site. A perfect example here as Flacco is able to get not 1, but 2 opening kills. It is Swag who goes down first and Rayduct who goes down second. Skimzy will finally deal with the pest that was Flacco on that top floor, but after he dealt a lot of damage.
Yeah, we didn't get to see how. We did get a quick glimpse of Flacco playing inside of bathroom upstairs adjacent to Master. And then we didn't see how, but he's taken out the Grim and the Deimos, 2 operators that should be well equipped to handle a dude upstairs in a bathroom stall with an MP5. And yet, Flacco makes them pay for either carelessness or poor positioning. Either way, it's some nice shots and nearly gets out with his life. He'll take that trade any day of the week, though, because as the Malusi, that utility is still on the ground being used for the rest of the round. The Goyo canister now burning at the feet of Kurtz. He's going to lose 60 HP of that Goyo fire explosion onto the dirt door. Everyone for 6 Karma now are meeting their demise as Physics picks up a nice double nitro towards the kitchen floor. And it's just Kurtz now on that 40 HP left inside of dirt. as the timer will tick away against 6 Karma. And this will be CNE picking up their first win on the defensive side. You can hear all the traps being thrown out. There's still a lot of utility that Kurtz would have to work through if he showed any intention of even wanting to. But no, he's going to sit in dirt. He's going to get his. He's getting flanked from Kitchen, which is hysterical. So he does get his against Gladius. He'll stat pad a little bit more. But at the end of the day, Coffin will clean things up, and it is CNE on top 4-3.
Well, that's the basement site, the one you expect them to win. But these rounds just have not been giving us a lot of hope for 6 Karma. This has been looking like Cinta Negra's game right now. Sure, there are hiccups for both teams. Sure, there are good moments for both teams. It just feels like CNE are a little bit more consistent, that their not-so-good moments are not quite as bad as 6K's not-so-good moments, right? If you're looking at it that way. They have the lead now on this second half, well into this game. We are now moving into round number 8, and not only is this close at this point, when you might have expected 6K to be running away with this, but it is a lead for Cinta Negra. So a fantastic place for them to be, and a rough spot for 6K, who need to try to work something out on the attacks. Now, they don't have to panic yet. That was just one mishap on the attack. But if that becomes 2... and that becomes 3, at that point, you're staring in the face of match point.
Well, CNE will have a new foe to face. We see 6 Karma, they banned away the Clash and the Blitz. I think we've actually talked about operator bans all that much. Just, it didn't play much of a factor in the early rounds, but now we have the Montaigne back at the availability of the attacking side. So it's a new foe for CNE to contend with. Rayduct will pick up the Montaigne. See a Twitch drone, I think, being launched. No, just a normal drone being launched towards the platform, and we've got a Gon 6 going off on CC window. We got everything going off towards the bomb site immediately for CNE. We'll start running into a few difficulties. Good news is, though, they've also positioned Coffin on the Bandit, on the platform wall, ready to try and implement some of the same tactics that 6 Karma were using on their defensive side to constantly disrupt any breaching attempts for the platform wall.
Well, the biggest difference here is that 6 Karma are actually dealing with the Bandit. They're not just going to sit by and let the exothermic charge get destroyed. You heard that sound, that iconic sound of the exothermic charge going off. It wasn't down here on the garage wall, so we can assume now that after a good bit of pressure and those nades coming in, that the platform wall has been successfully opened up. And that'll give Rayduct a good chance to just stand on the breach, get a bit of information. Will give 6 Karma now the leeway to start pressuring this garage side and start to mix it up a little bit here. It'll also force CNE to relocate. Can't just stand in the middle of the site and reposition there. Instead, gotta take a bit more passive angles, waiting for 6 Karma to make that eventual move. The first move will be made by Rayduct, the first one with actually boots on the ground inside the interior of this map. But it will be Coffin who goes down first. It is Falls who ends up securing that kill, so a good start for 6K.
You can see the defensive structure with the castle barricades down below inside of the lounge doors. Very similar to something that 6 Karma ran on one of their defenses on this bomb site. So they're well prepared to be able to pick this apart. The flank down below, though, from Flacco as Gladius refilled the position topside. Flacco works his way down the red stairs in towards lounge. Sidduff in between a rock and a hard place here, as luckily for him, Rayduct hasn't pressed the 1v1 as of yet. Probably wary of anyone peeking from inside of green box. Sidduff will get one. That is Rayduct. So he wins the 1v1 against the Montaigne inside of rafters somehow. Swag, though, will drop Sidduff, falls from outside the breach, whips out the secondary to delete Gladius. So it is just Flacco alone now. He's made his way back to the bomb site. Vault in through the breach, comes out from Falls. He'll push his way towards Red Hallway. Kurtz will shut it down from the top of Red Stairs. And 6 Karma, they lose their Montaigne on an island, but everyone else, they're firing on all cylinders. They claim the bomb site and the round.
If the round was a little bit closer, losing your Monty in a situation like that would be more than just a blip. It would be an error, and it would be a problem. It really wasn't here. 6 Karma did a nice job of just establishing pressure from just about every possible angle. And sure, it took them a minute, but they quickly got control of just about every spot you could ever want. And in doing so, ended up just taking all the kills, one by one, doing enough damage to overpower CNE. Neither team here is proving that they're going to go down without a fight, and I think 6 Karma, a great indication of that in the last round. They lost their first attack, they're still losing, but they don't do anything too crazy. They just go through the motions, deal with the bandit on the wall, open the wall, get the Monty into garage, put some pressure into garage, and just get that attack going from all fronts. CNE, they were the ones who tried to get a little desperate. You saw the castle peeking the breach in the middle of a crossfire, right? They were the ones who tried to fight their way back, and it just didn't work out for them. A good round for 6K to keep things even.
I think that's the note that we want to kind of follow that round into this one on with is that was actually a good round from 6 Karma. Like you said, the Monty fiasco inside of Rafters, probably not your best demonstration of skill, but everything else went pretty well in terms of piecing apart the bottom of garage, making sure that no one can roam downstairs and play off that vertical aspect that was intended from the strategy. Having played that yourself already, having a good idea of how to pick it apart, and everyone on the site slowly but surely fell. So for 6 Karma, we're trying to get away from the ugly rounds, the slugfest rounds that you're bringing back from an inch line of defeat. You're looking for more rounds like that, where 6 Karma, well, it does get a little chaotic. You're still feeling like you're in control for the most part. That's more the 6 Karma that we see winning more often than not, as opposed to these chaotic, shambolic rounds where you're just having to pull it back and hang on by the skin of your teeth. Those aren't the rounds that inspire much confidence out of 6K.
Well, this is when we can see the tides finally turn, with one of these teams start to emerge as the clear leader. If not, this one is overtime written all over it. But the next few rounds, of course, most important yet. CNE, duo roam here, repositioning now back towards the site, no longer committing to CCTV and that cache position. Really, everyone just defending the site proper. Not a lot of extension. Maybe the further someone is playing is over on those master stairs. That'll give 6K a good chance to take control of this site, and they're going to, or rather the map around the site. They still have these Akiba barriers to contend with. They will, of course, have to worry about the mirror windows, the Wamai magnets, the Malusi banshees that will stand in their way. But a full minute to do that is nice. They just have to continue to get a move on here. Kurtz, you see him worried about a potential flank. Don't think it's coming. So he, as well as everyone on 6K, they're going to start to turn their attention towards the site, and Falls will open things up.
Everyone from 6 Karma opening things up. Gladius to get one back though onto Swag, but the plant is going down from the hands of Rayduct. Many members on the side of 6K in perilous danger. The plant gets completed, and Rayduct actually wins his gunfight trying to evacuate the bomb site. So it's Falls and Rayduct against Physics alone, trying to push his way around the master bed, taking a handful of damage every time he exposes himself. But he does have that high rate of fire vector. He gets one headshot, but he can't find two. Falls will clean it up as 6 Karma flood into Jim. They get the plant and they survive the post.
Falls jumping into the window is crazy there. He was the player at the window, right, who was waiting and watching that diffuser go down. He has no reason that he needs to get in the building and put himself in harm's way, but he does, and it ends up working out. Got a little too close for comfort, I think, for 6K, but they will pull it out nonetheless. That's 2 rounds in a row and now gives them the lead. After another well-executed attack, it felt like CNE, they didn't do too much wrong. They started with the extension. They backed off at around halfway through the round, and 6K, they just kept up with them, eventually all culminating in that opening kill from the window. Sometimes it can just come down to a single gunfight that opens up the round, that first domino to fall, and then just begins the cascade through the rest of the round, and I think 6 Karma did a nice job of taking advantage of that and coming out there with the win.
Well, the immense focus they placed on clearing out cache and complete avoidance they had for the Jacuzzi wall meant that their game plan was clear from the beginning, and CNE weren't really left with much of a choice in response. You can see the peek from Coffin out through the short hallway outside of the bathroom upstairs on that first opening death. Really was just because there's asphyxiating bolts coming out into the short. He's got to back off and just kind of play the gunfight angle onto the window. He's going to be too far back to do anything else. There's no utility he can send in there from that range. because of the asphyxiating bolt. So there was a lot of situations for CNE defenders on that round where they just didn't have another choice, and it was good preparation from 6 Karma in the early 2 minutes of the round. Transition now to, once again, good setups here for 6 Karma, worrying about potential flanks. We've seen this from CNE on their attacking side. Just going minimally was enough to be able to quell the flanks and work their way into the bomb site with devastating force. See for CNE now on the defense, if they can employ any flanks of their own to cause some mishaps for 6 Karma, we see more invested on maintaining control of a majority of the map.
Well, Kurtz, after making that early entry, will relocate and join Rayduct outside as one of them assigned to the drones. Both Kurtz and Rayduct just getting a bit more information before eventually working their way in to do the job they were prescribed with. That's going to be Kurtz. He's got the skeleton key, so his job is soft destruction as he opens up the kitchen and looks for some defenders down below. Flacco, he'll start to peel on back towards the site as well, giving himself a nice rotate into Church, and he will bunker down. Again, a good fallback here from CNE. Good pressure from 6 Karma to force it, but we are still in this mid-round equilibrium. Finally, it breaks, and Kurtz will open it up with a kill. He'll take care of Gladius and start things off well from above for 6K.
Yeah, it looks like Gladius was trying to get into position to impact trick the kitchen hatch, but now with a minute ticking away against 6K, they'll get that underway no problem. With the Hibana X-Kairos pallets unimpeded for the time being, drones in the middle of the bomb site being pinged away as there is intel on the defensive side from a bulletproof camera for CNE. This 1v1 physics is challenging right now inside of blue. He has to be the man to hold this position for the rest of the round. He's going to get collapsed upon with a bit of a push from the back, and the peek out of dirt does not go well. Physics, though, wins his 1v1 on blue. Coffin as well as TCSG re-engages, and Kurtz and Falls both tag in for 2. The plant gets completed, and suddenly on low HP, every member for 6 Karma left standing. They will all tag in for some more picks. It's 6 Karma now on a match point.
I'll warn you of the 6K attacking prowess, showing it to us a little bit here as they take their 3rd round in a row. So it seems that 6K have awoken. It may have taken them a little longer than they expected, than we expected, but they are certainly awake now. Now they have a chance to put this one away in regulation as they sit at 6-4. It is their turn to be the ones with the chance to end this one in regulation rather than being the ones who need to make some sort of a comeback. Great play there from Kurtz, though. He started off the round with a kill and ended it with a triple. Not only doing so much important work with the soft destruction, with that utility, but just putting that gun in his hands, the DMR, he made it work and really gave 6 Karma the edge they needed to get into the site, have a chance to put that diffuser on the ground, and, of course, in doing so, give Cinta Negra that kick in the pants to say, oh gosh, we've got to go, we've got to try to stop this, and gave 6 Karma the openings they needed. So 6-4, 6K, chance, 2 chances to end this one before OT.
And we'll see with their backs against the wall here. Seemingly a run back, the same strategy that CNE employed last time around. Destruction extension, and the castle barricades down below to play vertical fallback inside of Lounge that 6 Karma did a very good job of picking apart, one step at a time. The only difference here being that there's no Montaigne on the side of the 6 Karma attacking regiment. The Bandit tricks coming out from Coffin once again, though, but he got dissuaded from playing on that position very early on in the round. Last time they were defending this site, Gladius instead is going to hit the basement and go for the long flank towards Kurtz, who has swiftly made his way with the assist of a drone to the top of the main stairs on the far side.
Gladius moving up, Kurtz moving down. Destined to meet here on the staircase. Eventually. But the difference is that 6K have a drone at their feet. The castle on the flank is wild, but already putting down that utility, he is able to move around freely, albeit with not the best weapon in the game, the UMP. He'll rotate back down as he senses his position has been given up. So important for him to rotate towards the site as quick as he can, because look at 6K. Already in a position to open up this cache wall and get things going.
Yeah, and Kurt's down below. He was holding that main stairs flank, but instead he ashes out the floorboards towards the construction wall into cash to make sure there's no possible trick. And Physics will even stick his face in between the bars to reveal himself to the R4C. The opening pick going 6 Karma's way once again. Good news is for CNE that with a master-sided construction push, you have Rafters control. You still have a very nice beachhead to work with in terms of rejecting any entries in towards cash. Losing your platform breach as Koff is going to work his way over, try and bandit trick in response to the EMPs, but there's no breach coming out, so it's just a momentary distraction. Skimsy, though, will get the second one in the round for 6 Karma. Now it's just 3 left standing for CNE.
Often wide swing. He's been spotted. This is too bold. Swag recognizes, falls, is on top of it. And it is just Flacco in a 1 versus 5. The Vector will scream onto 1, but Falls denies it. It is 7-4 6 Karma as they woke up in that second half, take 4 rounds in a row, and close it out in regulation.
Yeah, I think for 6 Karma, their defenses on Clubhouse leave a little bit to be desired. Very chaotic, we're just trying to survive these rounds. The attacks, though, looked well refined, much more polished, much more capable of contending at a top tier. So for 6 Karma, defenses on Clubhouse, maybe something to work with. We'll bring Korvac in to break down our final game of the evening and recap day number 3 in Latam.
Yes, day number 3. I mean, is there any more trope-defining game for Cintra Esports than what we just saw against against 6 Karma? Because, Jonah, I'll be honest with you, this was like, they're so close, and then it just all falls apart. And it happens in games, and it happens in standings, it happens everywhere.
It happens everywhere. No, you're absolutely right. It's this kind of middle ground, back and forth, almost there kind of feeling that you always get from CNE. Like, if this game ended tied, say at 4-4, I would have walked out of here saying, CNE, watch out, they're one of these top teams in the north, and I would have been saying, 6 Karma, what's going on here? This is not good. But when we look back on this, you see the 7-4 scoreline, it's hard to say that 6 Karma didn't play a good game of Siege. They did, certainly. We watched that. But we also watched Cintra put up a heck of a fight, as they have done so many times before.
I mean, you know, to the point that you say 6 Karma played a great game of Siege. I mean, Flynn, do you agree with that? I was agreeing with Jonah on I would have been sounding alarm bells about 6K if we had stopped when it was 4-4. But do those last 3 rounds sort of convince you that 6K is in an okay position?
Yeah, an okay position. Again, I think defenses, we got to be asking questions about what the win condition is and how we can disrupt that. I think some of their defenses really did look just, hey man, pick a corner, take a gunfight, try to survive, and we'll see what happens. Not a lot of structure to them, and not a lot of attempt to read what the opponent was bringing. I think for 6 Karma, though, once they got on the attack, that looked well-oiled, that looked efficient, that looked well-practiced, that looked like an entirely different team after the side swap.
Definitely an interesting observation and something to keep an eye on there with 6 Karma as we proceed here in this stage 2. But that does wrap up all our matches here for Latam on this play day 3. So let's go ahead and take a look at our big schedule. We'll get an idea kind of the broader perspective of these matches, Jonah. And I mean, it feels like a pretty standard Latam day, very similar to some of those that we saw in stage 1.
Well, right, but it has, I think, one big surprise and one maybe little surprise. First, in the South, Vasco 7-0 over Maycam. I didn't see it coming, just based on the way that Maycam had been playing, the way that Vasco had been playing. Didn't look like Vasco was Vasco from stage 1. Just kidding, maybe they are. Maybe it's just Alpha Team who are a little bit different. But the bigger surprise for me was that 4th game. Lycus over TSG, because we had been praising TSG for putting up decent performances against some of the best teams. We knew they had a tough strength of schedule, but we did not see this coming. LUS Empire coming into week 2 with a vengeance, taking a game against what we thought would be an evenly matched team or a better team, 7-1.
Yeah, that game was a shocker. I've also got the Vasco 7-0 win. You know, you think back to last stage, and Vasco's dominating games. What else is new? Look at their stage 2 performance in week 1 last week, and that was not the Vasco that we saw in stage number 1. So them getting back on track was pretty nice. Our last 2 games of the night started competitive and chaotic and shaky, and then they rounded out the way we probably would have pegged heading into the day.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair assessment. You guys really highlighting, I think, the most surprising matches of the day. And other than that, business as usual, perhaps. But standings here for Latam North, I mean, kind of a similar vibe, Jonah. Nothing too particularly surprising with those 2 teams that are on top.
Correct. I think that this is the result that we would have expected and kind of what I would have theorized before this stage even began. Now, coming out of the first day, would I have said this is what we were looking at? Absolutely not. And it seems that we've kind of reached this equilibrium where things have started to kind of eventually regress towards the mean here, right? We are going back towards the average. Here's what we could have expected from the start.
Yeah, I think in terms of the playoff teams, like I've said a couple times now, we probably know 3 of them. It's probably Cruelty, 6K, and Revan. The battle for the 4 seed seems to be up in the air, but CNE, you got to give them at least a little bit of an advantage in that fight. We'll see if they can convert on some of those closer games that we know they're notorious for. I think for the bottom, this is still a much more competitive bottom end of Latam North than even we saw last stage. So it is good to see from both LUS Empire and TSG that they're willing to compete and be at a level that is much better than what we've seen previously.
I said earlier in the broadcast that prognostication is a difficult art, but there are some things that are set in our future, such as our upcoming matches for Wednesday. And we can kind of see here of these games, which ones are going to be the most interesting, maybe ones that stand out. I'll start with you, Jonah. What are you looking forward to here in Latam South or North, honestly?
Yeah, just getting a quick look. Latam North, you've got your 3 top teams versus the 3 bottom teams, so you can kind of expect how that one's going to go. I like Maycam having a shot at Alpha Team. It'll be a tough game, I think, but I think they've got what it takes there. Tough week, though, I think, across the board. You're looking at the top 3 teams in both regions having a chance at the bottom 3.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. That's basically what it is. It's one of those days. We had them in stage 1. We're going to have them again in stage 2, where you've got top ranked teams and you've got top projected seeds going against bottom projected seeds. And listen, every once in a while, there's a weird one. Every once in a while, there's one that does not go according to plan. So anything can happen on game day. Anything can happen with those 6 games. The writing's on the wall, but it's not indelible ink.
Indeed. Well, you'll have to tune in on Wednesday, viewers, to find out if there is going to be an upset. There's always one. But for now, here on the Latam broadcast, we are unfortunately done with Play Day 3. Thank you so much for joining us. Of course, a big thank you to Jonah and Flynn and Gibson, our casters for the day, Prater, our producer, and the Spanish language broadcast team for letting us be a part of their wonderful region. And of course, from all of us here at the Latam English broadcast team, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you on Wednesday.